which is a first world problem, but definitely something to plan for. After all the wiring was through his leg, I drilled a hole in the base for the wiring to pass through, and I pulled the leads from the battery through that hole, and then I soldered everything together on the other side. I then went over all of the red wires with some black paint to make sure those were hidden, and I used a 2-part epoxy, which I smeared all over the Nexu and the dowels before fixing it in place. And then use some hot glue to create a little bit of a muzzle flash or flare from the blaster bolt. And to finish everything off, I used some black 3.0 to paint the sides of the diorama, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I had a lot of fun with this one. Have a great week. I will see you all next time. How's it going, everyone? This week I'm going to be building something with this little airplane. It's a cool little model kit that I found the other day. Hold on, let me get this. Hello?
Achuta boilai hobby titaki. The wajo choi podo ke lido junkie. Really dig all the Star Wars stuff you do. You seem like a cool guy, so please join my pod race. If not, I'll feed you to my Sarlacc or something. Bye.
Alright, that's a change of plans, I guess. Welcome back to Boylai's Hobby Workshop Bashing Stuff Studio. This week, I'm building a custom from-scratch pod racer as part of a collaboration with a few of my favorite YouTubers. I had a lot of fun with this one. Hope you enjoy. I started by cutting these bottles in half. These will make up the main bodies for the engines. Then I went to Hobby Lobby to look for some engine parts. I scouted the aisles looking for anything fun and interesting, and generally round. I found these cool candle stakes, which are made to hold candles in floral arrangements. Thought those looked pretty cool. Also found some tiny funnels, some little measuring cups, some plastic rings from the fabric section, and some little wooden barrels. I had a few other things in my shopping cart that were equally unrelated to each other. And I couldn't help but notice that the cashier was very curious as to what I would be doing with all of this random stuff. But they didn't ask, so I didn't tell. And it was nice to be able to leave the store with my dignity. I hot glued all of the pieces together in a semi-planned out way. And once I had everything together, I had the basic shape for my engines. I knew I wanted to add something to the front of these engines to help bring the visual weight forward, so I cut up some square styrene tubing at a 45-degree angle, a couple of lengths, and I made these large ambiguous rectangles. I don't think the rectangles add anything in terms of performance to this pod racer. I think they are just for looks, and I think it makes it look more intimidating. So we'll just say that. We'll say that these big pieces on the front are just to intimidate the other pod racers. I also added some thinner styrene tubes to the front measuring cup I will be mounting stuff on these later. It was then time to start adding some of the finer details. I didn't really have a plan for this, just kind of made it up as I went using pieces from my box of leftovers. I did know that I wanted to have 2 beams running across the middle, so I made sure to drill some holes for that and mark them with styrene. I used some styrene rods to hide some of the seams that I was not happy with, as well as create some little trim pieces. I knew it was going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to run these wires once the plastic was painted and I couldn't see through it. So I made sure to run those through before moving on. And then I added some more little pieces to help decorate where the beams would come out. And of course I broke out the guitar string. I used the guitar string to create some hoses. It's great because it will hold its shape if you bend it, and has that secondary wire that wraps around, which at this scale makes a very convincing hose. To connect the engines to each other and to the cockpit, I found this handle from a lantern. It was just the right hardness to be able to bend, but is still nice and firm and holds everything together really well. In order to fit in with the rest of the people in this collaboration, I made sure to add some bead rivets. I also scored some panel lines directly onto the plastic. They are hard to see right now, but after painting, they become a lot more obvious. To connect the engines to the lantern handle wire, I drilled some holes in the top of the engines, and then I screwed in some little eye hooks. The wire runs through both of these hooks, and it worked out really well. It hangs off the wire, and it's nice and sturdy. Also wanted to have some little flaps around the measuring cups on the front and the back of the engine. So I cut out some little styrene wedges. I bent those to make them a little bit more round so they'd fit in place better, and I hot glued them in place. After all of those were in place, it was time to move on to the cockpit. The cockpit was pretty much made entirely from a mutilated X-Wing model. It was 1:72, and I had these little 1:72 scale astronauts. So I decided to put 2 of them in there as pilots. I know there's probably only supposed to be 1 pilot per pod racer, but they were a little small for the scale I was going for. So we'll just say they're like Oompa Loompa size, and they work better as a team. I don't know, I'm just kind of making it up. I do realize now I should have had handlebars or some steering apparatus. That was an oversight. For the standoffs that hold the engines up, I cut some brass tubing and made some little engine lollipops. Then marked out and drilled holes where the standoffs would go into the base. For the electronics, I used the battery housing from a tea light candle. I glued that under where the cockpit would go so it's nice and hidden. And then I wrapped the positive lead up one side, soldered that in place. I wrapped the negative up the other side. I wanted them to kind of have a dual purpose, not only being a visual feature, but a practical one. I glued the cockpit in place, and it was time to prime. I do realize that priming with a metallic silver spray paint is usually not a good idea because it does not hold paint very well, and that is the purpose of a primer. But in this case, it was exactly what I was looking for. I don't have to apply a latex layer or chipping medium underneath. The spray paint acts as that altogether, so I'm able to chip off the paint later, which is what I was going for, and I don't have to worry about applying that in-between layer of chipping medium. I also applied a pre-shade, get all of those recessed areas nice and dark. I went over it with a brown, and then I chipped away. Went a little too heavy with the chipping the first time, so I did go back over and touch up some of those spots. You can see right here. I was really happy with how that turned out. Painted my little astronauts in a gray spacesuit and sealed it. Then it was time to move on to the plasma beams. I used these 3-volt filaments that I use in a lot of my projects. I'll link those below if you're curious. And then I soldered them in place in an X formation. I did go back and wrap them around each other to make them look a little bit more interwoven. And once those were both in place, I added a bunch of hot glue to make them look a little bit more plasma-like. The last big thing to do was to create the terrain on the base. I cut up some little pieces of foam to make some little hills, glued those pieces down, and I mixed up some plaster, Mod Podge, and paint, and I smeared that across the entire base. Once that was dry, I applied a layer of sand and I sealed it in place with a glue water mixture. The very last thing to do was to clean up the edges with some black paint, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Please do go check out the videos from all of these other talented creators. I had a lot of fun being a part of this collaboration. I hope you enjoyed it. Happy Star Wars Day, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be doing another Star Wars dogfight diorama, this time featuring Slave One and a Rogue A-Wing. For short-range aerial dogfights, the Slave One usually uses a hidden pair of rapid-fire blasters. These didn't come with the model, so I repurposed some hydraulics that are for an alternate wing position. I used some styrene and created my own. With that modification complete, it's time to prime, mask, and paint this thing. I will put all of the paints I used for this in the description if you're curious. I didn't do much weathering on the Slave 1 because I wanted to set the date for the diorama back a little bit further. The idea is that this is happening maybe 15 or so years before the events of the original trilogy, and I thought a newer paint job would help sell that. The inspiration for this diorama comes from the scene in Attack of the Clones where Jango Fett chases down Obi-Wan Kenobi in his starfighter and tries to kill him. The ship that Obi-Wan is piloting in many ways is the predecessor of this ship, so I thought it would be a fun ode to that moment. I added the emblem of the Partisans to imply a little bit of a backstory. This guy was probably out running missions, destroying things, and causing headaches for the Empire, which would have necessitated the involvement of a bounty hunter like Boba Fett. For the base, I used an old picture frame and a very thick canvas board. The other day, I burned my hand pulling a bagel out of a toaster oven, so don't worry about that as you see it in this next portion of the video. I wanted the setting for this diorama to be somewhere out in space where Boba Fett could have realistically set a trap for the A-Wing, like an Imperial outpost or an industrial site. And I was very inspired by the work of an Instagram user who goes by Monster Party Wars. Their work is absolutely incredible. They do kit-bashed ships and other things on the 1:144 scale level, and everything they do is unbelievable. I will put a link to their Instagram in the description of this video, and I would highly recommend you go check that out. You won't be disappointed. After that was all glued in place, it was time to mark and drill all the holes for the wiring. To ensure that I am getting really nice, straight, clean lines and angles, I always straighten out my wire with a drill. It's always sad and a little scary to take a Dremel to your model, but for the sake of the end result, it must be done. I like to use steel wool to imitate sparks and explosions on my dioramas, but that does pose a little bit of a hazard if you let it touch the electricity, so it's always good to be careful and aware of that. In order to achieve the deep space look, I went with black 3.0. I really feel like this helps set the background and the foreground apart and make everything look like it is floating. I was intending to do a full tutorial on how to do the laser LED filaments, but towards the end of this build got a little bit complicated and I needed to pay a lot of attention to the actual wiring and not to the filming, so unfortunately I didn't get lots of the footage necessary for that tutorial. I will do a dedicated tutorial on this in the future, so stay tuned for that. As for this build, that's about it. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate it. Drop a like and subscribe if you feel like it, and I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be building the Death Star 2 from Bondi. It is at 1 to 2,700,000 scale. I am also going to be showing you an in-depth tutorial on how I work with the LED filaments. I've gotten a lot of requests for this tutorial, so I hope it is informative and that you enjoy this video. I found this acrylic box. It is for a softball, but was the perfect size for this Death Star. I began by drilling a small hole where the laser will come out of the Death Star, and then cut away some plastic to make sure there was a clear path for all of the wiring. After that, I primed it black and got it ready for painting. I'll list all the paints below, but pretty much only used one shade of gray from Vallejo and made it either darker with a black or lighter with white. I then painted some of the individual panels to add some dimension and detail. While that was drying, I moved on to the lighting. You're going to start with a 12-volt LED filament bulb. I would highly discourage using anything high voltage for this. It can be far too dangerous. You will want to understand how a light bulb works. Power comes into the light bulb through the bottom portion here, and then it exits through the threaded portion here. You're going to want to cut open all of this metal to get to the driver. Do it very carefully so you don't ruin anything. Also, do this before you break the glass, otherwise you won't have anything to hold on to that won't cut your fingers. Please do be careful with these sharp metal pieces as well. At the very end, you're going to want to remove the last little bit of metal at the bottom. This will be connected with the neutral, so go ahead and snip that off carefully. After that, you're going to want to disconnect the driver from the two wires that run to the LEDs. Most of the rest of this stuff will come off very easily just by removing the tape. The best way that I've found to break this bulb while keeping it clean and contained is to cover it with a paper towel and then use the wire cutters at the bottom to just snip a hole. Usually the hole is big enough to be able to remove this stem that holds all the LEDs. The next step is to remove all the LEDs from the stem. You can do this by snipping both sides very carefully. They are very fragile. After that's done, dispose of all your broken glass very carefully. At the end of your light bulb farming, you should have harvested one driver and as many LEDs as were in the bulb. Next, you're going to need a USB cord and as much wire as you need for your project. Next, you are going to want to remove the old wires from your driver. This insulated wire right here is where the red wire will go. The other one, which was attached to the threaded portion of the bulb, is where the black wire will go. You're going to do the same thing with the other side. Remove the old wires and then add the red to the positive and black to the negative. After that's done, you should be able to plug in your USB and your positive and negative leads should be able to power up a filament. I am just going to be using one filament for this project, but you can wire multiple together. They will work as long as they're in parallel, just like is seen in my X-Wing TIE Fighter video. All of the stiff copper wire you see in my videos is enamel coated. I've gotten a few comments from concerned people thinking that I am just using uninsulated copper wire. Don't worry, I am not running electricity through uninsulated copper wire. I found that the base of this little electric tea candle was the perfect thing to house the driver, and it also came with a nice little switch that I integrated into this build. It's always good to test your circuit as you go. That way you're not getting far along and having to rip the project apart to find a loose connection or something like that. I masked off the ends of the filament and sprayed it with a matte varnish. And then I used a clear green paint for this. I found that the filament itself does not take paint very well, but with the varnish it did just fine. I had left a little extra room on the wire, and then I pulled that back through once it was soldered in place. I also spray painted the underside of the acrylic plate at the bottom. I really like the way that the glossy black looks. These acrylic cases are nice. You can flip over the project and use it as a little stand so you can solder the bottom and not ruin anything. I tried multiple ways to light up the converging lasers at the base of the main laser. Couldn't get any of them to look very good, so I will save that for another time. As for this project, that's it. that is it for this video. Hope that tutorial was helpful. If you make anything using that technique, let me know. I'd love to see what you guys come up with. Thank you for watching. Have a great week. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. To finish off this Mandalorian Season 2 project, decided it would be fitting to include the Mandalorian himself in the cool moment where he takes out one of the Dark Troopers with his spear. They do not have any 1/12 scale Dark Troopers at the moment, so I decided to repurpose a Death Trooper and print some extra parts. It was surprisingly difficult to get a hold of a Mandalorian figure in 1/12 scale, so I ended up customizing this Boba Fett instead. I had to change the jetpack to give him a new helmet and new armor, but he was a perfect scale, so it worked out. On this model, the forearms and the vembraces are the same thing, so in order to attach my new vembraces, I used some milliput to sculpt some new forearms. For Mando's spear, I used a section of sprue that I sanded down to a nice smooth finish. I then shaved down the end to be able to attach the blades. For the spearhead, I used some 020 styrene, cut that into a little wedge. Kept getting it down to the shape that I wanted. Then I split that in half and sanded down either side to make sure it was a little bit more blade-like before gluing it to the sprue. Then took one of the closed fists from the Boba Fett model and I drilled a pilot hole. I used the Dremel to make the perfect size hole for him to be able to grip the spear. I also used the Dremel to shave off the unnecessary pockets. I didn't worry about patching those in because they will be covered by armor. For Mando's new armor, I bought a full set from Galactic Armory. I will link that in the description. Once I had printed those, I painted them all with a silver spray paint. For the Dark Trooper helmet, I found a file from Nico Industries, which I bought, and I will link him in the description as well. Once everything was primed, it was time to start airbrushing. For Mando's coveralls, I used a mix of Oxford Blue and Black 3.0. The Black 3.0 has a nice matte finish to it, so it has almost no reflective value, making it look very much like fabric. After I had completed all the airbrushing, it was time to go through with the brush and add some of these smaller details. I also, off camera, went over all of the armor pieces with some Citadel Iron Hand steel. This helped bring the tone of the armor down a little bit, which helped because the silver by itself was just a little too bright. When the painting was done, it was time to put on his armor. Made sure to preserve all the articulation and not get any glue on his joints. To make his cape, I used a piece of an old black t-shirt, and I cut out a hole for the jetpack mount. It's interesting because Mando has the same knee rockets as Boba Fett, so my question is, why has he never used them? And if he had them, why did he not use them against Moff Gideon? Leave a comment if you think you know why. Once Mando was done, it was time to move on to customizing the Dark Trooper. I had some leftover K2SO fingers from a previous build, so I swapped those out with the existing fingers, which helped this look a little bit more robotic. I also added some red cellophane behind the eyes of this Dark Trooper helmet, and I'm going to put a light inside so that the eyes glow just like in the show. I added some little wires and rods on the side of the neck to make it also look a little more robotic, and then I drilled a pathway for the wires to go down through the base. I used some milliput to hold the LED inside the helmet, made sure that was working, got it all soldered up, and it was time to move on to the base. The base on this one is very simple. I just used some 040 styrene that I cut to shape. I put that in an old picture frame, drilled a hole for the wiring, and I painted it glossy black. When Mando stabs the Dark Trooper in the show, a bunch of sparks fly out, so I used some steel wool to mimic that. I glued the figures in place, being careful not to bend anything. And the last thing to do was to add the big boxy shoulders on this Dark Trooper. And the figures were complete. Finished up soldering the electronics to a USB power source, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. It is also the end of my Mandalorian Season 2 project. These week-by-week videos have been a lot of work, but they've been a lot of fun as well. I look forward to doing more like it in the future. And if there was a moment that you didn't see me do that you would really like, don't worry, I will be doing more content from the season, just not at this pace. Have a great week, everyone. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be building a Darth Vader diorama for my friend Sam. I'm also going to be including a tutorial on how to build your very own lightsaber for a 1:12 scale model. It looks absolutely incredible, and it's very easy to do, so stick around for that. For the base, I used an old picture frame that I found at the thrift store. I spray painted it black and then combined it with a few other materials to make it look like the floor that you see Darth Vader and Luke fighting on in Cloud City. To allow some of the light to pass through, I use some 1/8 inch opaque acrylic. This allows light to come through and it diffuses it very nicely across, giving it a soft glow. For the bottom layer of this, I could have used a number of different materials, but I had some old canvas board lying around, so decided to use that. I ran a few strips of the LED tape across the bottom. Initially, I was a little concerned that it was too close to the acrylic and that you would be able to see the individual LEDs, but it just happened to be far enough away that wasn't a problem. After those were all in place, I soldered them so that only the red lights would come on. And it's always very satisfying when it works. I then drilled a hole in the back of the frame for the power cord to be able to pass through into the diorama. I drilled a few holes in the acrylic so that the wires coming down from Darth Vader could get through, and I put it all together with this framing staple gun. The lightsabers are made from these 3-volt LED filaments. Someone named Sebastian in one of my videos told me to go look on AliExpress, and I did, and I was very surprised to find these little filaments that run right off of a 3-volt power source. This is going to be how we make our lightsaber. First thing to do is hollow out the inside of the lightsaber. I used a very tiny bit to drill a pilot hole and then followed it up with a perfectly sized one so that the filament would have a nice snug fit. You could stop at this point if you really felt like it, but I would suggest continuing. To add rigidity and structure to the lightsaber, I'll be using the copper wire and a cocktail straw. Make sure you grab one that is nice and clear or opaque. You will have to glue the lightsaber into his hand in order for this to work. Then drill a hole right alongside into the hand. This will allow the copper wire to pass through. The copper wire is nice and straight, helps add strength to the lightsaber. It's also the route the electricity takes. After that, you can cut your straw to the shape of the emitter and start feeding everything through. I added a few bends in the copper wire to help it match the blade shape a little better. Then I cut it to length, scraped off some of the enamel coating, and soldered the end in place. At this point, the lightsaber is essentially done. In a dark room, you can see that it is nice and bright. You could stop here, but I want to get a little bit more brightness out of this so that you can see it more noticeably in a lit room. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. There are probably a few ways to do this. How I did it was with an old USB cable, which has a voltage of 5. This filament, however, would burn out at anything over 4 volts. So, in order to drop down to a manageable voltage, I used 2 diodes in series with a resistance of 0.7 volts each, bringing it down to a very manageable 3.6 volts. This boosted the brightness enough. It was a lot more noticeable, but it didn't burn out. The diodes get a little warm, not too bad, but just in case, I'm going to insulate those to keep them safe. Next thing to do was to hide the wires and run them down his back. I also lit up a few of the buttons on his chest plate with one of these nano LEDs. Luckily, it is the same voltage as the lightsaber, so I wired it all together in parallel. I wrapped the lightsaber in some red cellophane. I also colored the buttons on the chest plate and hid all the wiring behind his cape for attaching him to the base. Instead of just gluing him to the base, I also drilled some holes in his feet, which I ran some wires through and bent to the sides. This made him much more secure. After he was in place, I soldered everything together and called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Sam, I hope you enjoy your gift. Have a great week, everyone. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be recreating one of my favorite scenes from the first season of The Mandalorian. If you have not seen the first season of The Mandalorian yet, I would recommend you go watch that before watching this video because I don't want to spoil anything for you. I began by building the base for the diorama out of some scraps that I had from previous builds. Initially, I was going to seal off the back of the diorama, but decided to leave it open so that at the end I could get that shot of IG-11 walking through the lava from the back. I used some artist canvas board for the base, and then cut out some strips of foam that I shaped into the banks of the lava river. After looking at a few pictures later, I realized that the banks should have been a little shallower. but it's okay, I still like the end result. I then began gluing everything in place. I wasn't too concerned about being exact with these lines. All of those will be patched up and filled in with plaster in a minute. Last thing to do before the plaster was to add a few more little bits of foam to help build some visual interest. I mixed up some plaster of Paris and Mod Podge for this, and I covered the entire diorama, making sure to fill in all of the cracks and gaps. And for the lava effect, I patted down the plaster into little peaks, and then I smoothed it out. I then gave it a nice little sanding to make sure to get rid of the texture that I did not want. And then I gave it a coat of paint and Mod Podge. This will help seal it all in and protect the foam for when I spray paint it. Gave that some time to dry, and then I primed it. I bit the bullet and I went ahead and bought myself a 3D resin printer. Figured this would expand some of my crafting horizons. I went with the Anycubic Photon Mono. I am pretty impressed with the quality of the prints that it puts out. I didn't do a test print, to be honest, because I was trying to get this video out this week. So I had no time to mess around. I just went right into it. While the 3D printer was doing its thing, I went back to the base and started painting it. The planet that this scene takes place on is volcanic, so there's a lot of black and gray, which contrasts very nicely with the lava river. For the lava, I took a bright red and I painted it all along the side of the river, and then highlighted some of the cracks in the middle. I then followed it up with a bright orange and painted that in the center of all the red portions. This helps create a very nice lava effect. I then followed it up with the airbrush and sprayed that along the bank to create a glowing effect. After about 2 hours, I had a bunch of little stormtroopers printed. I was pretty impressed with the quality of this printer. Probably shouldn't have started with something this small as a first print, but for a first go, I would say it's pretty good. IG-11 didn't turn out as well, both of his legs kind of folded up in the air, but I wasn't too concerned about that because those are both going to be under the lava anyways. I then began painting all the stormtroopers. This took quite a while just because of how many there were and because of their size, but in the end, I'm pretty happy with how they turned out. I'm just not going to look too closely at any of their faces. After I had completed all these stormtroopers, it was time to paint IG-11. After everyone was painted, I dipped their feet in super glue and stuck them to the base. Finished it off with IG-11 and called it good. is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I will see you all next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be building a little book nook, or what I'm going to call a nano nook, putting it inside this baseball display case. I had a leftover model from my last build. Decided to incorporate that and make it the centerpiece of this build. This is Vader's TIE Advanced. It is the ship you see him flying in A New Hope during the attack on the first Death Star. Masked off everywhere that needed to stay black. And I gave the rest of it a nice coat of Battleship Gray. Then used a glossy black to touch up the windshield and dry brushed on some details. I will include all of the paints that I used in the description, so you don't have to worry about those as they fly by. These Bondi models come with a nice little display stand. Some of them come with an extension arm, as you can see here. I repurposed those to be the arms that hold the ship in place from the ceiling of the hangar. I found these awesome little nano LEDs online. I used them in my K2SO build to light up his eyes, and figured they'd be the perfect thing to add to this build. Nice and bright and very tiny. I then began designing the back wall. It's nothing too crazy. Just used a couple of reference photos and got a general idea of what the inside back wall of an Imperial hangar looks like. A while ago, I put together a Millennium Falcon model, and I had a leftover ramp, which I repurposed for this build. I've seen various pictures showing how pilots get into their TIE fighters, but never one specifically for Vader. So I decided there was a little bit of room for creative interpretation, and I made him a fancier walkway down to the ladder. Once that was done, I glued it in place and added a few extra details for visual interest. I then primed the whole thing with some black spray paint, cut out some stencils for markings on the floor. Then mixed up a nice medium gray color, which I airbrushed on every vertical surface. Once that was done, I peeled off my mask and I applied a gloss varnish to the floor to give that nice reflective imperial floor look. With all of the painting done, it was time for final assembly. Put all of my electronics back in place and included this little silhouette in the observation room. And then connected everything to an old USB power cord, sealed it up, and called it good. I am going to be giving this away to one of my subscribers. All you have to do to enter into that is leave a comment, make sure you're subscribed, and if you want some bonus points, share it somewhere. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be building a bookshelf diorama featuring this Bondi 1:12 scale Stormtrooper and some realistic lighting effects. Decided to go with the E11, that's the classic Stormtrooper blaster, and I think it fits the vibe of a Stormtrooper the best. Tried using some water decals for the details on this guy, but some of them didn't work out, so I went back and painted those myself. I like to integrate the base that the model comes with into the base of the diorama. There's a nice little spot for the foot to hold on to, so you can take the Stormtrooper out and put him back as you need to. Hobby Lobby sells these metal sheets with different patterns. This is a great one because it looks just like the Imperial walls. Decided to light it up with some LED tape. Please don't judge my soldering. I am still fairly new to it. In order to make the realistic laser effects, I use these LED bulbs. More specifically, I use the filaments inside the bulbs. These filaments require very high voltage, which makes this very dangerous, so please don't try this at home. Use the proper protection to get these out of the glass. And I saved the driver that comes in the base of the light bulb because I will be using that to run the power through. Discarded everything safely and wiped it all down with a wet washcloth. I rewired the driver to a lamp making kit. I insulated everything and I made sure it was all secure inside of a junction box to be as safe as possible. In order to make the lasers red, I took a straw and wrapped it in red cellophane. I don't think the LEDs get hot enough to melt this, but it is a possibility, so I don't run this thing for too long at a time. I finished up the details on the back wall, glued it in place, and drilled my holes for the lasers. The same wire that is passing the electricity to the LEDs is the wire that keeps it suspended off the wall. Thought that was cool to be able to kill two birds with one stone, or as Peter likes to say, feed two birds with one scone. Wrapped up the rest of the soldering. There it is. I had a lot of fun with this project. I will certainly create more in the future like it. If you like this video, drop a like, subscribe. There's more good things soon to come. Thanks for watching. Have a great day. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boil Eye Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be building the refinery from episode 7 of the second season of The Mandalorian. I built the model for the refinery on my iPad in Shaper 3D. This took a little longer than I had anticipated. Initially I was going to include the seismic charge exploding up in the air, taking out the TIE fighters. But I ran out of time this week, so I didn't get to include that. I will revisit the seismic charge. I would love to make one of those, or see if I could make it look convincing. But I'll save that for another video. I cut out all of the pieces of land that sit around the refinery out of some foam. This piece was not cut properly, so I shaped that again with the foam cutter. It's kind of a cool refinery. It sits on this hydro dam. It must be where it gets its power from to do its refining. And I cut out a little retaining wall around the outside. This will help hold in the resin for when I pour that in a minute. Mixed up some Mod Podge and light brown, which I used to cover all of the land areas. Did the same thing with some black paint and applied that to all of the water areas. Then I painted the refinery itself. After the paint was dry, it was time to move on to the resin. I mixed in different amounts of blue, green, and black till I found the color I was looking for. I then poured the resin into the water areas. I did make sure to seal up all of the sides really well with some hot glue. I probably should have put it on a disposable surface just in case. The resin tends to find any crack and get out of it. But I sealed it up pretty good, so no leakage. After that had cured, I used some gloss Mod Podge to create the texture on the surface of the water. I also used some polyester fiber fill that I pulled into little strands to create the water pouring out of the chutes beneath the refinery. Lastly, I added Mod Podge in kind of a concentric circle pattern away from the waterfall. And I painted on some white to add a little bit more of that white water turbulent look. After that was all dry, it was time to move on to the trees. I used some scenic glue, which is basically just really thick white glue. And I have some wargaming scale shrubs, which worked perfectly as full-sized trees in this scale. I also used some branches from some other tree sets that I got. Added a few different other colors to help make it look a little bit more natural. At the end, I added a little bit more fiber fill at the bottom of the waterfall to create some mist. I then printed and painted a Slave 1 and 2 TIE fighters that I built in Shaper 3D also. Then painted the outside of the whole diorama with black 3.0, and I added some really tiny wires to suspend the ships from. The last thing to do is to create the little explosion of rhydonium. I used an LED from a tea light candle, as well as some cotton, which I formed into a little smoke cloud, and I airbrushed it black. Also airbrushed the inside orange to help give it a little bit more of a fiery color. Put everything in place, and called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you have a great week. I will see you next time. Hey everyone, how's it going? Today I'm going to be building another book nook. If you don't know what a book nook is, it's basically a little diorama that's made to go on your bookshelf. This one is going to be depicting that scene from the end of Rogue One where Vader ignites his lightsaber. I know that scene sticks out as a favorite for most people from that movie, so I decided it would be the perfect thing to put into a book nook. Started with the 1 to 12 scale Vader Bondi model. These figures are always super fun to put together. They're highly detailed, and they come with lots of options for like hand gestures and weapon options. And in this case, 2 different capes came with a rubber and hard plastic. I ended up going with the hard plastic one. It made the wiring for his lightsaber a little easier. I detailed him with a combination of water transfer decals and my own paints. I'll list all the paints in the description, but it really didn't matter because when you put him in the dark hallway and turn on the lightsaber, it kind of washes out all the other colors, just like it does in the movie. I made this little section of hallway on an 8 by 8 inch square. I made it 8 inches tall. Because of the size, I had to change some of the dimensions so the hallway isn't as wide as is seen in the movie. But I still think it looks good and natural with the size of the model. I did also afterwards realize that the bottom of these arches is also rounded back towards the center of the room. So that was an unfortunate thing to miss. But maybe next time I build one of these, I'll fix that. I used styrene for all of this. Styrene is a awesome material. I know I've mentioned that in past videos, but it is really incredible. You can build almost anything with it. Comes in lots of different thicknesses, snaps if you score it, and yeah, it's awesome. I originally tried to light the plastic lightsaber that came with the model, but that did not work, no matter how I tried. So I came up with my own method. I've never seen anybody use this method before to light up anything in a model, so I'm pretty happy about it. I'm not going to include that portion in this video, but if you want to see how I'll do that, I will make a dedicated video for that process in the future. So subscribe and stay tuned if you want to see that. Finished up the hallway. Called it good. I did add the sound effects afterwards. Those are not included in the model, but the light and everything else is as you would see it. There is my Vader book nook. Hope you enjoyed. Thanks for watching. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boy Lie Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be building a snow globe inspired diorama featuring the giant spider and the Razor Crest from the second episode of the second season of The Mandalorian. I cut out some circles of pink XPS foam and I used some drywall filler and frosted them like a cake. I carved a hole in the bottom of the wooden base that came with the glass dome. This will be to house the battery, which will power the lights. After the drywall filler was all dry, I sanded it down I gave it a nice coat of glue and paint to protect it from the primer. To build the spider, I used an app called Forger. It runs on the iPad. It's a 3D sculpting app that basically works like physical clay, only digital. Before 2 weeks ago, I had never sculpted anything in digital. It was really fun to see how intuitive this software was and how so much of sculpting with clay translates over to this digital format. It does organic things a lot better than mechanical, so for this spider, it was perfect. For the Razor Crest, I used a file that I found on Thingiverse made by Fine Engineer. He also goes by Rick Tamarov on Instagram. I got his permission before using this, and I will link everything in the description. For the engines of the Razor Crest, I used two warm flickering tea light candles. I will also be using one of these as the power source. Right about now, the print was finishing up, so I pulled those off the printer. It turned out really nicely. cut out each of the posts for the lanterns from the styrene tube, and I sanded the ends to make them all flat. I pre-drilled all the holes for the wiring, and I hot glued all of the posts in place. The hot glue will help keep the epoxy from leaking out when I pour that later. I added some foam rocks and decided on the placement for my trees. How they came wasn't perfect, but after a little reshaping, I got them to look how I wanted them to. For the building that sits at the end of the courtyard, I used some pink XPS foam and rounded it off with a hot wire cutter. And then I gave it a nice sanding to make sure it had a nice smooth finish. I marked off the placement of the door and then I carefully cut that out. I also included a little slot just behind the front edge in order to be able to slide in a piece of styrene. Then use some other thinner bits of styrene to make the design on the door. I cut out some strips of wood, which I made the door frame with. I also cut out a bunch of little strips that will be the panels that line the front of the building. Once that was in place, I mixed up some Mod Podge and paint to protect the foam from the spray-on primer. I used Shaper 3D for the iPad to design some little water vaporators that sit in the pond. At least I think that's what these are. It's a very dry planet and she has a pond full of water, so I would imagine that that is what she uses these for. There is a cool app out there called Hero Forge. You can design your own heroes for tabletop war games, and they will either send you a physical model or you can download the digital file. I did that for both of the base models, for Ahsoka and the Magistrate, and then I added everything else to make them look the part. For the Beskar spear, I repurposed a spear from a rider of Rohan. I felt a little bit bad about that, and as I was putting it on the model, the tweezers launched it across the room. I was down on the ground looking for it for a long time. I finally did find it, which is great because I didn't want to ruin another rider of Rohan. After everything was primed, it was time to paint. If you're curious about any of the paints you see, I will put all those in the description. For the water in the pond, I mixed up some epoxy resin, and I mixed in some black paint and some transparent green. I think it turned out a little bit darker than it needed to be, but the water in the pond is pretty dark, so I'm not too worried about it. I made sure all the resin was evenly distributed before popping the bubbles with the butane torch. Then I left it for 12 hours to cure. Once it was nice and hard, I came back with some gloss Mod Podge. I put that on the surface and I used an airbrush to make the ripples look a little more natural. While the water surface was drying, I moved on to painting the figures. And once again, if you are curious about any of the colors I used, those will be down in the description. Originally, I had wanted to build this diorama at a slightly larger scale so that I could use some LED filaments to give Ahsoka some lit lightsabers. Unfortunately, the filaments are all warm white, which actually means they're yellow. So weren't very convincing as Ahsoka's lightsabers. So I shrunk down the scale, which actually allowed me to include more of the pond. So it was an okay trade-off in the end. After the surface of the water was dry, I began adding the textures around the outside. For the grass, I used some Woodland Scenics blended turf, and I dusted all of that off onto a piece of paper so I didn't waste any. I then used a water glue mixture to seal down the grass and added some shrubbery. I 3D printed tops for all of the lanterns, and I used a cocktail straw to diffuse the light. I added all the finishing touches, including the wiring. I soldered all of the LEDs together. I cleaned those up and I hid the battery pack in the back of the diorama, and I covered up all the lights with my little lanterns. Last thing to do was to glue the trees and the figures in place. I also airbrushed a little bit of white underneath the lightsabers to give them a little bit of a glow. Once that was done, I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I hope you all have a great week. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week I'm building a diorama depicting the moments after the scene in Rogue One where Saw Gerrera's men ambush the Imperial tank to steal some kyber crystals. This is the same model kit that I used for my ATST Raider from the Mandalorian project that I did a little while ago. The kit comes with the eyes permanently shut, so I used a drill and an X-Acto knife to cut those out. Unfortunately, I did cut off one of the sides of the eyes, so I had to go back and glue that back on. Luckily, I found the piece. I guess they're not really eyes, they're more like they're windows. Either way, this is the model that you would see on Hoth, so in order to make it look more like the one seen in Rogue One, I added some springs to the back of the legs. For the base, I glued together 4 old model stands. Happened to be just the right size. Then I cut out a piece of styrene to go on top. This creates a nice consistent surface. I did almost cut my finger while doing this, so as a piece of advice, if you ever notice that you're about to cut your finger, stop and move your finger. After that, I plotted out the layout for the buildings. I did finally cave and buy myself the hot wire table from Proxon. I knew this was going to improve my workflow. I just wasn't prepared for how drastically it was going to improve my workflow. This isn't a sponsored post. I'm just genuinely happy with this product. You can use this in a variety of ways. Right here I'm using it like a scroll saw. You can also use it like a bandsaw or a table saw, and it can be mitered. So the applications for this are pretty much limitless. This foam cutting portion probably would have taken me 3 or 4 times longer without the table, which opens up a lot of possibilities for larger builds in shorter amounts of time. If you are considering buying one of these, or if you've thought, hey, I could probably use that, I think you will probably get some good use out of this. I know I sure will. For the building that gets shot by the tank, I used a knife to cut out some pieces for rubble. And I used the freehand hot wire cutting tool to carve out a little bit more detail and some different levels inside the building. I also used it to carve some battle damage into the rest of the buildings. After that, it was time to glue the buildings down to the base and start with the detailing. I used a variety of pieces, including some 3D printed ones as well as parts from old models. Cut out some pieces of styrene in the shape of the buildings to make it look a little cleaner, and I sanded down the styrene on the bottom so that the glue would adhere a little better when I added the sand and the rubble. After the sand was on, I sprayed it with some isopropyl alcohol. This helps the sealer spread out a little better. The sealer is basically just white glue and water. Then I left some imprints with the vehicles. I then sealed all of the foam with a mixture of Mod Podge and paint. The paint is to help see where you have put the Mod Podge. The Mod Podge is to protect it from the primer. I picked out my colors, and it was time to paint. With all of the base colors down, I moved on to some of the finishing touches, including some light dusting of sandy pigment, some dry brushing to help some of those edges pop, and a few of the standalone features like the crate. I downloaded these Stormtroopers from Straker's Armory off of Thingiverse. They were a little too small to spend my time painting each one individually, so I just painted them all black, then used a top-down spray of white. I think it did a pretty good job. Then went on to painting the ATST and the tank. After the painting was done, it was time to remove all of the stormtroopers from their little tray. This was quite the task. They were pretty fragile and they were still attached to their supports. Luckily, I only broke 2 or 3. Then I added them all to the diorama. I also added the tank and the ATST. And once those were in place, I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. If you like this kind of content and you want to see a little bit more, you can always join me at my Patreon. I'll put a link for that in the description. Otherwise, have a great week. I will see you all next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be building something that I thought was super cool from the 3rd episode of the 2nd season of The Mandalorian. I had a lot of fun building this. I hope you enjoy. I started off with some 040 styrene sheets. I just had a bunch of scraps left over, so I used those. Began cutting it into little shapes to build up the main body of the crane. I really enjoy working with styrene. I get mine from a local plastic supply store. They sell it in really large sheets, and it's far less expensive than if you get it at a hobby store. So the main body of this crane has 2 main sections to it. It has the trapezoidal box at the bottom that the legs attach to, and then it has this hexagon-shaped platform at the top. This connects to a rectangle by the 4 corners to the 8 corners, so it's fun to figure out the geometry of this. I didn't have anything to go off of but a still frame from I just paused it and looked at it. And given the short amount of time that I'm doing this in, I think it turned out pretty good. Once the 2 parts of the main body were glued together, it was time to start adding some details. I downloaded some AT-AT leg parts from Thingiverse. I'll link those below. The rest of these things I designed on my iPad. I used a thinner gauge of styrene to cut out the frames for the windows. And I glued these to the side that I wanted to be the front. A few years ago, I ordered some watch parts from Ukraine. I found this gear, which I thought would be a perfect thing to go on top of this antenna. I had a plan for the layout for the top of this thing. After I put it in place, I didn't really like it, so I began rearranging to see if I could find something I liked better. I did intentionally print the winch and the crane arm, and I was really happy with how those turned out. And in the end, I found a layout that I liked and a spot for almost everything. used the same model of the Razor Crest that I used in last week's video. I'll link that below. I began building the landing pad. After that, I primed the models. I'm going to refer to this as the AT Crane T. I think that's a pretty fun name for it. If you have a better name suggestion, go ahead and leave it in the comments. Or maybe you know the actual name for this. If that's the case, please don't leave it in the comments. I like AT Crane T. Then cut out some styrene pieces in the shape of the base. This will be the mold that I will pour the resin into. After that, it was time to paint. I used the airbrush and gave all three of these models a base coat of gray. After the gray was on, I started adding all the other details, including a green color. This thing has accumulated over years of being used in the ocean, and some chipping and weathering. While those were drying, I hot glued the styrene mold to the base. Made sure to have a nice even seal on the bottom to keep the resin from leaking out. I then glued the AT Crane T in place, and I mixed up my resin. I mixed in some black and some green to give the bottom layer of resin a nice dirty color. Poured it in and made sure it was evenly distributed before popping all the bubbles with a creme brulee torch. I'd say it is incredibly satisfying to watch all those bubbles pop. Wow. I added a platform for the landing pad to sit on and put the Razor Crest in a harness. I made this with some styrene and string. After 12 hours, I added the second coat of epoxy. This time the color was a little lighter. After that, I added the third and final layer, which was just slightly lighter than the one before. After that, I added the Razor Crest, harness and all. I glued it in place. I also glued the strings to give them a little bit more rigidity. When the third layer was dry, I added some Mod Podge to the top, and I used an airbrush to move it around to make it look like waves. After that was dry, I painted the crests of all the tallest waves white, began peeling off the styrene. It was a lot more difficult to get off than I thought it was going to be, but after cutting my finger a little bit and trying pretty hard, I got it cleaned up and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. I enjoyed making it. Hope you all have a great week, and I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be building K2SO's Last Stand. Diorama of the end of Rogue One. Started with the Bondi 1:12 scale figure model of K2SO. It's the first figure model that I've built from Bondi, and I have to say it was a lot of fun to put together. Snaps together super easily and is very detailed. It's also nice because it comes with two different finger options. It comes with open hand and closed fist. So I swapped the pointer fingers from each one so that he could hold his blaster. I then also cut open his left forearm, because out of it comes the little probe that he uses to hack the computer. I scratch built his blaster from some styrene rods and sprue pieces. This is the blaster he finally gets a turn with right before he dies. I built the console out of styrene sheets. I had originally planned to do 5. I think that's because, I think that's how many are shown in the movie. I reduced it to 3 for a smaller footprint on the base. I then drilled holes for the lights and made sure to leave access for the wiring. I used this cross-stitching mesh to build a little graded floor. Drilling all the way up through the model was very difficult because there's a lot of overlap, like where the pieces connect. It's very delicate, so I didn't want to ruin it, but I did want to hide the wire, so that was probably the biggest challenge on this build. I do have the negative going up his leg and the positive coming out through his arm, through the little hacking tool. So that's kind of a fun feature. It actually works. By this point in the movie, he had been shot multiple times, so I added that detail with a soldering iron. It was a little sad to ruin the model like that, but it looks good in the end. found this metal pattern at the hobby store. I think it's supposed to go around a lampshade or something like that, but I repurposed it because it was the perfect pattern to go on an Imperial wall. I think most of the Imperial walls in any ship, whether it be Star Destroyer or the Death Star, have the same patterns on them. So that's what I used here for this back splash, black, for the wall behind K2SO. I found that these Lego shutters were the perfect size for the vents. These little control panels you see in all the ships, I don't know what they're for. Maybe it's the air conditioning. I don't know. If you know, you should let me know in the comments. Primed it, black and gray. And I built this housing, or this back piece, to hide the battery and the wiring. These little electric tea lights are perfect because they have this flickering effect. So I added those to add a little bit of movement to the diorama. I'd never worked with fiber optic wires before, but they were great. They communicate a soft light for all these buttons really well. Really happy with how they look. I found these tiny little LEDs online. Like they're the LED itself is like the size of a pencil, the tip of a pencil. So it was the perfect thing to go inside his head. This is actually the first time I've ever soldered or wired anything, so I was actually kind of surprised it worked. Super happy it worked. But surprised. I will put all of the paints I used for him in the description if you are curious. Once that was all done, I finished closing up the panel. It was difficult because there were parts that needed to be open, but I figured it out in the end. Wired it up. Called it good. I'm super happy with how this turned out. I may light up that that pattern on the back in the future with some LED tape, but for now I think I'm good. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be recreating a scene from the first episode of the second season of The Mandalorian. If I'm being completely honest, I am not all that stoked with the end result of this project. I think I could have made it a lot cooler. I don't think I executed it very well. but that's just how it goes sometimes. So please don't leave any mean comments. I will get back to doing LEDs and other more sophisticated projects soon. After I had the shape of the base cut out, I began putting together the cave that the crate dragon lives in, using some XPS foam and hot glue. I then sculpted the rock face as well as widening the mouth of the cave. Then used some nail hole filler to hide some of the cracks between the pieces of the foam. After that, I sanded down all of the sides smooth, and I applied a layer of Mod Podge and paint to help protect this for when I prime it. I also added a little bit of very fine sand to help add a little bit of texture to the base. To build the crate dragon, I used an app called Forger. It's for the iPad, and it is a 3D sculpting software that worked really well. I used a reference photo and was pretty easily able to make a good replica of the crate dragon. I also, with the app, created a bantha and a Tusken Raider running for his life. Put the files on the 3D printer and let it do its thing. Then moved on to painting the terrain. In order to make this look a little bit more realistic, I painted on all the shadows instead of allowing the diorama to cast the shadows itself. This helps make it look a little bit more realistic, even though the shadows are fake. I dry brushed on the final highlight, and then I went back with some black 3.0 to really sell the depth of this cave. The print was done, so I took those off. I rinsed them and cured them, printed some extra Tusken Raiders. Bantha turned out pretty well. Only thing that was missing was some of the bottom teeth on the dragon. Otherwise, pretty happy with everything. I then began painting all the miniatures with their respective colors. Finished up the detailing on the Tusken Raiders, as well as the ink wash and shading on the dragon. I reapplied some sand to the base. Felt like this looked a lot better than the sand I had painted on. I also used some sand to hide the dragon and help him blend into the diorama a little better. I made some little footprints in the sand where the raider and the bantha walked up. And then I glued them in place. Applied a little bit more of that shadow before gluing it to the acrylic. Called it good. is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you all have a great week. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be building another bookshelf diorama, this time featuring the Bondi Kylo Ren, depicting the scene from The Force Awakens where he stops the blaster. As is the case with most Bondi models, it was very nicely detailed, but I decided to make a few modifications and paint it to give it that next level of detail. For the base, I used 040 styrene sheets. This material is incredible. I also integrated the base that comes with the model. It holds onto the model's foot, so you can put the model in there securely and pull it out if you need to, which makes working on this thing very easy. If you are new to styrene, Adam Savage has a great video on how to work with it. I would highly recommend going and checking that out. In my previous videos, I used high voltage LED filaments, but for this project, to make it a little safer, I went with a lower voltage option. There is a downside to using these low voltage LED filaments. They don't sell any that are as long as the high voltage ones at this time, so you have to stack them up, and they are a lot more fragile. So you have to be careful and creative in order to make these work. Decided to have the LEDs mounted on the side of a moisture evaporator, which is kind of a standard fixture in the Star Wars universe. I made it out of a bunch of spare parts and scraps from other projects. There are obviously a lot of mixed opinions about this most recent Star Wars trilogy, but I think most people would agree that when Kylo Ren stops the blaster bolt mid-air in The Force Awakens, that's a pretty cool moment. Hopefully this build captures some of that. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you do enjoy the content, please leave a like and subscribe. There's more fun stuff coming soon. See you next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be building an Imperial shuttle as a terrain piece for Star Wars Legion. I started with this sheet of 040 styrene, and I used Darth Vader and a Stormtrooper as a size reference. I got all this styrene from a plastic supply store near my house. The prices there are a lot better than if I was to get it at a hobby store. So keep that in mind. This time you're looking for any kind of plastic. The main body of the chip I used styrofoam for. Just add some strength, but also keep it super light. Use those paper rolls to get a more exact round edge. Hot glued it all together. That was the last of my hot glue, so going forward I had to be careful not to glue things together with the wrong kind of glue. Plastic cement will melt styrofoam and it won't stick to paper, but it's definitely the best thing to stick styrene together, so I had to work around that. Most of this I used a few photos for references, but wung it in other areas. So this isn't like a perfect scale model or like a set ready model, but perfect for a war game table. I did some side panels. And started building the landing gear. Always helpful to have little sprues from old models that you can use to build anything mechanical, really. Use this cross-stitching mesh, a piece of foam core to build the ramp. And drilled some holes in some sprues. Added styrene rods to make the hydraulic lift. Starting to come together. I used a piece of wood to be the support for the main fin. Then I cut out some foam core. I peeled off the paper so that I could score lines that would show up after painting. I put one piece in the middle just to add a little bit more support and glued it all together. It was the same process for the sides. Then I kind of kit bashed these guns together. This part, I warmed up the styrene and then I molded it to a PVC pipe. I did burn my fingers multiple times doing this, so I wouldn't recommend doing that. Just find something round and cut it in half. It's not worth the risk. I added some details on the front. The wings are pretty fragile, so I decided to add some anchors out of styrene rod that I would glue in place. I used epoxy for the wings and for the mast. Felt like that would be the most secure. If you spray paint foam, most styrofoam, it will melt. So you can get around this by having about a foot of distance between the spray can and the foam. It won't melt it, but I wouldn't recommend doing it on anything you had spent a long time detailing. You might ruin it. I appreciated all the panel lines and masked off everywhere I wanted to stay black. All of the paint I used was Vallejo. If you want the exact paint colors, you can look in the description or just pause go back and pause the video. I then filled in the panels, making sure to preserve the dark lines underneath. Some of the paint had made its way through the mask, so I touched that up. After that was done, I glued the wings in place. Touched up with a brush. Last thing I did was make these engines blue and dry brushed the ramp. And there it is. This only took me a few hours to put together and paint, and it'll look great on any table. It's very affordable. I would highly recommend trying to build one instead of spending a lot of money on a to-scale model. I hope you enjoyed, found this useful. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week I'm going to be building a 1:350 scale Millennium Falcon with some lights. I'm also going to be putting it on a landing platform inspired by the one seen in Empire Strikes Back from Cloud City. This kit from Bondi does not come with any landing gear, but I did want this to be in landed position, so I added 5 pieces of plastic to the bottom. I didn't pay too much attention to these because they will be on the bottom of the Falcon and not very visible from the top. And then I drilled out 6 holes for some lights. After all of the customization was done, I primed it and got ready for painting. I swapped out the needle and nozzle on the airbrush to something a little bit finer. I'm going to be doing pre-shading on this Falcon, so I needed the stream to be nice and thin. Once that was back together, I got started. Pre-shading is the process of going over panel lines or shaded areas with a black thin line. The idea is that some of this will show through the next layer of paint, creating a kind of a natural break between the panels and show a little bit of discoloration from panel to panel. It's easy to overdo this. Sometimes it just ends up looking way too outlined. So I try to err on the side of covering up more of the black lines than not. Next up was to paint the individual panels that had some color to them. Most of these are red, but there's also some yellow ones and some bluish gray. I used a couple photo references for this. Then I also did a few more details, including the exhaust trails behind the exhaust fans. Once the painting was done, I ran all of the LEDs through the bottom and out the hole that was meant for the stand that came with the ship. And then once I had all of those in place, I twisted the negative and positive leads together, made sure those were working, and I assembled it. Then used some canvas board for the base of the diorama. I measured that out and cut it to length. I used a roll of tape to get the right size for the landing pad. I drew some lines to make sure everything was squared and centered. I used my hot film table to cut out all of the basic shapes for the landing pad. To create a smoother surface for the landing pad, I cut out some styrene in the same shape as the foam. Then I cut out an outline of the same shape to go on top as a rim. I use the hand hot wire cutter to create a path for the wires through the foam. This will go to the batteries that will sit at the back of the diorama. I then moved to the back of the diorama and I peeled the paper off of some foam core, and that is what I used to build the majority of this section. The foam that comes on the inside of the foam core is really nice to work with. It cuts cleanly and it doesn't have the same kind of dust that other styrofoam does, but it does have a little bit of a residue from the paper. So after I painted this, it ended up looking more like a fortress than I wanted it to. A friend of mine also pointed out that it should have been rounder. But you live and you learn. After all the details were on, I drilled some holes for some more LEDs, and I painted it. Once I was done painting, I got all of the wiring figured out. I glued it in place. I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Have a great week. I will see you next time. Hey everybody, how's it going? This is my first video on YouTube, so if it's a little rough, give me some grace. Yeah, this is going to be a board game map that I just finished. It's a crashed spaceship from Star Wars. For Star Wars Legion. I use this model from SketchUp by Joel G of the Tantive 4. It's pretty nice. Not a lot of like crazy detail, but definitely enough to get all of the general shapes down. Started in on this back section, and I didn't really I didn't find the exact measurements or scale to the 28mm characters for the board game. But yeah, I was pretty happy with the result. I feel like it turned out to be about the right size. Just a lot of pinning and gluing. Didn't turn out perfectly straight, but I thought, hey, it's gonna be crashed, whatever. This middle section here I did off camera. A lot of the same thing, just measured it, cut it, made it look like it was broken. Found these random parts lying around my house, old model pieces and wires and mesh. It's nice because you can like work it in between the in the foam portion of the foam core, and it'll like stick in there. And if you like kind of peel back the paper on the outside, it looks like kind of like metal being ripped away. I don't know, made for a nice effect. Yeah, the idea behind this thing is kind of like it crashed a long time ago. It's been sitting there. People have been ripping pieces off of it. Also, huge shout out to my grandma for letting me use her pin cushion. I don't have that many pins of my own. Yeah, so hugely appreciated. Cut this wing section a little big here, so I shaved that down. Found these cups, and they happen to be just the right size. Went ahead and tried to make that little gun out of some spare parts. It's not exactly perfect like I would have liked to go into more detail, and I didn't have multiple, so I only made one gun. But it's okay. It's a crash ship. Finished up this the top layer of engines, and started working on the second one. This is a ridiculous number of engines, like proportionally, like thinking about like some of the other ships in Star Wars can go so fast with much smaller engines. This thing is just gargantuan. As you can see here, I'm using LaCroix cans for the engines, which happen to be the perfect size. Super thrilled about that. I have not had any like sugary soda or pop since like it was my New Year's resolution of 2010. And so if I need carbonated drinks, I drink LaCroix. Yeah. This part was really annoying. I had to like score all these little pieces of foam individually and then wrap them around, and they didn't stick to the LaCroix cans very well, so I had to go back and use super glue. This portion was really fun. I just carved out, I mean, doing like damage on anything like this is always like, the little details are always the best. I think you can see I kind of reinforced that thing behind. I went to the dollar store and found a bunch of different little like gift boxes of different sizes for this round section. Worked out pretty well. Added some layering. So the cockpit was a little tough. I found these at the dollar store as well. It's like this kind of like brittle plastic, and it like doesn't really cut well. It kind of cracks into like little shards when you cut it. So I was actually really surprised this worked out as well as it did. Yeah, wanted to put a little bit more detail inside, so I always like to keep the I think sprues, I think they're called, when you get a model, all the little things you cut out the pieces of. They always come in handy later. Just kind of fit that in there. Yeah, did the same thing for the back here. This really actually is what kind of makes it for me. I think because the shapes are good, but the details are what really makes it. So I got this insulation foam, kind of measured that out. Although I don't think I would have done exactly the same way if I could do it over. I think it sticks up a little far off the actual playable surface, but it's alright. Maybe next time. Also decided to have some like scattered debris lying around. I scored the foam there. Made the worst sound ever. prime it up. This is the best part for me. I love painting. I love painting models and miniatures, and I just like the process. It's very cathartic. Layer up your paints. Never starts where it's gonna end. Always changes along the way. And the layers are everything on a model or a painting, I guess, in general. It's knowing what colors go and what shades need to go underneath the others. Obviously doing it tastefully, and I think there's definitely wrong ways to paint models, but there's just so much freedom, whether you're like dry brushing or airbrushing or whatever. I don't have an airbrush. I would probably use it a lot. Probably should just bite the bullet and get one. I've just done brush painting forever. I'm sure the learning curve is not too bad. So painted up the rest of these little pieces, and I began smoothing out the texture around the ships, because I basically wanted it to be like it had been sitting there for a while, and the sand kind of blows up against the ship, around the ship, and makes it like a smooth, gradual slope up to the ship, kind of natural looking. Unfortunately, like I was saying before, I cut out shapes around the outside to kind of like I don't know, build up the sand underneath, but I did it in a, I don't know, I'm not super thrilled with the way I did that, except on this back piece. This back piece looks definitely the best. Yeah, here they are together. Man, this was fun to see it like all together for the first time. It's actually a lot bigger than I realized it would be. Painting down the base, the earthy color. I did this first as kind of like a primer, so that when I put the sand on, it would have something. The glue would stick. I think it would stick better to this paint than to the foam. So here's the glue. So this was a lot of work. I mean, it was a lot of sand. I went through like an entire jar of sand. I don't even know where I found the jar of sand. Well, no, I mean, I found it in the cabinet. I don't know where it was from. It's a lot of sand. So after that was done drying, did some more highlights, some dry brushing over the top to bring back a little bit more of a sandy color instead of an earthy color. Also went through and did some weathering on the outside. I think the weathering is what really topped this off, paint-wise. Cleaned up some lines that I had gone over with the wrong paint color. So the process of doing this is basically you put the sand down, or the glue down, then the sand, and then you go over with a water glue mixture, and when that dries, it creates like a seal on top. Otherwise, you'll have sand chipping off while you play your game all the time. It's just so annoying. It's a fun process. It's a little tedious, but it's fun when you get it right. Yeah. So just some final touches, and we're done. Thanks for watching, everybody. I will be posting more videos soon. Catch you later. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be building a little book nook themed off of a cute scene from the 4th episode of the 2nd season of The Mandalorian. I cut a piece of canvas board to size and then began plotting out where I wanted all the different elements of this diorama to go. For the little cage server thing at the back left hand corner, I used some plastic canvas. I really like this material. It is super inexpensive and you can find it at any hobby store or fabric store. For the top and the bottom, I cut out some styrene. I also used a little styrene rod to help give it a little bit more support. The plastic canvas is great, but it is a little bit finicky when you try and glue it together. I had some bits and sprues and springs and things like that lying around, so I started making this piece of equipment. I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be. It's the thing that sits inside the cage. Just kind of threw together something that looked good. Actually, it doesn't look that good, but it looks like it could be a thing. When I was happy with it, I put it in place to make sure that the sizing was correct. I started gluing everything together. I used some styrene to make the little panel that sits right next to Baby Yoda. I drilled some holes for the wiring to pass through. I wanted there to be a little bit more variance in the surfaces in this little hallway, so I made a little shelf out of styrene that I glued to the side and a beam to run across the width. These will both help add a little bit more dimension. The next thing to do was to mark out the little hole at the back. I printed the grate and I cut out a window just the right size. This will also house a little piece of translucent acrylic, which will help diffuse the light. To decorate the interior of this little hallway, I used a bunch of different things, including some plastic canvas, old sprues, and some 3D printed objects as well. When I was satisfied with the level of clutter inside the hallway, it was time to prime. With that done, it was time to add some lighting. I used a string of pixie lights, I put a few of them in the side, and then I wrapped the rest into that little server box, and I glued the back on. I added a little bit of weathering to the inside of this. Can't really tell in the final product because it is pretty dark in here, but figured I should add it just in case. I cut the battery pack off the pixie lights. I'll definitely use that in a future project. And I rethought the light that goes by Baby Yoda's face. I want more of a diffused light as opposed to a spotlight. So I coiled up an LED filament and I'm really happy with how it turned out. I put all of the lights in place and made sure they were working. For this project, I wanted to build my own Baby Yoda. I know I could have downloaded a bunch of models from online and that probably would have been a lot faster, but I think it's good to have my own handmade, in a way, Baby Yoda. I also wanted to develop my skills a little further in this app. I haven't been doing it for very long, and this was definitely the most challenging to try and match what the character looked like. But when it was done, it turned out really stinking cute, and I was very happy with it. I painted his sweater with a combination of khaki and mahogany, and then added a little bit more of the khaki around the collar and the cuffs. For the base color of the skin, I used an olive green, and then I added the khaki back in small increments to build some layers on the lighter parts of his face. I then added a little bit of pink and did the same thing in the ears and on the cheeks. Lastly, I went over his eyes with a glossy black and a gloss varnish to help bring out a little bit more shine. For the wires, I used some styrene rod that I bent into shape and then cut to length before gluing into his hands. Then I glued his head in place and I painted one wire red and of course the other one blue. I got these cool toggle switches along with a bunch of other electrical components from my friend Chuck. Huge shout out to you, Chuck, for hooking me up with these. I finalized all of the wiring, got everything connected to a USB power cord, and began working on the final details. With Baby Yoda in place, I was able to finish the housing, seal everything up, and when that was done, I called it good. That's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. Have a great week. I will see you all next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be building another Nano Nook featuring these two miniatures left over from my last project. These miniatures are absolutely tiny, with Boba Fett coming in at 1/2 inch tall. I got this golf ball display case from the hobby store and was very pleasantly surprised when I was able to peel off this sticker with no residue. Measured the inside of the cube and cut out some sheets of styrene to line the walls. I wanted the opening to be in the shape of an arch, so I measured that out and carefully cut it with an X-Acto knife. Once I had snapped that shape out, I used a little file to smooth down the edges. I used a few different reference photos as well as the scene from The Return of the Jedi to get a good feel for what this little room looked like. I wanted to cut a small hole in this piece of styrene, so I used a trick that I learned from one of Adam Savage's videos where you cut a cross from corner to corner and it makes peeling out the interior pieces far easier. If you have seen any of my previous videos, you've probably seen me work with this material right here. It's known by a few different names. I know it as plastic canvas. I will put a link to it in the description. This material is very widely applicable and very inexpensive. Would highly recommend getting some. You will definitely use it. A friend of mine recently finished pretty much the exact same idea for a diorama, only in the 1 to 12 scale. I'll put a link to that build below. You should go check it out. Give him an upvote. With all of the construction out of the way, it was time to move on to the electrical. I used an old USB cord for this. I really just need the red and the black wires. The green and the white are for, I don't know. To light this project, I'm using some LED tape and nano LEDs. Working with this LED tape is very fun and very easy. If you don't know how to do it, I would definitely recommend learning how. There's some great tutorials out there, and it will very quickly improve your hobbying capabilities. The other nano LEDs ran off a lower voltage, so I needed a resistor to make sure that those didn't burn out. I wanted a little bit more warmth out of the LEDs, so I went back and I painted over them with a little bit of yellow, wired it all together, and got it ready for painting. In order to make the light that comes up from the bottom nice and red, I used some red cellophane. Painting Boba Fett at this scale was really fun. Using the tiny brush to paint all of the colors on this Tic Tac size bounty hunter was super satisfying. Unfortunately, you lose all the color when the diorama's lit because he's backlit and then it's like a silhouette, so you can't really see most of the detail. But it was fun nonetheless, and I'll put all of the paints that I used in the description. Unfortunately, I did not get any good footage of the painting of the inside of this. It is pretty much just one sandy color, except for the carbonite, and then an ink wash. After that, it was just a matter of final assembly and gluing everything in place, getting the wires all connected. And that was that. I am going to be giving this away. All you have to do to enter that is to leave a comment, make sure you're subscribed, and if you want some bonus points, share it with a friend. That's the end of this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boileye Hobby Time. This week I'm going to be building the Havoc Marauder, which is the ship of Clone Force 99 in the Bad Batch, in 1:144 scale. The majority of this build is going to be from styrene. I used two different thicknesses. I used 040 for the majority of the structure, and 020 for the details and all of the panels. I went through the first episode of Bad Batch on Disney Plus, looking for any time the ship was on screen, so I could pause it and get some reference photos. I did actually take photos, not screen captures, because every time you try to take a screen capture, the screen goes black. So I took some photos with my phone. They're not the best, but they worked just fine. I cut out the silhouette of the first shape on two thinner pieces of styrene. And I got a nice sharp knife to make sure that my interior cuts were nice and clean. After I cut out those interior shapes, I noticed that it kind of looks like a dinosaur head. It doesn't look like a dinosaur head when it's flying or on the ship because the recessed areas have that black fill, but cut out like that, they do look like dinosaur heads. I'm not really sure how I feel about the ship, the design of the ship in general. When I first saw it, I didn't like it that much. I thought it looked kind of goofy, but it's growing on me. The next step was to build the body. I wanted to build up the majority of the mass of the body out of foam. So I used my hot wire table to cut out all of those basic shapes. I also used this acrylic tube for the end of the portion of the body that's round before it connects to the wing. And I cut that on my bandsaw. Once I had all of those pieces cut out, I glued them together. I then cut out pieces of styrene to cover all of the styrofoam. With that done, it's time to move on to the wings. I looked at a reference and drew out the shape of the wings just like I did with the dorsal fin. Then I cut that out, and because there were 3 panels for each wing and 2 wings, using some quick math, I figured out that there needed to be 6 of that shape. So I copy and pasted that manually. And then I drew out the interior shapes. I used that first cut as a template. I traced out the lines onto the rest of the panels, and then I snapped my fingers like Thanos, and half the styrene disappeared. Then I glued those outer pieces to the inner piece, just like with the dorsal fin. And I was starting to see a ship come together. I used some square styrene tubing to create the little braces that hold the wings on the ship. I used my hobby saw and I mitered each of the ends of those at a 45-degree angle. I glued them in place, making sure that they were even on both sides. For the cockpit, I repurposed a piece of an X-Wing model. I know this isn't the exact perfect shape, this is a little bit more bird-like, but for my purposes it worked just fine. Glued on little pieces of plastic and styrene, building up a little bit more mass and changing the shape a little to make it look more accurate. Use more of that square styrene to build up a little ridge on top. And I glued the fin in place. Then glued the wings in place, making sure to hold those stable while they dried. Once they were dry, it was time to start adding the little details. Once all those details were on, I was really happy with how it looked, and it was time to prime. One thing I forgot to do before painting was to score some panel lines, so I did that with my X-Acto before pre-shading. I painted those recessed areas on the wings and the fin in a solid black. Then I masked those off to protect them from the next step. I then sprayed on a light gray, trying to preserve those dark areas and panel lines. Then I stippled on a dark gray to help create a little bit of variation in the surface. I then painted some of the panels that had unique colors to them, as well as the windows. Then it was time to peel off the mask. This is always very satisfying. There were a few spots that were not perfect, so I went back and touched those up with a brush. And then I added a wash to help make it look a little bit more weathered. And the last thing to do was to install the electronics. I added 2 little lights to the front and 6 to the back. And I built a little base with a toggle switch. I powered the whole thing with a coin battery. Once that was done, I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I want to give a huge shout out to all of my patrons. You guys are great. Have a great week, everyone. After that, it was time for final assembly. I glued the ATST down to the styrene. I glued the styrene down to the cork. After that, I soldered everything in place and sealed up the housing for the battery. I finished off the diorama with the addition of some trees and grass. And then I used a spray-on matte varnish to wrap it up. I am going to be giving this away. All you have to do to enter that is subscribe and leave a comment. That's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week, I built my very first original kit-bashed ship for the Star Wars universe. I've had multiple people request this kind of a build, and it is something I've wanted to do more of, and I think I will do in the future. I really enjoyed this one. Hope you do too. My friend Jeremy suggested that I build a ship for Jawas. I thought that was a pretty fun idea, so I looked to the Sandcrawler for some inspiration. This obviously has a lot of the same design features. It's big, it's bulky, has a lot of room for cargo and junk, and it has a little magnetic vacuum tube on the front so that it can fly around and pick up droids and other junk that the Jawas can sell. Got that scaled up, and I was ready to build. I broke into my bits box, which seemed fitting because I would imagine that if a Jawa was to build a ship, they would probably just use whatever ship parts they had access to. I would imagine that no two Jawa ships would look the same. The other main material that I used for this build is styrene. I use this in a ton of my builds. It is awesome material. If you don't have this in your arsenal of materials, I would highly recommend adding it. I cut out the basic shape for all the panels, namely the top and the sides. I matched it up pretty closely to the look of a sandcrawler, but this thing has to fly, so it needs to be a little bit more aerodynamic, so I cut out some angles to make it look more like a spaceship. I had to make two of each because there's going to be obviously two sides to this. So in order to duplicate the shape, I just put the first on top of the second and used it as a guide. It's nice because the styrene doesn't have to be cut all the way through. You can pretty much just score it and then snap it, and it creates a nice clean line. And if there's any imperfection, you can just sand it off. When I work with styrene, I typically use the Tester's liquid cement. I really like it as a bonding agent. I think it does a great job. It has a nice cure time. It's not, you don't have to hold the stuff there too long, but there is some wiggle room. You can move stuff around after it's in place and you're not going to screw it up. The only problem is the bottle. The bottle is really inconvenient to work with. I should probably just transfer it over to my own applicator. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Made sure to keep the drawing in front of me so I had a reference to follow. I also sanded down all of the surfaces so that when I sprayed on the primer later, it would adhere a little better. I finished up the main body of the ship, and then I used some contour putty to fill in the gaps, which I smoothed over with my finger and then filed down. Then drilled some holes in the top, and I ran some styrene rods all the way through. I kept those loose for now so that I could move them around when the engines were in place and make sure everything was evenly spaced before gluing it permanently. These engines were scavenged from a crashed Y-wing. They found these in the desert and they added them to their ship as an upgrade, and also to help supplement their existing engine, which was scratch built from satellite pieces. It's big and it looks impressive, but it is not very reliable. So the three engines work together to keep the ship flying. Next, I drilled some holes and added some landing gear. I made the landing gear out of styrene rods and pieces of sprue that I hollowed out with a pin vise. My guess is that this ship makes pretty frequent stops to pick up garbage in the desert, so it would probably have no need for retractable landing gear. The magnetic suction tube that sits at the front of the ship I made with some little metal rings and a styrene tube, and then I wrapped it in heat shrink and I used a heat gun to shrink it down around all of the rings. I got this idea from Cut Transform Glue. Great channel with a lot of tips like that. I'll put a link to that below. Next, I added some of the smaller details, including some tubes and wire made out of guitar string. This is a trick that I learned from Monster Party Wars on Instagram. Definitely go check out his stuff. He makes some incredible 1:144 scale scratch builds and kit bashes, and in a lot of ways inspired this build today. So if you don't already follow him, you should definitely go do that. Next, I added the little box on the top that holds the sail. The sail, I think we're going to just say that that is for stabilization. I think that's what most sails and fins that you see on Star Wars ships do. So once that was in place, I added a few more little wires and details and things, including a loading ramp with a hydraulic lift. After that was done, I felt like it was ready to paint. I used the airbrush to pre-shade the model, and then I went over everything with a mahogany brown. I added a matte finish over top of the base coat to protect it before moving on to the details. If you're curious about any of the paints that I used, I will list all of those in the description. I decided to use this lighting platform that I built in a previous video. I added some upgrades, including some lights and a guitar string fuel hose. I also added some fuel stains, oil stains, and other liquid stains on the deck to make it look a little bit more heavily used. Then printed off and painted some little astromech droids, some Jawas, and this guy named Tim. I found Tim on Thingiverse. I will include a link to that in the description. I don't know Tim, but for my purposes, Tim is going to be the owner of a little outpost in the middle of nowhere, and these Jawas showed up to refuel and are trying to sell him some droids, but I don't think he's buying it. Last thing to do was to glue the ship in place, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed making this a lot. I also want to give a huge thank you and shout out to all of my patrons who help me get a new video out every week. You guys are greatly appreciated, and I really enjoy talking with you all in the Discord. If any of the rest of you are interested in joining that, I'll put a link to the Patreon below. Otherwise, have a great week, everyone. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be building a landing pad, which will double as a display stand for some 1/44 scale Bondi ship models. I will also be assembling and painting a U-wing, which I will place on the stand for the end of this video. This kit is pretty fun. It comes with a K2SO and Cassian, which fit very nicely right inside the tiny little cockpit. This set also comes with a TIE Striker, which kind of looks like a minion with bat wings, and 2 Imperial tanks. If you have any suggestions for how I should use these in future projects, let me know in the comments. I painted the interior of the ship and both of the figures, so I could put those back inside and I didn't have to worry about coming back and painting those later. I then used a very sharp X-Acto knife to mask off the windows so that I had no fear that I was going to get paint on them. There is an Instagram user who goes by Monster Party Wars who has very quickly become an inspiration of mine for his work with styrene and 1/44 scale Star Wars models. This project today was directly inspired by a project of his where he builds a secret mountain base with an attached landing platform. I used that as a reference and inspiration for today's build. I do not take any of the credit for coming up with the idea. If you like my projects, you should go find him on Instagram. You will definitely love his. I carved the rocky base out of some XPS insulation foam, and originally I had wanted to put it inside of an acrylic display case. After I was done, I decided not to do that and wish I had not restricted myself to the shape of the acrylic case, and that would have allowed me to do more with this project, but there's always next time. I assembled the little rocky part with the landing platform, and it was time to paint. I will put all of the paints I used in the description if you are curious. I would usually go back and paint all these little details, but for the sake of time, I decided to go with the decals this time. And I also tried something new. I was a little nervous to try it, but happy I did. I used my X-Acto knife to chip away at just the decal, revealing the paint underneath. It's a little unconventional, but I feel like it aged this thing pretty convincingly. Finished by painting all the little details on the ship and painting the panel lines with a very fine ink wash. After that, I moved on to the landing platform and the rocks. I masked off two narrow rectangles on either side of the landing platform, and I painted those with the airbrush in a nice mustard yellow. To add the chipped paint look, I went back in with the original color of the landing platform and painted that over the yellow randomly. Felt like it needed a little bit more detail, so I added a connection point on the rock and a little box next to the antenna and connected them with some wires. After this off camera, I did add a small piece of styrene to the bottom to keep it from tipping over, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys have a great week. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week I'm going to be building Jabba's Palace, or I guess as of the end of the second season of The Mandalorian, Boba Fett's palace. I was trying to decide what scale to build this at, and I knew I wanted it on this wooden base. So given the amount of terrain surrounding the palace that I wanted to include, came out to about 1 to 700 scale. So I went over to the iPad, got on Shaper 3D, designed each of the buildings, and then I printed them out on my resin 3D printer. I had to reprint the main building's roof. It printed a little bit wonky the first time. Luckily I did print it in 2 pieces, so didn't have to print the entire thing again. Then I used a pencil to mark out on the styrofoam where the hill was going to be. Use the hot wire cutter to carve that out. Then I switched to a different tip on the hot wire cutter, began carving the rocks, making sure to include that pathway up to the palace for the road. Carved out the rocks to make them look as natural as possible. I also used the offcut to build up the hills on the back of the diorama. Originally, I had wanted to have light coming from the inside of the buildings, so I drilled some holes for that, but the windows were way too small, so I ended up not doing that in the end. I mixed up a sealer using some plaster, Mod Podge, paint, and water. This was a nice consistency to be able to brush on, but when it dried it was nice and hard, protects the styrofoam, and it also had a nice texture to it that I felt complemented the rocky, dry nature of the terrain. While that was drying, I moved on to painting the buildings. I gave them a coat of primer, and then once that was dry, I gave them a base coat with the airbrush. I then moved on to painting some of the details on the buildings. This was done with mostly different colors of washes. I had some grime and weathering. Fun fact, unlike the Alamo, Jabba's palace has a basement, and that's actually where the throne room is. It's not in this big grand structure above ground like you'd think. He chooses to spend his time underground. It's cooler and less dry. Then applied washes to the sides of the rocks, everywhere where the dust would not have settled as heavily. And I applied some pigment to the top to make it a little bit more dusty. And then I glued everything in place. Lastly, I painted the sides of the diorama black, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Have a great week, everyone. I will see you next time. Hey, how's it going, guys? Hope you enjoyed that little spot of ASMR unboxing. It's the core set of Star Wars Legion. So I'm going to be putting it together and painting it in this video. I'm used to models that come in sprues, so it's nice to not have to worry about clipping these guys out. They came in nice little baggies for easy assembly. This model's cool because it has a couple different weapons you can put on the front. I decided to go with this kind of heavy machine gun looking thing. I thought it looked the coolest. Definitely had the most weight on the front. I'll find some other use for the other two weapons somewhere else. If you can guess who this character is, leave a comment. See how many of you are smart. This guy too. Why don't you take a wild guess as to who this is while you're at it? Oh, this reminds me. When I was younger, one time I was assembling a model, and there's a piece that just wouldn't go where it was supposed to. But I had already put the super glue on. So I'm rushing, trying to get this thing to fit in there, and this the piece finally snapped in. But when it did, it splashed super glue right into my eye. That was weird. I blinked really fast. I didn't know what was gonna happen. Like, I didn't want it to harden with my eyes shut. So I just blinked really fast, and I guess it worked. I can still see out of that eye. But be careful with super glue. Also, make sure you're in a well-ventilated place. Super glue. Well, I don't know. Maybe it gives some people headaches. I was gonna do a cool transition right here, but my camera wasn't rolling. Chose to go ahead and base all of these in sand to match the board I just finished making, and I did all that before I primed it, just so that it would all be kind of sealed in place for painting. Went ahead and primed them. Stormtroopers got white on top of gray, and the rebels got gray on black. Stormtroopers are pretty easy to paint. Obviously, they're just like two colors. I mean, there's more to it. I mean, obviously there's some details, and there's shading on the actual, underneath sides of the armor, and but they're pretty simple. Also, these bedrolls, I'd never really noticed them in Star Wars. I guess they're there, but I hadn't really thought about needing to sleep. But it makes sense. Darth Vader was pretty straightforward. Just a couple little details on his little box thing. Yeah, on his chest. I don't really know what that's called. His belt also had a few little buttons and lights. I gave him a little dry brush to kind of pull out some of the highlights on the cape, and then went back over with the shiny black. The Stormtroopers are, as simple as they are, they're actually really fun to paint. They're everywhere you put black down, it's like little details, like in the eyes, or on the little ridge over their eyes, or between the armor. So they're fun to do, and you can do. It was nice because I was able to just put them all side by side and just put some black paint down, and go through and paint them all real quick. Except these guys obviously have the different colored shoulder thing. I don't know the word for that. Leave a comment if you know. I'm not going to show you all of the stormtroopers because, like I said, they're all the same. And that's exactly like if you've seen one, you've seen them all. Luke Skywalker is he was fun to paint. He's probably the least fun to paint of all of the characters. Maybe. I do think the detail on his face wasn't as good as it could have been. I didn't think the wash settled in very well. Not super duper happy with how this model turned out. But it's okay. I mean, I don't hate it. I just don't think it's my best ever model. This thing's fun to paint. I always love dry brushing. I love the effect that it brings. Starting with the darker brown color and then working my way up to lighter and lighter. I decided to go with a tan color instead of more like metal or mechanical gray color, just because I wanted it to fit in with this whole like desert theme. Because in case you haven't noticed, there's a lot of desert everything in Star Wars. So I thought it would be fitting to just make all the rebels desert clothed. They all have the same color. Like even on this guy, like I feel like the detail on this guy's face is even better than Luke's. Yeah, like I said, all of the rebels, they're getting the same color palette for all of their clothing. Some of them had a nice sweater, so I painted all of those an accent color of like a mustard yellow. I thought that was, you can see it a little bit right there. Thought that was nice and fashionable. I don't know if they actually have mustard yellow, but I thought it looked good. Here's the whole set. So the board that you see all these guys sitting on right now, I constructed and made a video of that as well. Go check that out if you haven't seen it already. Yeah, but that's the end of this video. Appreciate everybody who took the time to watch it. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week I'm going to be building the carbon freezer from the Empire Strikes Back. I'm going to be building it out of an electric tea light candle, this LED filament, and some good old-fashioned kit bashing. you are curious about it. Once that was glued in place, I just added a little bit of weathering and texturing to the top. I sprayed it with a matte varnish, and I used some black 3.0 to paint the base. When that was done, I called it good. Last week I hit 50,000 subscribers, and I just want to thank all of you so much for helping me get there. That is also why I'm going to be giving this away to one of you. All you have to do to enter that giveaway is leave a comment on this video and be subscribed. I'm also going to be launching a Patreon featuring some behind the scenes content, other exclusive content, and access to some digital downloads. I'll put a link in the description if you are interested in that. That's the end of this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a great week. I will see you next time. Hey everybody, today I'm going to be building a U-Wing for Star Wars Legion. Found the dimensions for this thing online and did some quick math to convert it down to the Star Wars Legion scale, which is about 1.5 inches to every 6 feet. Carved the entire thing out of styrene sheets, which styrene you can buy at a plastic supply store for very low cost. It goes a long ways, and you can build pretty much anything with it. At this length it got a little wobbly, so I added some supports to make sure it wasn't flopping around. Decided to carve the engines out of wood. I probably could have done it with PVC piping, but decided since I had the lathe, might as well get some use out of it. As I was building this ship, I realized that some of the design features are very similar to other ships I've seen in Star Wars. So I did some investigating and found out that just like we have Dodge and Peugeot, in Star Wars they have manufacturers who make different ships, which is why some of them look kind of similar and some of them look completely different. This one, for instance, has a similar cockpit shape to an X-Wing and the airspeeder. It also has this radiator on the front and the back, which on the airspeeder is only on the back, but it's pretty much the same thing. And the engines are the same as on the X-Wing. So I thought that was a fun fact. I also like how this one, because the weight is kind of shifted back with the main portion of the ship being closer to the back. Looks kind of like a potbelly pig, which is fun. Super glued a piece of styrene between the engines so that I could use plastic cement to get that attached to the ship. Used a bunch of little spare parts to add details. So use this thinner gauge of styrene to make details around the outside of the ship. In this ship, there are actually like lines cut in, so I think to make it a little bit more realistic, I could have like countersunk all of the panels, but adding them on top seemed to work just fine. Added these little collars, which I scored from a piece of styrene. It's a lot of work. Appreciated this, and I think I covered up the pre-shading a little too much, but brought back some of those the darker parts with the weathering. I will include all of the paints I used in the description as well, so don't worry as they kind of fly by on the screen. Masked off everywhere that I didn't want to have my squad colors, which I go with this like mustard colored, yellow, mustard yellow, gold color. I really like. I like the way it looks on the Rebels. Also, gold is first place in the Olympics. I went a little too heavy on the weathering, I think, on this one. If I had to do it over again, I probably wouldn't go so heavy, but this is a well-used spaceship. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Hi everybody. Thanks for joining me again. It's been a little while since I uploaded a YouTube video, but because of coronavirus, I've had a lot of free time. Today I'm going to be customizing this box. I'm not going to be needing this. Just like Luke Skywalker didn't need it in The Last Jedi. Think what you will about the movie. That moment was one of the worst Star Wars moments ever. Yeah. Started by taking this thing apart. It's pretty simple. Just a couple screws here and there. Off the places I didn't want tape to get in, or paint to get into. I did put tape in those places, not paint. What have you guys been doing to stay busy during coronavirus times? Hopefully productive, creative things. I've been painting lightsaber boxes. Wow. Hairdryer does make the drying time go faster. Decided to use some gold leaf that I had sitting around from another project I worked on. Thought it would be the perfect thing to put over this Rebels emblem. stuff goes on white, and then when it dries it's tacky and clear. It makes applying gold leaf really easy. Gold leaf will only stick to the places that has the glue, but it looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit like a chocolate coin, but that's okay. After that I sealed it and popped it back into a little holder. And I didn't want it to look so much like a chocolate coin, so I used some a wash to just add a little depth and age to it. Put the box back together. I did lose a screw on the back of this thing, which I spent like an hour looking for. So it was kind of a waste of time, because it wasn't really essential, but yeah. Decided to also gold leaf these little X pieces at the ends of the box. I was thinking of going for more of the little details in gold leaf, but I knew I could get carried away really easily, so decided to just keep it with those three things. No need to get crazy. After that, I used some Vallejo gray. I think it's just called light gray. And I dry brushed the whole box. Took a long time. I don't know if this was like stone or like some kind of metal from outer space, or what it's supposed to look like, but I was really happy with how it turned out. Well, that is my customized Galaxy's Edge Legacy Lightsaber box customization video. That is a lot to say. Thank you very much for watching. See you soon. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week, I'm building a wargame terrain piece, specifically for Star Wars Legion. It was inspired by this little sandbox toy that I found at the dollar store. The mesh that came with the toy was a little bit wonky, so I started by cutting that out, because I'm going to be replacing that with my own material. It's important when you are cutting out little pieces like this not to throw them away. They often will come in handy, and I'm actually going to be using all of these later in the video. The material that I chose to replace the plastic I had just cut out was this cross-stitching mesh. You can get it at fabric stores and hobby stores for dirt cheap. I initially wanted to use this round one, but after I cut it out to size and put it in place, I didn't really like the way it looked, so I decided to go with the classic pattern instead. I was going to cut out all of the pieces of mesh inside the red plastic, but decided to just create a template instead. I felt that would be a little bit more exact and a little safer. Because I cut the pieces of mesh out to the exact same size as the holes, they would just fall right through. So I cut out some pieces of styrene. I sanded down the plastic to help the glue stick a little better. I glued them to the underside to create little shelves for the mesh to rest on. After those were all in place, I used some super glue to make sure everything was nice and sturdy, and I moved on to those pieces that I did not throw away earlier. I cut out a few of the pieces of the cross pattern strategically to make some little railings. And I used a heat gun to get them soft, and I bent them by hand. Then used a pin vise to drill some holes for the posts that the rails would go into. I made sure that the bit was just a little small, so it was a nice press fit. Very snug. Really happy with how that turned out. Put 6 of those in, making sure to leave an opening on either side for the stairs. To make the stairs, I used the same plastic that I did not throw away earlier, and I cut that into a stair shape. I made 6 of those. Took a base of styrene, drilled 3 holes, just like on the other thing, and I put those in place. Then I cut out some more styrene, and I made my bleachers. Stairs. I then measured out some LED tape, and I cut that to length. Stuff is great, comes with a little controller so you can change the colors, which will come in handy later. I then used the center roll from some printer receipt paper as the base for my control panel. I cut out a little piece of styrene to be the top for the control panel, and then I used some other little bits and pieces to kit bash the rest. So the idea for this piece of terrain is that it is interactive and changes with the game. If your team occupies the control panel, you can change the color to your team's color. And then if they get it back, they can change it back to their color. Kind of similar to that game mode in Tony Hawk Pro Skater, where if you do the better trick on the thing, it changes to your color. It's just like that, but for Star Wars Legion. Once all the glue was dry, I primed it and got it ready for the finishing steps. That piece of mesh that I did not use earlier, I ended up using now because it was the perfect size. I traced out a circle on a piece of a translucent yellow folder, put that in place, and then I stuck on the lights. I then applied a quick and easy paint job with some dry brushing of metallic paints and then some washes. And once that was done, I called it good. And of course, when the fighting stops, you can always use it as a dance floor. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Have a great week. I'll see you next time. Hey everyone, today I'm going to be building and painting the airspeeder for Star Wars Legion. The box was put in upside down. That was exciting. Not too much assembly required. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. But the pieces have nice detail. There's all of the special rules and tokens. So that you can actually play with it. Decided to go with the machine gun instead of the harpoon gun. Thought that looked a little more cool. I then primed it and went over all of the lines with black. Originally I started with this khaki color, this sand color. Didn't really like the way it looked, so I redid it with more of a bluish gray. I went in with Nuln oil to add some depth to all the recesses. And then masked off everywhere I didn't want to be yellow, which was pretty much everywhere. This is the same yellow that I used as an accent color for my rebels. I really like the way this yellow color looks with the rest of the rebel outfit. I think it's nice. Opening this up was like a Christmas present. Super happy with how it turned out. Continue adding little details here and there. And then I went through with the gray color, painted over some of the yellow to make it look like the paint was chipping away. Painted the windows with a dark blue at the bottom up to a light blue at the top. Decided to try two different methods of cleaning the firing arc lines on this base. First method with this masking tape worked beautifully. The other one, not so much. I used a glue water mixture to seal the base. When that was dry, masked it and painted it in the same color scheme that I did with my rebels. I added some weathering, like this thing had been flying through the desert for a while. Finished up with some highlights on all the little edges, just to give them a little pop. And that was it. Hope you enjoyed. I will see you all next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be building a Tusken Raider village for Star Wars Legion. Started with this pretty simple sketch of a Tusken hut. Looks kind of like an umbrella. It's got a cutout for the door. It's got 6 sides and these little accessories. I'm not sure what these accessories are, but we'll build them anyways. The hut is about 6 feet tall and 12 feet in diameter. So I used some 1-inch XPS foam, cut into 3-inch by 3-inch squares, stacked them on top of each other. You don't have to be this precise because sand people aren't this precise. I then hot glued them together, and I put a toothpick in the middle to make sure they were aligned. I found the easiest way to get the sides relatively even was to do one side first, turn it around and do the opposite side, and then rotate. Once I had a shape I liked, sanded it down for a nice smooth surface. And carved out the door. You can carve out a little bit extra on the inside of either side of the door to make it look more hollow. And then add some toothpicks for the tent poles. Now it's time to paper mache this bad boy. So I took some scratch paper, ripped it up into little bits. I put it in a 1-to-1 mixture of water and white glue. Then smeared it on the side of this, making sure to add a little bit of texture for when I painted. I want some of that texture to show up. I'm gonna move on to these accessories. I think this first one that I'm building is supposed to be like one of these tents, just kind of packed up and ready to go. It's like a ball of fabric with some sticks through it. So I built that. It does kind of look like that thing from Blair Witch Project that it's hanging up in the tree. But it also looks like the same people could have made it. So also built this other thing, which is kind of like a little backpack. It's got 2 sticks on the sides of the foam and then wrapped up the string. Then built some campfires using foam core as the base. I always like to peel the paper off of both sides of the foam core. Makes it a little bit easier to work with, and I think it warps less. This second campfire, I wanted to have a little bucket hanging over the top. So I built the frame, and then I used the inside of a pen, the little gear portion. I carved off the gear pieces, and then I filled in the bottom with hot glue. I drilled a hole right towards the top on either side, and I bent some wire to make a handle. I didn't want it swinging around so much, so I super glued the string. Once this was dry, it was ready to assemble, so I added all of the little accessories, including a little stool I made off camera. I also wanted to build this little hide stretcher. So I built a frame, I wrapped each corner with some string, and I cut out a piece of fabric. It's supposed to look like leather. I probably should have done it in the shape of an animal, or more like an animal, but I just kind of cut out a random shape. I then strung some string across using hot glue in the shape of a web, and then I glued the fabric to it. It ended up looking like Australia, so I flipped it over, and then it looked like China, and I just kept it that way. Once those were dry, they were ready for painting. So I primed them, and I took this generic craft acrylic paint. The color is coffee. It's kind of like a light brown or a dark tan, and I applied that generously to the entire hut. In the desert, pretty much everything becomes coated with dust and dirt, so everything becomes the same color. Like if you notice, the sand people are the same color as the houses they live in. Also covered the ground on each one. After that, I used a lighter color. This is Cafe au lait, which is actually just coffee with milk in it. So, yeah, it's same color, just lighter. and then went over the entire thing in a nice overbrush. I did try to leave some of the last color intact, let some of it show through. Once that was dry, I took a black wash, just some thin down black paint, and covered the whole tent. For the details on the leather, I did mahogany brown, and then I wet blended out from the center with that cafe au lait color to make it look like leather. For some of the little glowing embers in the bottom of these campfires, I added orange, yellow, and red, having the orange and yellow in the center and getting more red as it went to the outside. To finish it off, I kind of added a little bit more solid color to each of the panels of fabric. I sprayed it with a matte varnish. Called it good. So there is a Tuscan village, super easy, super inexpensive, looks great on any Tatooine game board. I know they don't have any Tuscan Raider models out yet, but when they do, you'll be ready. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week, I'm building something kind of obscure. In the 4th episode of The Bad Batch, there's this little hovering cargo truck, and that's what I decided to build today. I broke out my bits box, and in that box I have another section of my favorite pieces. These are pieces I've set aside that have a little bit more interest to them, more potential for scratch building. I found myself digging through the big box and getting frustrated with the amount of time it took me to find these other pieces. So having them all in one place is really helpful, saves me a lot of time. I wanted to build this thing in 1:144 scale so it would match a few of my other Star Wars models. So I used a piece of a lunar rover from another model kit and some styrene to create the undercarriage and the frame. For the long round sections that go on either side of the ship, I used some lengths of sprue that I sanded down and hollowed out with a pin vise. I'm going to be running some wires through there. And then to add some detail, I took some offcuts of some aluminum and brass tubing. I found these in a box of assorted tube and rod pieces at the hobby store. I think that was actually a pretty great find. A lot of cool stuff in there. I added some rails to the bottom and I glued those on either side, and it was time to move on to the upper section. In the episode, this thing is basically a dump truck. It's carrying some packages. I'm not really sure what they are. It might be trash. I don't know. But this back section here looks just like a dump truck. So I cut out 2 evenly sized pieces and I glued those in place. I then added that 3rd big wall, and it was time to move on to the cabin. I actually don't know if this would be referred to as a cabin or a cockpit. I know that you drive a truck from the cabin and you pilot a flying thing from the cockpit. And this is kind of a hybrid between the two. So I'm not really sure what to call it. Let me know in the comments. What do you think this is? Cabin or cockpit? do realize that this was kind of a random build, now that I'm looking back on it. This little cargo truck, trash truck thing was not a huge part of the story. But I thought it was kind of fun. It caught my eye. And it was a little different. So that's why I decided to build that this week. I used this piece of sprue to create some little canisters to go on the front right and left side of this. And I went to pick one of them up with my tweezers and launched it across the room. Spent a lot of time on the floor looking for it, but I did find it eventually, which was nice. And I also used Tim to double check and make sure that my scale was correct. I then cut up a bunch of little cubes out of some styrofoam. These are the trash bag parcel packages that are seen in the back of the truck. I glued all of those in place and I covered them all with Mod Podge to protect them from the primer. Then it was time to figure out the electronics. I wanted to use a tea light candle. This would act as the power source as well as the base. So I ran some nano LEDs through the back on either side, twisted those together in the middle, and then I threaded them through a little brass tube. I removed the original LED. I drilled a hole in the top piece of plastic and ran the wires down through. I soldered the negative and positive leads to their respective places, clipped that back together, and I made sure it was working. And then it was time to paint. The color scheme for this little truck is not super complicated. It was mostly just orange and gray. I did add a little bit of variation to all of the surfaces though, in forms of some lighter oranges and darker grays. I also added some washes and some weathering. It's pretty simple paint job. Nothing too crazy. When I was done with that, I painted the standoff and the base with black 3.0. And I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. It was a little bit shorter and simpler this week, but I had fun with it. Hope you enjoyed. Have a great week, everyone. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boy Lie Hobby Time. This week, I'm using this acrylic baseball display case to create a nano nook. I have not made one of those in a while. This time, it's going to be a hanger for this snow speeder from Bondi. I started by taking the measurements for the interior of this thing, and each side was just under 3 inches. I also wanted to use a 3-volt battery to power this, so I used the battery housing from an electric tea light candle. I didn't really like the switch or the LED that it came with, so I cut those off. And then I took the measurements again to just see how much space I needed to hide this thing in the back. The majority of this build was done with styrene. It's important when you work with styrene to have some nice sharp blades. This will make sure you get a lot cleaner cuts. I get my styrene in large sheets from a plastic supply store from a nice guy named Justin. They sell these sheets in 2 by 4 foot sections for like $7, which is far more affordable than getting it at the hobby store. So that's a nice tip for you. I then traced out the shape of a hanger door on the front. Used a ruler to get some nice clean lines, and then I freehanded those corners. I then cut out that shape with my X-Acto knife. And I used this trick that I learned from Adam Savage's video on working with styrene, where you cut across from corner to corner. It makes getting those shapes on the interior out a lot easier. Then cleaned up those corners and sides. I was happy with how that looked. I wanted the floor to be flush with the bottom of the hanger door. That was a nice little rhyme. So I glued on a piece of styrene, giving enough space for one other piece of styrene to fit flush. I glued that to the front. I glued 2 more pieces on either side, so the floor would fit in there just like that. Then marked out the placement of the lights that will go on the floor. I drew a little grid so that those would be evenly spaced. I used a pin vise to drill the holes for that. Then I ran the LEDs through. And I took a little piece of U-shaped styrene and I put around the outside of each of those lights to help direct light back towards the interior of the room. I glued that in place. I added a little door made of styrene and some trim made of styrene. I then used some more styrene to build some hanger doors. I looked at a little reference photo, saw the pattern for those. So I cut those out, glued them to the interior of each side, and then I drew that same pattern on the back door, and I scored it with my X-Acto. Then glued on a little frame and glued that in place. I then designed and 3D printed some little cargo crates and this little maintenance walkway thing that goes over the speeder. I put everything in place to make sure that the spacing looked good. And then I dumped those out and got everything ready for painting. I primed everything with a flat gray primer, and then it was at this point I realized I was a dingus and had forgotten to add the texture to the walls in the form of ice layers, so I went back with the X-Acto knife and I tried to score those as best as I could. I then mixed up some green and blue paint, applied that with the airbrush into all of the corners and around the edges to help build up the base color for the ice. I then switched to a white paint and I applied that loosely over top, trying to let some of that blue and green show through. And I painted the back wall with a dark gray as well as the front doors. I started to use some white paint to paint some snow on the floor, and then I remembered that I had a bag of fake snow from a previous project, so I used some watered down glue and I sprinkled that on, and I really liked the way it looked, and I was able to save most of the stuff that I got on the table. Then added a dry brushing to highlight all of the little edges on the walkway. Did the same thing for the snow speeder with a couple different grays, getting progressively lighter. Then I added orange to all of the places that needed to be orange. And I applied a watered down glossy black to all of the windows. Then dry brushed all of the little crates, bringing out some of those details, and I glued everything in place. I thought it was looking pretty good at this point. The last thing to do was to install the electronics. I needed a hole on the side for the switch that went through both the acrylic and the styrene. So I used some masking tape to protect the acrylic. I used a Dremel to drill that hole. I connected the switch to the lights and to the power source. Then masked off the front. I took it outside. I sprayed it down with a satin black. Peeled that off. It got through in a few places, so I touched that up with some white paint. I put it in the acrylic box. I tucked all the electronics away, tightened up the switch. I put the other half of the acrylic box together, and once that was done, I called it good. I did call it good the first time, but after looking at it for a minute, I realized it was missing something. So I went back, I added a little hole at the top to allow more ambient light in, and once I had done that, then I really did call it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Have a great week, everyone. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. I had a leftover lightsaber from a Darth Vader model put together a little while ago. Also have one of these little LED filaments. This one glows bright red, and a little glass dome. Decided to combine them and make something fun this week. I started by drilling a hole in the end of the lightsaber. That way I could hide the connection point and the little dark spot on the end of the filament. Then connected it to some wires. The first one I connected to one end, and I bent it back and ran it along the length of the filament. So from the correct viewing angle, the wire is invisible. From the incorrect viewing angle, it is very visible. But I figured that this thing would be sitting on a shelf and mostly looked at from one direction, so wasn't too concerned about that. Then connected it to the other wire and moved on to the painting. I started with a metallic silver spray paint, and I went back over all of the black details with a glossy black. I also added a few buttons and wires, which aren't very visible in the end result, but were still fun to do. Then it was time to move on to the base. I'm going to be using the battery housing and switch from this tea light candle. I know you can get these parts elsewhere, but I have so many of these tea lights. Might as well use them. I used my stylo wren to carve a hole in the cork, and it's not perfect, but it fits, and that's the most important thing. I needed to make sure that this had a way of staying upright while it was curing, so I made a little base out of some styrene. I also needed to know the volume of epoxy to use, so I first measured it out with some water, poured that into a Pyrex measuring glass. It was just about 200 milliliters. Then I moved on to the little piece of terrain that would sit on the base. I started with a piece of foam, carved that down into a little circle using a knife, and then I smoothed it round with some sandpaper. Then I carved some more foam down into a little rock that the lightsaber would be lodged into. I used some tin foil to give it some texture. I then used some hot glue to glue the rock to the foam disc and the foam disc to the base. I then applied some thick scenic glue and spread that out with a paintbrush before adding some pebbles, some coarse sand, and some fine sand. And to seal that all together, I used some watered down glue And to help the glue spread out a little bit better, I use some isopropyl alcohol. To protect all of the foam from the spray-on primer, I use some Mod Podge. I then used a toothpick to drill a pilot hole through the foam. I used the Dremel to make that hole a little bigger, and I reinforced it with a little brass tube. After that, I primed it with black, and then I gave it a zenithal highlight, and then I started adding some washes. I started with a black wash, then I dabbed that off with a paper towel. I added some brown around the base before giving it a quick dry brush. Then I masked off the sides. I sprayed it with a spray adhesive, and I used some fake snow to give it a dusting of snow. Then peeled off the masking tape, and I painted the sides with a black 3.0. Then it was time to finish up the wiring. This wire goes right down and rests on the negative terminal of the battery. The other one goes to the switch, which is connected to the positive terminal of the battery. I ran the filament up through the rock before gluing the housing in place. And after that was set, I glued the handle of the lightsaber in place. At this point, I probably could have stopped. It looked pretty good. I probably should have stopped, but I wanted to see what it would look like submerged in resin, so I did that. Working with resin and doing surgery are very similar in that they should both be done while wearing gloves. I pre-measured the volumes needed for both the hardener and the resin on these coffee cups. I mixed them together, and I stirred them thoroughly. I gave the lightsaber and the base a coat of the resin to try and prevent bubbles. Then I poured the resin into the glass. It was pretty bubbly, so I moved it back and forth between the glass and the cup, popping the bubbles with a torch. After about 15 minutes, it was perfectly clear. I then flipped over the lightsaber and the base, pressed them down into the resin, and I waited for 48 hours. 2 days later, it was finally cured and time to remove the styrene. Styrene got a little bit stuck, so I had to peel that off, which was actually pretty satisfying. Unfortunately, a large bubble formed right down on the edge of the glass by the base. I went back and filled that in with a syringe and some more resin. So I'm not calling it perfect, but I am calling it good. I know there are many people out there who may look at this and say, that's not very realistic. Whenever I stick my lightsaber in a rock, it goes right through. It doesn't just sit there like Excalibur. And I get that. It's not very realistic. But I think it's kind of fun. I'm also going to be giving this away. So if you want a chance to have this, all you have to do is like this video, be subscribed to my channel, and leave a comment below saying, this is not very realistic. That's the end of this video, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great week. I'll see you next time. Last week, I hit 100,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much for that. As a sign of my appreciation, I decided to build my most requested thing yet. Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week I am recreating Anakin and Obi-Wan on Mustafar from the end of Revenge of the Sith. I got these SH Figuarts models off of eBay. They cost me an arm and a leg, just like jumping over Obi-Wan cost Anakin an arm and a leg. They're very nicely detailed, really happy about them. I'm going to set them aside for a minute and focus on the base. I got this shadow box. It is 20 by 8 inches. It came with a big piece of glass. I'm not going to be using that. Measured the interior dimensions because I'm going to be putting the resin and everything inside of it. Cut up some acrylic. It is there even if you can't see it. And I taped that together, making a little mold for my lava. I connected all of the corners with masking tape, making sure to get a nice solid seal all the way along. Did that with the 4 corners, and then I did it with the 4 sides that touched the base. The back of the shadow box came with this black velvety fabric. I did not need that because I'm going to be replacing it with an LED strip. These LEDs glow a nice warm orangish yellow color. Peeled off the sticky stuff and I applied that. It is not the best looking, but it does the trick. It also has a 12-volt lead on the end, so I will be using that to power the rest of the lights. For the banks of the lava river, I'm using this 1-inch styrofoam that I cut on my hot wire table, just to make sure that the cuts were really exact. These 2 pieces are going to be submerged under the resin, so I wanted to make sure that it was a nice snug fit. I made the high ground in 2 different sections, one to go in the lava and one to actually be the high ground. Made a little stack of styrofoam, glued that all together, and lined it up with the bottom. Used the handheld hot wire to make sure that it was a nice consistent slope. Next, in order to protect and also add some texture to the foam, I mixed up some plaster, paint, and Mod Podge, and I applied that with a glove. To create the crust that goes on top of the lava, I used these thin corkboard sheets, and I tore them up into little pieces that looked like lava crust. I then taped those down to a board. I gave them all a coat of black paint, and while I was at it, I also painted the high ground black. After that, it was time to move on to the part that we've all been waiting for, the resin. I mixed 1 part of the hardener to 2 parts of the resin itself, and a very generous amount of this orange pigment. This part's really nice. In order to increase the opacity, I added a drop of white opaque pigment. 1 drop goes a long way with this stuff. And then I popped the first round of bubbles with a butane torch, and it was time to pour. But first, a word from our sponsor, Boylai Hobby Time. I just launched some new merch with this design and a few others. All of those are available below. Go check those out if you have a free minute. Otherwise, back to the resin. Everything was going pretty well, there were no leaks, and it was time to pop some more bubbles. Unfortunately, something went wrong that I should have seen coming. After I got that sorted out, I went back to popping bubbles. I added a little bit more of that white pigment to boost the opacity. Then I added some red drops of pigment on the surface. I swirled those around with a toothpick to help create a more lava-like look. I taped the sides. I added a little weight on the end to make sure that that thing didn't pop up anymore. I left it to cure. Unfortunately, overnight, the temperature of the curing resin rose to a degree that caused the rubber mat underneath to warp. Tipped it back on one side, causing the resin to kind of slip back and go over the back and spill on the mat. Made quite a mess. I did put it back on a flat surface before it was fully cured, but not fast enough to prevent it from having a little bit of a taper. I thought about adding more resin, but I knew it would be pretty much impossible to match the same color, and I didn't want to see that line, so decided to just hide most of that with the crust. I'm very impressed with the detail on these things. Next, it was time to move on to the lightsabers. I used these flexible 3-volt LED filaments. I straightened out some enameled copper wire. These will act as the positive lead for the filament as well as add some rigidity. Then wrapped the whole thing in a semi-opaque plastic straw. My intention was to use the hilt that came with the figures, but they were a little too small, so I just ended up painting a little portion at the end to match. Because their hand covers most of the lightsaber anyways, you can't really tell. I then created a pathway on each of the figures to get the wires to the ground as easily and as hidden as possible, and I realized they come apart, so decided to change the moment that I would be depicting. Just kidding. For the raft on which Anakin stands, I was initially going to scratch build it, but I did not have the time at my workbench to be able to do that, so I designed it on the iPad, and then I printed it out, I assembled it, and I painted it. After that was done, it was time to start assembling things. Needed to take the acrylic off of the resin first. Most of it came off pretty easily. One section did rip a little bit of the foam off, but I patched that up and painted it, so you can't really tell in the end. I put some semi-opaque acrylic between where the lights will go and the resin will be. This will hide the individual bulbs. I also created a little light source to go underneath the raft. This will cast out some bluish white light against the cotton, hopefully creating a little force field effect. I then bent a little pipe. This will act as a conduit for the wires as well as hold the raft up. I made sure to include some extra wires for Anakin's lightsaber. Then I marked and drilled out a hole in the side to be able to mount it. To make these figures look a little bit less like toys, I used some milliput to fill in the joints at their elbows and their knees. I had to make sure that they were in the exact right position that I wanted them to be in, because once the milliput is dry, it's impossible to move. And that would have been a bummer. Once the milliput was dry, I color matched the clothing and I colored all of that in, as well as the wires to help hide those a little bit better. Then drilled a hole in the back of the frame to allow the electricity to pass through. I soldered some resistors to the 12-volt power source, which brought it down to 3 volts. That way I could power the lightsabers and the lights on the raft off the same thing. I glued the crust in place, drilled some holes in the figure's feet, installed some little pegs. This makes it a little bit more secure. I ran all of the wiring where it needed to go, soldered everything together, cleaned up the sides of the foam with some painted styrene, and the last thing to do was to put the cotton underneath. I called it good. that is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to all of my patrons. You guys are great. Thank you to everyone for helping me get to 100,000 subscribers. Really appreciate that. That's just crazy to me. Had a lot of fun with this project. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Have a great week, everyone. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be taking this Darth Vader in 1 to 12 scale and giving him a little display case that I think elevates the figure and makes it a little bit more fun to look at while it's on the shelf. First thing to do was to measure the base and make sure everything would fit nicely inside of there, but more importantly that it would fit inside the glass. The material that I used for the base was some 1-inch styrofoam. Cut that into a little square, and I drew a line from corner to corner to find the center, and I used my very precise method of hole drilling. It's called twisting a pencil. And speaking of precise, they make some very precise circle cutting jigs for this hot wire table that I don't have yet. So I make do with this nut and bolt setup. It works okay some of the time. This time it happened to work out just fine. All I had to do was sand the edges. Made sure I was masked while I did that because I did not want to inhale any of that dust. Styrofoam is not good for your lungs. I then marked out a spot for Vader and for the helmet that will be in the snow. And I used a center punch to mark a spot on the base where the wires will go through. And then I drilled that out. I'll be using this toggle switch to turn the lightsaber on and off. I needed a spot for this to go, so I drilled a hole in the side and then I removed some of the plastic, which was very satisfying, until I had a space large enough for the switch to fit through. To power this thing, I'm going to be using some 3-volt batteries, and I'm going to be using a battery housing from a tea light candle. This thing is great because it's very low profile. It fits right under the base, no problem. Wired that up to the switch and tested my circuit. Although the lightsaber is mostly hidden by Darth Vader's hands, I wanted to be able to tell that it was Ahsoka's lightsaber if you looked closely. So I carved a little V in the end of a styrene tube. Also cut up some tiny little pieces of styrene, which I glued to the end to try and match her lightsaber. If you are not familiar with this scene and you saw the thumbnail and came here to correct me and say, hey man, Darth Vader has a red lightsaber, not a blue one, I would say, hey, thanks man, I know that. This is actually from the last season of the Clone Wars. If you haven't seen it, I would definitely recommend it, especially the last 4 episodes. They coincide with the Revenge of the Sith, and it's really good Star Wars content. I would highly recommend. In order to get power to the end of the lightsaber blade, and also add a little bit of rigidity, I straightened out some enameled copper wire. I soldered one end to the other end of the filament, and then I doubled it back, and ran the whole thing down the middle of the lightsaber. Also trimmed off the excess straw, and that was the lightsaber done. I printed out this Clone Trooper helmet from a file that I found on Colts 3D. I will link that below. And I carved out a little spot in the foam to make the helmet look like it was resting in the snow and not on top of the snow. To create a little bit of variation on the surface of the snow and make it look a little bit softer, I mixed up some plaster, paint, and Mod Podge, thinned it down with a little bit of water to It was a nice pasty consistency. Smeared that on with a palette knife, and then I used a glove to try and get rid of as much of the texture as possible. I also used a pen cap to create some footprints, and while that was drying, I moved on to painting the helmet. The battalion of clones that Anakin is in command of is called the 501st, and they're all really good friends of Ahsoka. But she's been away for a while, and so when she comes back, they paint their helmets with this orange pattern, which resembles the pattern that is on her face, as a little tribute. So I painted this pattern on here, and in order to get the pattern correct, I marked out all of the points that were significant with a little dot, and then I connected them with a line and filled in everywhere that needed to be filled in. The paint job is a little crude, but it gets the point across. Added a few other colors and some weathering to complete the look. I then added some watered down glue, and I sprayed it with some isopropyl alcohol to help it spread out. It was time to add the snow. A little while ago, Kathy Millett depicted the same scene in a beautiful diorama on a much smaller scale. A lot more clone trooper helmets with both Ahsoka and Darth Vader. You should definitely go check that out after you watch this video. I then drilled some holes in Vader's boots, and I put some rods in there, which I anchored into the base to help him stand up a little better. I threaded all of the wires through both the foam and the base, soldered up all of the loose connections, and then I tucked the wires away, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Huge shout out and thank you to all of my patrons. Really appreciate you guys. Have a great week, everyone. See you next time. This droid was built by my nephew Jude. He wanted me to show all of my friends who like Star Wars this custom creation. It is inspired by a pit droid. And I got inspired to build a custom droid of my own and invite a few friends to join me. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. I started off this build by doing a quick sketch of what I kind of wanted this droid to look like. I ran to the hobby store and I picked up a model kit, or two, or three. Needless to say, I did not follow the instructions for this build. I used a lot of the pieces as they were not intended, but I knew I wanted to have the head and the body pretty much as is, with just a few slight modifications and mutilations. I removed the rest of the pieces from the sprues, and then I threw in a few other pieces that I stole from a Gundam. I carved out and cut a few holes in the main body section so that later on I could stuff some wires and internals in there and have them visible to give it kind of a derelict feel. I also made some shoulder pads from the feet of the Gundam. I made a little neck out of a styrene tube, and then I used a few more pieces to complete the shoulders. I wanted it to look like there was a hole that had been patched up by a little grate, so I cut up this metal mesh and I glued that over the holes. Also added some little bits and pieces to the recesses to suggest mechanical working parts. That little piece there is left over from a Boba Fett model. I also added some guitar strings to look like little cords and cables. I drilled some holes next to the neck where some wires would run up from the body into the head. And I cut out a few little sections of guitar string, which I glued to the head and then very awkwardly tried to get to fit into the holes on the body. There had to have been a better way to do it. I just didn't know what it was. But eventually I got it and looked pretty good. For the legs, I made a femur out of some styrene, which I glued to the top section of the Astromech's legs, and then I bulked those out with pieces of the Gundam. Conveniently, the hip joints for the Astromech fit this 1/8 inch styrene tube perfectly. So it's just a matter of cutting the tube to the right length to get the width of the hips correct. And I had a semi-articulating pair of droid hips that do not lie. Connecting the legs to the torso proved to be a little bit difficult, but I was able to find another piece that fit that 1/8 inch tube just right. And then I used the left and the right foot from the droid to create the pelvis. Then glued on another little round piece from the Gundam. It did my more difficult than necessary guitar string trick to add some cords from the legs up to the torso. I also added a tube down to that red piece, which is supposed to be a jetpack. It ended up kind of looking like a diaper. I'm not sure why I put that there, but I did. I also added a few other pieces to his back to make a little backpack looking thing. And if you've noticed, I've cut styrene tubes multiple times in this video and they've gone flying across the room. Apparently I don't learn from my mistakes. Let me know if you counted how many times I sent a tube flying. I cleaned up my workstation because it was getting a little bit out of hand, and I made these kneecaps out of joints from the Gundam. Also made the lower legs out of more pieces of styrene. And I added a little wire in the center of the styrene that I ran up the femur as well. This allowed for a little bit of articulation after it was all glued in place. To make the arms look a little more interesting, I added another hinge on either side underneath and a bunch more guitar strings. Wanted them to look kind of like ligaments or exposed muscle. I did the same thing for the legs. I had a little shoulder cape left over from that same Boba Fett figure that I got that chest plate from. I thought that would look good on here, but after I had the feet in place and the cape, kind of looked to me like this droid was getting ready to go to the Renaissance Fair. I bulked up his feet and his lower legs a little bit, and then I moved on to making him a staff out of some various sizes and lengths of metal tubing. I used the same method to create a few antennas for his backpack and his head. And that was the construction done. Then I took him outside and I primed him with a zenithal highlight. I've been watching a bunch of painting channels recently to try and improve my own skills, and one of my favorites has been 52 Miniatures. He had this video that I watched recently where he made his own contrast paints using a contrast medium from Games Workshop. So that's what I decided to do for this build. Everything starts off very pastel and muted, like an Easter egg. But after you layer up your paints and add your washes, the results are really, really nice. After I had all of the main colors on, it was time to start adding the washes. I wanted it to look like this droid had been wandering around for a very long time on a junk planet. Maybe it's been years since his last software update. I don't really have a backstory for this droid yet, but I am open to suggestions. If you have any thoughts about a backstory for him, leave those down in the comments. After a little bit more weathering, I dry brushed some metallic paint over various areas to make them look a little bit more metallic. I dry brushed his cape, and I added some little dots of gloss varnish to create a lens over each of his eyes. Next, it was time to create a little pile of assorted junk to help set the mood. And speaking of junk, I invited Bill Making Stuff to join this droid making collaboration, but he had just finished a great video building 4 doodlebots from junk. You should go check that video out if you have a chance. It's pretty fun. After the glue had dried, I primed the base with the zenithal highlight, added some black and brown washes covering the whole thing, not being too careful where I put what color, just wanted everything to kind of blend together. And of course I added some rust, and I dry brushed on some metallic paint. Then I painted the sides of the diorama with a black 3.0, and when that was dry, I put the droid in place, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Please do go check out all the rest of the videos from the creators in this collaboration. All of their projects turned out really great. Those will be linked below. Thank you to all of my patrons. You guys are great. Have an awesome week, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. I was given this Darth Maul coin bank about a year ago by someone who thought I could do something fun with it. I'm not sure how well it works, but it has been sitting on my shelf staring at me for too long. I finally decided to do something with it. I started by opening up the bottom of the box. Just had to remove a few screws to get inside. Also removed all of the batteries that this thing housed, and it was like a couple hundred. I don't know why I needed so many batteries. Once I had all of that out, it's time to open it up and see all the fun stuff on the inside. Initially, I had thought about just upgrading the lightsaber and then putting him all back together, returning him to his former glory. Then I remembered the former glory was a little uncomfortable to look at. His upper body would swing back and forth and his arms would wiggle up and down. Wasn't very graceful. It's actually less graceful than when he gets cut in half and tumbles down a big tube in the ground. So I decided to do away with all of the moving parts and just make him a static sculpture instead. I repurposed a lot of the wiring and saved all the rest of the electronics for future builds. I added back some batteries. This is how I'm going to be powering the whole thing. And once that was done, and everything was out of the base, it's time to move on to the customizations. I found this metal sheet at Hobby Lobby. It's the only place that I know that sells it, but it has this very imperial looking design on it. I traced a circle the same size as the hole on the base, and then I used some tin snips to cut that into an almost perfect circle. I then cut up a piece of acrylic. This will sit underneath that piece of sheet metal, give it some support, and it will also allow light to pass through. Then cut out a piece of styrene the same size as the top of the base. I flipped it over, I traced out a circle, and I cut that out with an X-Acto knife. All you have to do is score it and it snaps out really easily. I also saved the little disc because I'm going to be using that later. I wanted to be able to turn this project on and off with this little toggle switch, so I used my Dremel to drill a hole through both the base and the styrene. I glued down the acrylic sheet and it was a little too clear, so I took it outside with some matte varnish, gave it a few coats. When that was all done, it was nice and frosty. I then gave the sheet of metal and the styrene a coat of black paint. Once I had glued those on, it was time to move on to the electronics. I connected some wires to the terminals on the battery housing, as well as to the switch. And to be lighting this thing, I'm going to be using this LED tape. You wire up the positive and the negative of whichever color you want it to be. In this case, it was red. I peeled off the backing and I stuck that around the inside of the box. Then connected everything to the batteries and to the switch, and I ran two wires, one negative and positive, up through the base. This will travel up through Darth Maul to give power to his lightsaber. Also, here is that little disc that I saved from earlier. It will sit right in the middle and help reflect light up through the base. I'm not used to working with models this large, so having a path that was so easy for the wires to travel up through was super convenient. It was also nice because he was assembled with screws, so I didn't have to worry about messing up, because if I did, I could just take them apart and do it again. I wish they were all this easy. The holes on the lightsaber were a little big, so I reduced the size using some metal tubing. I then straightened out some copper wire. This will act as the positive lead that'll run to either end of the lightsaber. I soldered the positive end of both of the LEDs to the copper wire after I had cut it to the right length. A lot of people have asked about these little cocktail straws that I use to diffuse the light. They are the diamond cocktail straws. They come in a 170 count box. I'll put a link to those in the description. Then ran a wire to both of the negative ends of the LEDs. Made sure to stick that out quite a bit so it wasn't close to touching the positive side. Both of my connections were clearly visible. It's just a matter of soldering those up and hiding all the wires inside the arm. I then used a transparent red which I airbrushed onto the cocktail straws. I also dry brushed some gray over the edges of his clothing, and I touched up the paint on his face. The last thing to do was to paint the little Star Wars logo black. I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you again to all of my patrons. Really appreciate you guys very much. Have an awesome week, everyone. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. I saw the trailer for the Book of Boba Fett, and it got me excited about the Book of Boba Fett. So I decided to customize a Boba Fett to look like the Book of Boba Fett, sitting on his throne of Boba Fett. I took all of the Beskar pieces, taped them to a little board, took them outside, and I spray painted them with a glossy metallic silver spray paint. I separated all of the pieces that needed to be painted different colors, and I began applying their base coats. The silver is not a good primer because it doesn't hold the paint layers above it very well, but that is exactly what we want. The red is a combination between dark vermilion and mahogany. Mix that up in the airbrush. I probably could have taken this a shade darker, but it's pretty close. I used a photo from Instagram as a reference. This is the most recent photo of Boba Fett that we have. And it looks like, since we saw him last, he has gained a few more scuffs and scratches. I think he likes the look. That is always how we saw him before Mandalorian. But I would imagine that that previous paint job represented a certain failure to him. Also, a lot of those chips and scuffs were given to the armor when somebody else was wearing them. So in my mind, he repainted it. Now he can get all of the chips and scuffs that he wants. They're all his. He can chip and scuff to his heart's content. I know some people don't like the new look with the black clothing under the armor. I personally think it is a good choice, especially considering the new era of Boba Fett that this is. He's no longer the hired bounty hunter, but the king of the underworld. I think this is a very regal look, and I think it demands a lot of respect. So I like it. After I was done with the customizations on Boba Fett, it was time to build his throne. I built it primarily out of XPS foam, which I cut on my hot wire table, which allows me to get some nice, clean cuts that would be very difficult with just a utility knife. These hot wire tables are pretty great. They make short work of the foam, but they are pretty quiet. So if you are intimidated by the deafening silence, you can always listen to table saw noises on Spotify. I had a photo of the throne in front of me to use as a reference while I was building this. I didn't have any measurements though. I just kind of wung it and worked on each individual piece as I saw it in the photo. I cut off these two sections to go at the end, and I needed a way to round those off, so I found something that was round and similar in size and traced around the top of that, cut it off with the utility knife till it was mostly round, and then I finished that off with some sandpaper. When it comes to working with foam, I have been very inspired and learned a lot from my friend Mark. I'll put a link to his Instagram page below. He's also on Imager and does some really great step-by-step tutorials. But he always puts out very inspiring work. You should definitely go check that out. I rounded off the back of the throne the same way that I rounded off those two side pieces, and I did cut out a trim piece to match this one exactly, which I glued to the front. You will see that later. And on the side of the throne there are these little wedges, so I cut out a long wedge and then cut it into a bunch of little wedges. I glued all of that together and then stuck it on top of a big stone slab, styrofoam slab, and I gave the whole thing a stony texture with a tin foil ball. I added a cushion to the seat and the back of the chair, and then I sealed the whole thing with a Mod Podge paint mix. For the letters that fill the back of the chair, I traced those out digitally and then transferred them over to my Cameo silhouette. This is my first time using the machine, and I was very happy with how it turned out. Started with styrene and then switched to a cardboard, so it was a little easier to work with. I pasted that on with the plaster and Mod Podge mix. I was really happy with how that turned out. I designed the Rancor head details on the iPad. I printed those out. And once I had stuck those to either side of the throne, it was ready for priming. To start off the painting, I pre-shaded with black along all of the lines and the cracks and the recesses. And then I gave the entire thing a light coat of a khaki sandy color. I then weathered it with a brown wash, and I dry brushed on some of that khaki again to help bring back some of the rocky texture. I added a light patina to those Rancor heads, and I dry brushed on some black and metallic paint. I also shaded one more time around those edges, and that was the painting done. The last thing to do was to apply some water decals that I had missed before. And once those were in place, I called it good. that is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Huge thank you, as always, to my patrons. You guys are great. Have an awesome week, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. I have had quite a few requests for a General Grievous with illuminated lightsabers, and it's a project I have wanted to work on, but have not been able to until now. I've been looking for this specific model kit for a while now, and it's available online, but you'll have to pay like double or triple the usual price, so I held off. And I'm glad I did, because a couple weeks ago I was at a hobby store near my house, and nestled in the back in the model section was this kit. Had a little bit of damage on the box, and it was kind of dusty, like it had been in storage for a while, but I bought it and I brought it home, and otherwise it was in perfect condition. The kits snap together super easily, just like all of Bandai's kits do. This one is a little more fragile than the human figure models, so when I got it together without breaking anything, that was very encouraging. The kit comes with a pair of arms, so you can put those on and make him look like Hopper from A Bug's Life. Next, I assembled Grievous's victim, and I know what you're thinking. Grievous never fought any Stormtroopers dummy. Well, the reason I'm using this Stormtrooper kit is because the Clone Trooper kits are borderline impossible to find right now. So the closest thing I had available was the Stormtrooper. There are some noticeable differences, obviously, but if you swap out the helmet, it looks close enough. There's a neat little trick that I learned. If you stack up all of these sprues on top of each other and drop it in just the right way, the kit will assemble itself. Both of these kits are the same scale, so as you could see, it would be very intimidating to run into Grievous in real life. Luckily, I had an extra Phase 1 Clone Trooper helmet from a previous project, so I swapped that out with the Stormtrooper helmet, and he was good to go. I'm going to be putting the figures on this base. Right now they are a little bit too clean and shiny. They don't look like they've been through battle. So in order to get the paint to stick to the plastic, I took the figures outside and I gave them both a coat with a matte clear coat varnish. I wanted to power the lightsabers with this little battery housing, so I flipped over the base. I marked out a spot on the back. I took that outside, cut it out with a jigsaw. I mounted it in place with some screws. I added a little switch and tested my circuit, so I did not have to come back and do that later. Next, I grabbed my bucket of foam scraps and I used my incredible strength to snap the foam into little pieces that looked like rocks. I started gluing down the pieces of foam to look like a cracked rock surface. I made sure to organize the rocks in a way that would allow the Clone Trooper to lay down in a natural looking position. I then whipped up some plaster paint and Mod Podge terrain paste, and I gave all of the foam a solid slathering. I then left that to dry, and once it was dry, I covered it with a watered down scenic glue. I sprinkled on some larger pebbles, some medium grit sand, and some fine grit sand. I gave it a spritz of isopropyl alcohol and finished it off with some more watered down scenic glue, and I left that to dry. While the base was drying, it was time to add some weathering to the figures. I started with a cautious and dainty approach, and I quickly threw that approach and caution to the wind by going with the aggressive approach, which was to cover Grievous from head to toe in a brown wash, and then remove it with isopropyl alcohol and lots of Q-tips. Covered pretty much every part of him that was that bone color in the brown wash, and the wash would stay in the recesses and give a slight stain as well, and I'm really happy with the results. Because that method had worked so well for Grievous, I repeated the same thing with the Trooper. I also wanted to have a slash across the chest where Grievous had slashed him, so I got out the Dremel and I started carving away at the plastic. Once I had carved a decently sized gash across the chest, I blackened the area on the inside and around with some black paint. By this point, the glue had dried on the base, so I took it outside and I primed it, and while the primer was drying, it was time to work on the lightsabers. I grabbed my trusted cocktail straws. I also got out 4 LED filaments, 2 warm white and 2 blue. And I straightened out some enameled copper wire. This will act to give some strength to the lightsabers as well as get power to the far end of the filament. I straightened that out with my pin vise. Then I cut 4 pieces that were the same length as the filaments. I then scraped off the enamel coating on each end of those 4 pieces of wire, and I soldered a little bead of solder to each end as well. I then soldered the positive end of each filament to one of the wires, and I trimmed off the excess piece of metal before sliding the cocktail straw down over the whole thing. Once I had slid the cocktail straws down over each of those filaments, I trimmed the straws to length, and then I used some electrical tape to wrap around what will be the hilt of the lightsabers. The hands on Grievous are a little too small to allow for much detail, so this'll have to do. I connected all of those to some wires, and I set them aside to finish the base. I painted the base with a combination of brown and black washes, and then I applied some Vallejo burnt umber pigment powder, which I activated with some isopropyl alcohol. I then dry brushed on a light tan and went around the rim of the base with black 3.0. To finish off the base, I glued down the clone trooper into his final resting spot, and I needed to change the 2 warm white lightsabers to green. So I used some transparent green from Model Master, put that in my airbrush, and I painted the straws with it. Then I put all of the lightsabers into Grievous's hands, and I ran the wires around the back of his arms and connected them on his back. I soldered all of the positive leads together and all of the negative leads together. That way I could run 1 wire each down through his foot, and it was a little less cluttered. I anchored one of Grievous's feet to the clone, the other one I anchored to the base itself, and the very last thing to do was to solder all of my connections and tuck the wires away. After that, I called it good. that is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I had a lot of fun with this one. Huge shout out to all of my patrons. You guys are great. Have an awesome week, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. I recently picked up this Bondi Razor Crest because I wanted to build a project that I have been planning since the last season of The Mandalorian. It's a sequence where the Razor Crest gets in a dogfight with a TIE fighter from the 4th episode, which is The Siege. Recently, I purchased these God Hand nippers after seeing them used in Stutson Studios videos, and I have to say that they are a great experience to use. They cut through plastic like it's butter, but they are quite expensive. So as long as I'm using them only on plastic, like Stutson, they should last a very long time. The scale of this model is not listed on the box, and online I see it listed as different things. I wanted to figure it out for myself, so I took a guesstimate for the length of the actual ship, turned it into inches, divided that by the length of the model in inches, and that gave me 1 to 255. It's kind of a weird scale, it may not be right, but that's what I'm going with. I got the version of the Razor Crest with the silver coating. It's a nice shiny silver, but paint will not stick to the surface, so I needed to prime it. I used a Krylon matte finish to prime it. It's transparent, so it'll keep that nice silver color, but it will allow paint to stick to it later on. Next, I assembled the base of the diorama. I glued some wood pieces together into the shape of an L, and later on I'm going to be adding a piece of rounded styrene. The lack of hard edges should, hopefully, give a better illusion of depth. Then it was time to make the explosion. I was going to use this LED tape to begin with, and then I remembered that this is Boylai Hobby Time, and I have to make things with LED filaments whenever possible. They also burn a lot brighter, which is nice. I had to make a little cage to house the lights and also suspend the cotton away from the lights, so I made a ring that looked to be about the right size. Spoiler alert, it was not the right size, but I made 3 of those, and I soldered them together into the shape of a hamster ball. Or I guess any other kind of ball. I then wound the little LED noodle around and through the ball in a star-like pattern, and I pinched off those ends with another wire that I soldered to the ball. I also wanted to add some width to this explosion, so I found a spring. I twisted that through the ball in order to protect 2 long, thin filaments that would go out on either side. I suspended those in the same way with the loop, just this time it was soldered to the spring, and then I connected the power leads. This was fun to build, but it is nice to know that I can go online and find something similar for a reasonable price. Next, it was time to add little clumps of cotton and do a little bit of styling to make it look less like a cloud and more like an explosion. Then I brought the explosion over to the paint booth and sprayed it with the black paint from Vallejo. I made the black more concentrated the further from the center that it was. This allows the inside to look more like flame and the outside to look like smoke. At this point, the wood glue had cured, so it's time to glue on the styrene. Unfortunately, when I put it in place, I created a few little creases, but most of those are not noticeable after the paint job. I primed it with a flat gray primer, and then I blocked out the shape of the clouds with a sky blue. I went above the tops of all the gray areas with a white, making sure to add a lot of nice cotton candy texture and diffuse everything into the gray. I deepened some of those blue areas, and that was the wall from Toy Story done. I then printed off a TIE fighter that I found on CG Trader, and it was printed in the same scale as the Razor Crest, but it looks to be a different scale than this explosion. I like this little sea urchin, so I will save it for a future project. But off camera, I made another one just in 1:255 scale. Of course, this TIE fighter is going to be exploding, so I snipped off one of the wings, I painted all of the panels black, and there was a slight error with the print, but because this is being destroyed, it wasn't too big of a deal. Then it was time to paint the Razor Crest. All this thing really needed was some weathering, to have those panel lines darkened with some Nuln Oil, to get the windows painted, and of course, those signature yellow lines. Then it was time to start assembling. I put 2 brass rods into the Razor Crest, and I marked out on the wall where the holes needed to be drilled. Then I used my pin vise to drill those out. I stuck the Razor Crest in place, and then I repeated the same process for the explosion, only this time I used a Dremel to carve the hole. I used a styrene tube to both mount the explosion in place as well as run the wires through the back, including some new ones that I added for the filaments that would be the blaster bolts. I knew I wanted to have 2 shots coming from the Razor Crest, so I added one filament that was wired up through the Razor Crest itself, and the other one was just wired through the cloud. I then connected everything to a switch and a little battery pack, and it was time to move on to the finishing details. I of course added all of the little TIE fighter pieces as well as some little bits of debris that I took from my bits box. Added a piece of styrene on both sides, painted that with black 3.0, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Huge shout out, as always, to my patrons. You guys are great. Have an awesome week, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week I decided to build a little diorama featuring Mando's new ship from the book of Boba Fett. The ship is 110 millimeters, so I needed to figure out the scale of this thing. I used this little piece of balsa wood as a placeholder for the ship because I was printing the ship while I filmed this section. I cut down the foam to the right size, and I used a makeshift compass to draw a portion of the circle where the back of the diorama will be. I then busted out the hot wire table and I used it like a scroll saw to carve away the foam in that half circle as neatly as possible. As neatly as possible still left a lot to be desired. So I put on my respirator and I sanded the edge smooth. I then used this method to figure out the length of that rounded section. I cut out some thin pieces of foam to that length. Then I traced out the shape of the recessed area on the back wall. I carved it out using my hobby knife with a nice sharp cutting edge. Some helpful tips that I've learned from experience or on the internet are when you're cutting foam and you're not getting nice clean cuts, it's likely that your blade is not sharp enough. Also, if you want nice clean corners, start in the corner and cut away from the corner. And lastly, it's best to use multiple soft passes as opposed to one hard pass. I then glued all of the foam pieces together, and I was a little concerned that the pink foam on the back would break when I bent it, but I warmed it up with a hairdryer first, and it worked out alright. Then it was time to put on some greeblies. Then it was time to put on some spackle. I covered the diorama with some spackle that I borrowed from scratch bashing. Once that was thoroughly covered with multiple layers, I left it to dry. Then it was time to move on to Mando's ship. This custom N1 starfighter was designed by James from the Rebel Base build. James has an awesome channel with fun homemade props and miniatures, and all of his 3D designs are available on his Patreon. If you're a Star Wars fan, or into 3D printing, or both, you should definitely go check that out. He does great work. I then painted the ship with a metallic silver spray paint and began the painting process. Now I have to say that when I saw the N1 reintroduced as the ship that Mando was going to be flying, I was a little surprised. I wasn't necessarily disappointed. I was just surprised. I thought he was going to get a larger ship. I don't think that this one would make sense as a bounty hunting ship, which maybe that's the intention, that this is him finally saying goodbye to the life of a bounty hunter. I would like to see maybe at some point a bigger ship for him. Maybe he can dock this inside of, but that's just me. Let me know in the comments, what do you think? What do you think about Mando's new ship? I had forgotten, but a while ago I purchased this liquid mirror from Culture Hustle, and I had never used it. So I decided to throw that on just to see what happened, and I have to say, I was shocked at how shiny that was. I took the opportunity to print a little Mando from Galactic Armory and use it on his armor as well. The stuff is very, very impressively shiny. Seriously, I am blown away. After the spackle was dry, then it was time to add the greeblies. I have to say, in the future, I will add a protective layer of Mod Podge onto the foam before adding the spackle. The spackle gives a very nice texture, like stucco, but does not protect the foam as well as the Mod Podge does. So some super glue got through in a few places, caused some melting. Luckily it's not super visible, but Mod Podge in the future, just to be sure. I used my heat gun to heat up some styrene tubes that I bent at a 90-degree angle. Luckily styrene is nice and soft, so it is not a risk to cut it with my god hand nippers. After I had glued all of those in place, it was time to prime. In case you aren't familiar with the backdrop for this diorama, it is Hangar 3-5, which is the docking bay that Mando likes to park at on his trips to Tatooine. It's the one that's operated by Peli Moto.
And that is a crazy lady.
I gave the walls and the ground a Tatooine-y color scheme, and then I painted up all the greeblies. After that, I added some sand to the ground. This was some powderized sand that I had never used before, and unfortunately it got onto some of the greeblies and was unable to come off. I thought I was going to be able to just brush it right off if it got on them, but even though they were not covered with glue, the sand would not come off. It actually stuck like a pigment. I was kind of surprised by that. In the end though, it is Tatooine. Everything does get covered in sand, so it wasn't too big of a deal. I drilled a hole in the bottom of the ship. I wanted this to be kind of suspended off the ground ever so slightly. The ship does not have landing gear that I know of, it just kind of floats there. So I put in a little brass rod. I painted the sides of the diorama with some black 3.0, and the very last thing to do was to stick the ship and Mando in place. And I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Thanks again to Rebel Base Build for giving me that N1 file. Go check out his channel. I know he's working on a build of his own with the N1 in a much larger scale. That will be a lot of fun. You should go check that out and subscribe to his channel. Huge shout out and thank you as always to all of my patrons. You guys are great. Have an awesome week, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week, I'm recreating one of my favorite scenes from my favorite Star Wars movie. April Fools. I'm actually recreating a previous project of mine. Instead of Boba Fett, this time it's going to be the other famous jetpack-wearing spaceman. I didn't realize Bandai made a Buzz and Woody kit. When I found this one at my local hobby store, I knew I had to put it into a video. That's a little uncanny. This was a fun kit to assemble. Snapped together real easily, like always. It had some fun pieces and fun colors that the Star Wars kits don't usually have. Once I had snipped everything off of the sprues, I chucked the pieces into the provided Buzz Lightyear assembly box, and I gave everything a good shake. Another reason this kit is cool is that the wings pop open if you push the button on his chest. It's too bad I'm going to ruin that feature later. If this was supposed to be the sad, self-aware, dreams-crushed toy Buzz that we see from Toy Story 1, I would have stopped at this point and called it good. But this is Boylai Hobby Time, so we gotta make him a bona fide space ranger with a laser and a working jetpack. Of course, he also needed an opponent to combat, and I decided it would be best to keep in the Disney family, put him against an Imperial Stormtrooper. After I assembled the Stormtrooper, I got the figures acquainted, and it was time to figure out the layout for the diorama. I've been told I used the Stormtrooper falling back trope too much, so I decided to do it again. This time I'm recreating a previous one, so this time doesn't count. I used a hanger wire to suspend Buzz off the ground. I needed a way to hold him secure without rotating, so I bent the end of it into an M, I slotted that into his jetpack, then I drilled a hole in the base for the wire to sit in, drilled it out, I pressure fit it in place. I of course needed to get power to his laser beam, so I drilled some holes to create a path for the wire to travel up his arm, through his shoulder, and out his back. I'm going to be using 2 AA batteries to power this light setup, so I traced out the shape of the battery housing, cut it out using a drill and a jigsaw, made sure that was a nice snug fit before fixing it in place permanently. The wire that connects to the other side of the laser goes through that little pipe, and I wanted a way to hide it in a more natural looking way. So I pulled out some XPS insulation foam, carved that into a little rock, stuck that over the pipe, and I cut up a few more pieces of that same foam into little rocks to cover the rest of the base. Then it was time to cover everything with a plaster, paint, and Mod Podge mix. This time I did add a little bit of sand directly to the mix to add some texture. So I watered it down, and after I had stirred that thoroughly, I covered the whole base with it, and I left it to dry. Once that was dry, I used a mix of black and brown washes from Vallejo, as well as some light mud and pigment powders. This is a slightly different technique than I usually use for my bases. This was in an attempt to create a more alien-looking landscape for this encounter. For some reason, Buzz's eyes could not look down, so I painted over the pupils with some white, and then I added back the pupils using some stickers that were provided with the kit. That way his slightly crazed eyes could look more at his opponent. Think for a minute, could you imagine being this stormtrooper, just doing your job, chilling, posted up on some random moon, minding your own business, and then Buzz Lightyear of Star Command shows up, starts mouthing off and refusing to cooperate? Bummer. After I had threaded the big filament through the Stormtrooper, I added 2 small blue filaments to the jetpack thrusters. Unlike the long ones, these are not flexible, and I broke a couple of them while putting them in place. I finally did get those in place, and I soldered all of the positive leads together and ran them down on 1 wire. I got out a toggle switch, cut a hole in the base. It was a nice snug fit, connected some wires to that, and then I snapped it in place. I then put Buzz in place on the end of the standoff, and I ran the wires down along the standoff and through the bottom of the base. I connected all of the negatives and all of the positives together, and then I connected everything to the battery and to the switch. I made sure to test the circuit before fixing anything in place permanently. I drilled some holes in the foot of the Stormtrooper as well as on the base, and before fixing him in place, I made sure that the hole lined up with the trajectory of the laser. I soldered the LED noodle to Buzz's arm and to the rock, and I gently pulled on the wire from either end, making sure it was as straight and taut as possible without breaking it, of course. I then used some UV resin and hot glue to create some melting effects on the rock and the Stormtrooper's armor. I then used some cotton stuffing to create the exhaust from the jetpack. I stacked it up larger at the base and made little clumps, getting narrower and narrower towards the top to create a natural looking cloud effect. I then airbrushed a dark blue-gray onto the outside of the cloud, being more concentrated the further from the fire it was. The last thing to do was to put Buzz's clear dome on his head and paint the sides of the diorama black. After that, I called it good. that is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Huge shout out as always to my patrons. You guys are great. Have an awesome week, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boy Life Hobby Time, and happy Star Wars Day. In celebration of May the 4th, I went out and bought a tractor. Not just any tractor though, this is a Porsche Diesel Junior 108. You may be asking yourself, what is a Porsche Diesel Junior? Why are there 108 of them, and what do they have to do with Star Wars? It's not actually the tractor itself that has anything to do with Star Wars, but the parts that make up the tractor. In many ways, it's also what makes up the universe of Star Wars. Midichlorians. But actually though, I'm talking about model kit parts. Many of the ships in Star Wars, and many other famous sci-fi vehicles were made by mixing and combining model kit pieces in a process known as kit bashing. Today, I'm going to be kit bashing this tractor model into a pod racer, and at the end of the video, I'll be showing you a collection of custom pod racers made by my patrons. I started with a main body piece, and after flipping it over, I discovered a great little saddle shape for a pilot seat. It also kind of looks like Sebulba. This piece, oriented correctly, screams slow-moving tractor. Flipped around backwards, it says bumper for a speedy racer. I also added some bits to the inside of that to make it look like it was meant to be that way. I flipped the console around, and conveniently it was the perfect size and shape to make a little seat. I also patched up this big hole on the back with this little box. I understand that some may not like the idea of buying a model kit just to ruin it like this, but kit bashing is a lot like building with Legos. I always had fun following the instructions and getting to the image on the box, but most of my Legos spent only a short amount of time in that form before being thrown into the larger Lego box to be combined with everything else, which provided endless amounts of creativity and fun. Don't get me wrong, I often enjoy making model kits as they are seen on the box, but it's a great realization that it's not the only way to enjoy model kits. It also leaves a ton of extra parts for later. After completing the pod, I began on the engines. I looked through all my bits for anything that was generally round, and I found these little rings, which gave me an idea. I decided on these bead bottles to be the base shape for the engines and began preparing the other pieces to fit onto them. Many of these pieces are leftovers from my previous pod racer build. I had to do some heat treating and sanding to get some of these materials to stick together, but Superglue Accelerator made the process a lot easier. I added those rims and tires taken from the tractor kit, as well as some 1:35 scale barrels. I added some lengths of styrene tubes to give the cylinder more dimension and places to mount some angular pieces onto later. I used some little pointy bottle caps for the back of the thrusters, and then I made some fins out of some thinly sliced strips of styrene. I didn't like how pointy this piece was, so I used a Dremel and a cutoff wheel to make it flat. I added one of those little plastic rings, and then I cut off some tank treads from another model kit to add some texture to the engine. I had some foils left over from an old TIE Striker kit, and I know they're not to scale, but we'll just say they're mini foils. I felt like they added a nice visual weight to the front without too much extra bulk. I stole these decorative side pieces from an old timer because I liked the texture, and they just happened to fit perfectly over the styrene that I had placed earlier. I also like the angle of this sprue piece, so I cut out 2 of those, and I noticed a striking resemblance to something from my childhood. I threw those on with a few other tractor bits, including some bits to act as plasma binders. I made sure to drill some holes to run wires later. And that was the construction done. I did go back and patch up some holes and gaps, as well as add some surface texture with Tamiya putty that I stippled on with a brush. The surface texture idea I got from Scratch Bashing, who got it from Night Shift. Both great channels. Night Shift's technical skills with model making are mesmerizing to watch. If you haven't seen it, you should definitely go check it out for yourself. Once the putty was dry, it was time to put some wires in place. It was a difficult angle to thread the thin wire, so I ran a more sturdy curved wire through first, and I pulled the thinner wire back with it. I wanted to hide a battery housing in the base to power this thing, so I marked out where it would go. I drilled some holes in the corners, and then I cut out the rest with a jigsaw. I cut a coat hanger wire and bent it to be the connector between the 2 engines and the pod. I used some brass tubes and mini eye hooks to create a sturdy connection point on each of the engines. I used some brass tubes to act as standoffs for the engines as well as conduit for the wires. Drilled some holes in the base. I glued the coat hanger, the engines, and the pod together. I then stuck the battery housing in place and connected a toggle switch and finished the circuit except for the LEDs. I did make sure to test those though before moving on. And then it was ready to prime. I primed it with a flat gray spray paint, and I used the airbrush to apply a black pre-shade to all the recesses and panel lines. I then applied a coat of tan and blue to various sections of the pod racer, keeping the layers thin enough that some of the shading would show through. After that, I stippled on a rusty red color, and on top of that, I applied a wet and dry brush layer of silvery gray. I then covered the whole thing in glossy black and brown washes from Citadel, and I dabbed it off with a paper towel. The goal for the gloss finish is to make it look like oil built up in those recesses. I applied a layer of dust with the airbrush, and that was the painting of the pod racer done. I of course needed a pilot to operate this vehicle, and my wife was digging through my bits box and found a Chewbacca figure that was just the right scale. It required a little bit of cutting and gluing to get the Wookiee into the right pose, but it wasn't too big of a deal. I wanted to have him with some racing goggles, so I cut up some little pieces of styrene tubing, glued those together, and then I glued them to his face. I primed the figure, and I gave him a quick and easy paint job, and I also put some UV resin inside those goggles to look like lenses. I then glued him in place and moved on to soldering the LEDs. I used 2 LED filaments that I twisted together, one blue and one red, so that the glow put off would be purple. I stuck down some sand to the base using watered down white glue and isopropyl alcohol. And after that, I painted the sides of the base black, and I called it good. Before my glamour shots though, I wanted to showcase some beautiful original pod racers made by my patrons. Oh, and stick around till the very end for a fun Star Wars Day surprise. The fun Star Wars Day surprise is a giveaway. I'm going to be giving away 3 model kits. One will go to a follower on Instagram, one will be for someone in the comments of this video, and the last one will be for one of my current patrons. The details for the giveaway will be in the description. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Huge shout out as always to my patrons. Extra special thank you to all of the patrons who participated in that pod racer build. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Happy Star Wars Day. Go do something fun and Star Warsy to celebrate. And otherwise, have a great week. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. The other day I was at my local hobby store and I saw these expansion sets for Star Wars Legion, which gave me some inspiration to recreate a Geonosis battle scene in miniature form. Just like hot dogs and hot dog buns, these sets came in unequal amounts. I suppose it's probably because they are 2 different types of army expansions. The 7 clones came in baggies, while the 4 droids came on sprues. I remember when the Phantom Menace came out, LEGO released a Technic B1 battle droid, and I thought the backpack with the antennas on it was the coolest thing in the entire world. Come to think of it, it's probably why I have such a strong affinity for things with random antennas. Once I had removed the clones from their baggies and the droids from their sprues, I assembled everyone. I started with the clones, and due to their thickness, these boys were very easy to put together. As for the fiddly little B1 battle droids, those were pretty messy and they took quite a bit of extra time. Luckily, I could just make a snappy cut and skip to the finished droids.
Roger, roger.
I wanted this diorama to be a little slice of the Battle of Geonosis that would fit nicely on a shelf, wide and shallow, with millions of little blaster bolts flying around. I broke into my LED box and I pulled out some red and blue filaments. For the base itself, I bought some strips of wood. I measured those out and I cut them to length off camera on my bandsaw. Once the sides were cut, I glued them together and I made sure that they were at all right angles using a speed square. I added some additional supports to the middle. Given the way I made the frame, there was plenty of room for a AA battery housing to fit inside, which is what I'm going to be using to power my multitude of little filaments. For a hardtop that would be easier to work with later, I scored and snapped an acrylic sheet. Using the nice clear plastic made things a lot easier when it came to wiring things later on. It's hard to tell, but I did glue the acrylic to the wooden base using some super glue, which does tend to cloud up acrylic, so I wouldn't recommend that in the future, but I'm going to be painting everything anyways, so it didn't really matter. The way I wired this display is the same way I've wired a few projects in the past, including this one and this one. With those projects, however, I did have to take a light bulb, break it, and harvest the little filaments from the insides like egg yolks. Since then, I have switched entirely to using these 3-volt filaments that I found online. They are far easier and safer to work with. I'll drop a link to those below. The filaments will be held up on little wires that stick through the bottom of the base and supply the filaments with power as well. First, I had to figure out where the people were in order to make the realistic paths for the blaster bolts to travel. I used a permanent marker to draw lines downrange from each of the figures and added a little arrow to remember which side it was coming from. I'll add a little white background here so you guys can see it better. I marked 2 points on each line spaced out exactly the length of a filament, and I drilled the holes on each point with my pin vise. I used a bit that was exactly the same size as the wire so that everything would have a nice snug fit later. The wire I'm using is 22 gauge enameled copper wire, so I had to scrape off the coating in a few places to allow the solder to bond to it. I then bent the wires, ran them through the holes, and I glued them in place. I then connected all of the positive leads to each other and all of the negative leads to each other to create a parallel circuit. Then ran the negative wire straight to the battery, and the positive wire I ran through a toggle switch. And I'm not really sure why I put the toggle switch where I did, but I did. And that's where it ended up. I tested my circuit as one often should, and I masked off the ends of each of the exposed wires with masking tape. And I took the base outside to prime. This round of primer will help hold the terrain paste better than the acrylic would have on its own. To make the terrain paste, I mixed up some plaster, Mod Podge, and water to the consistency of cream cheese, and I spread it over the whole base. I also used some leftover plaster rocks from a previous build to create a little bit more variety and visual interest on the base. After the rocks had been glued down and blended in with more plaster, I sprinkled on some texture in the form of pebbles, medium sand, small sand, and smaller sand. I added isopropyl alcohol to break up the surface tension, help my watered down glue mixture spread out and get full coverage over all of the sand. After the rocks and sand were thoroughly covered with glue and isopropyl alcohol, I left it overnight to dry fully. I came back to it the next day and I primed it for painting. I also primed all of the little figures as well. As you can imagine, painting clones is relatively straightforward. Most of them is white, with a few little trim pieces of black on the helmet and black between all of the plates of armor. I was trying to decide what other colors to add to this commander, and I know my friend Ashton really likes Commander Fox, so I gave him Fox's colors. This clone is missing a few things like a visor and pistols that Fox should have, but hopefully the paint job got it close enough. On Geonosis, the battle droids are painted a slightly more reddish hue than their off-world counterparts, so after a gray primer coat, I covered them with a rust color that I stole from build making stuff. Luckily, he won't notice because he doesn't really watch my Star Wars builds. I then painted the rest of the clones off camera. They were black and white, and one was red all over, like a newspaper. Then I moved on to the base. I started with the same rust wash that I used for those droids, and I splotched it on with a black ink as well to create a natural looking blend across the surface. I finished it up with a dusty dry brush to complete my attempt at that Geonosis look. I then cleaned up the sides with black 3.0 and I removed all of the masking tape from the wires. I then soldered my red and blue 3-volt blaster bolt LED filaments onto their respective leads. The very last thing to do is to add the clones and the B1 battle droids into position. After that, I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Huge shout out as always to my patrons. You guys are great. Have an awesome week, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boy Lie Hobby Time. I recently got my hands on 2 AT-AT kits from Bondi and considered customizing them for a jungle planet or a cityscape. Decided on something a little more original and recreated the Battle of Hoth. After taking the plastic wrappers off their sprues, I began removing the sprues from their pieces. It's always fun to see and pick out the details of these iconic vehicles. All the sprues and pieces are labeled very nicely, so I would typically recommend keeping the pieces on the sprue until the instructions call for that piece. But for the sake of a moderately more entertaining video, I removed all the pieces beforehand. And it was kind of a nice surprise because these kits also come with some tiny pilots. I had the first kit ready to assemble and decided to speed things up by building both kits at the same time. So I copy and pasted my sprue removal work and began assembly. Luckily, the kits weren't too difficult to assemble. Definitely had more detail than I expected. Most of the detail is in the legs, and recreating the same finicky, skinny leg 8 times is more monotonous than it sounds. Once both of the AT-ATs were done, it was time to set them aside and move on to the terrain of Hoth. I constructed the base from an 1/8 inch sheet of plywood, and I built up the walls and added some supports with 1/8 inch strips of wood. I held everything together temporarily with CA glue, then I used some tacks to hold it all together permanently. The wood was pre-sanded and not grippy enough, so to get back a little bit of tooth, I gave it a coarser surface with my orbital sander. After that, I threw on some white styrofoam and the AT-ATs, and the diorama was basically done. I did decide to go back and add a little more detail. I carved a slope into the hill with my hot wire cutter. I glued each of the layers of foam together with some foam-safe superglue. I then made a rock formation to go on the top of the hill with a large cutaway for a bay door. I switched to my other foam knife to refine the shape of the door. I also added a rock-like texture to the not-so-rock-like foam. I also went back and added some trenches and a few craters where shots from the AT-AT's big cannons had landed. After that, it was time to mix up a terrain paste. The terrain paste is a plaster, paint, and Mod Podge mix, watered down with a little water to a brushable consistency. I worked it into all of the cracks and crevices with a brush, and smoothed it out over the large areas with a glove. The paste creates a more durable surface and will protect the foam from later steps. While the terrain paste was drying, I shifted my attention to the planetary ion cannon. The planetary ion cannon is the large ball that the rebels used to disable the Star Destroyer blocking their escape from Hoth. I glued 2 halves of a ball together to make a ball. Recently, I bought some dental tools. That was a tip from Tinu of Craftastrophe. I used one of these tools to impress some lines into the foam and create panel seams on the cannon. I then stuck it on a skewer and I covered it in a layer of Mod Podge and paint. It didn't quite cover the foam texture like I hoped it would, so I went over the whole thing again with UV resin and that did the trick. And then it was time for some greeblies. I put the foam lollipop in the helping hands of my helping hands, which took its job very seriously. Then began cutting up the bits to make the ion cannon. I used a coffee bag valve, some gunpla pieces, and a piece of an extra Boba Fett's jetpack to make the barrel of the cannon. Then I glued it to the ball. I also added some raised panels and other bits. I took it outside to prime. The cannon does sit at a slight angle, so I cut a little slice off the bottom and I painted some of the details off camera later on. I then primed the base with a white spray paint sprayed down directly from above, which really helped highlight the rocks. And then it was time to add the snow. I made the snow using Woodland Scenic's soft snowflakes and matte Mod Podge. This creates a nice soft snow, which I used to recreate a winter wonderland. I let the snow dry overnight, then I turned my attention to painting the AT-ATs. I painted both of the AT-ATs the same way, so I'll just show footage of one. I started with a pre-shade and the darkening of some various panels and around different details with an almost black gray. I then went over the whole AT-AT with a slightly tan gray, trying to preserve the dark spots and allow the panel lines to show through. And I added a few hue variations of that same tannish gray, as well as some streaks and weathering. After that, the painting of the AT-ATs was done. I wanted to have these bad boys firing some LED blaster bolts at the ion cannon and the bay door, so I plotted out the paths the bolts would be traveling, and I got out my filaments. I wanted 2 of the 4 bolts to be suspended from one of the AT-ATs, so I used a thin metal rod to both suspend and bring power to the filaments. I drilled a small hole on the end and on the side of each gun barrel, and I glued the rod through the holes in line with the barrel. I left a small piece of the wire exposed on the other side to connect wires to it. I then gently connected the positive sides of the filaments to the rods, and I ran another wire for the negatives. Once those were done, I added them to the underside of the AT-AT's head, and I connected them to some wires that ran down the leg. To get started on the wiring for the rest of the diorama, I flipped the base on its side and I drilled a hole to install a toggle switch. The switch will sit on the back of the diorama and not be visible from the correct viewing angle. I also installed a battery housing for 2 AA batteries. First, I glued it in place, and then I used some screws to make it a little more secure. I then soldered the battery to the switch, and I threw on some heat shrink to protect all of the connections. I drilled a hole in the wood, and then I pushed a sharp rod all the way through the foam to run the wires from the AT-AT. I did the same thing a few more times with the rods that would be connected to the other filaments. I then glued down the AT-AT, and I soldered everything that needed to be soldered. I also painted the rods white in an attempt to hide them a little better, but it didn't really make much of a difference. I then added some anchors to the feet of the other AT-AT. I did the same thing for the other one, just off camera, and I glued that one in place. This next step was not entirely necessary because it all gets covered by a cotton explosion, but you all saw it, so you'll know it's there. And that's what really matters. I made the interlocking bay doors from styrene, and then I immediately ruined them and placed them in the tunnel. After that, I added some steel wool to create a few reflective sparks. I covered the rest of the door with cotton balls and little bits of debris. I printed some turrets that I found from Vincent1212 on Thingiverse. I will link those below. I broke them up because they've been shot by AT-ATs, and I glued those around the base. To help the turrets and the walkers blend in a little better, I mixed up more of that snow paste, and I applied it to everywhere where the turrets and the feet of the AT-ATs touched the ground. I also pulled the bottom off the foot that is not glued to the ground, and I used it as a template for some large footprints behind the walkers. Off camera, I printed a group of 1:144 scale snow troopers. I got these files from Darkfire Designs. I will link those below as well. After painting on a few details, including all of their blasters, I broke them off their supports and I stuck them down to the base. I then glued down some cotton to all of the destroyed turrets and used the airbrush to paint them black. I painted the cotton explosion with the airbrush as well. I also added some blast marks on the ground where some unfortunate rebels used to be. To finish up the project, I added a piece of styrene cut to the silhouette of the side of the diorama and I painted it black. After I had all four sides cut out and glued in place, I called it good. If you're wondering where all of the snow speeders and destroyed AT-ATs are, they are over that direction, out of the frame. Also, I tried to hide the filament wires in those last shots to boost the viewing experience. Let me know in the comments if you would like to see more of that kind of stuff in the editing. Otherwise, that's it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Huge shout out as always to my patrons. You guys are the best. Have an awesome week, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. I was once again at my local hobby store and I found some miniatures and I wanted to make a diorama with them. I found a few other miniatures. I wanted to make a diorama with these also. Then I found these, and these, and these. I couldn't decide which one I wanted to add to a diorama first, so I decided to just use all of them first. I have been around the wargaming hobby for a very long time, but if you can believe it, this box right here is the first box of anything Warhammer I've ever opened. Anyway, this is also the first box of Perry miniatures that I've ever opened. This is also the second box of Perry miniatures I've ever opened. I've opened lots of boxes of these Games Workshop Lord of the Rings figures. That's actually what got me into wargaming. And Star Wars Legion is how I got my start on YouTube. The Legion models come in these little baggies instead of on sprues, which is interesting to me. My initial plan was to start with the Space Marines, but after looking at these instructions, I got a little overwhelmed and decided to start with the other kits first. The Stormtroopers just have 1 or 2 pieces each, so I got those glued together real quick and I popped them on some bases. These will just help with ease of painting later on, but I will take them off before putting them on the diorama. There is a subtle difference between these two Numenorians. Let me see if you can spot the difference. One is very chill, and one has absolutely no chill. I did actually decide not to use the men and elves, and instead use some Uruk-hai because I felt like they fit the vibe of the diorama just a little better. Next I assembled the knights. I started with the horses, and each half of each horse is interchangeable with another half, and there are also a lot of different head options to choose from, which makes for a lot of excellent combos and configurations. Once all of those were together, I had the makings of a complete carousel. Next, I glued the horses onto some bases for stability and painting purposes, and then I added the knights on top. Just like the horses, you can mix and match the body parts as well as the weapons and accessories, so in the end, no two knights are the same. I really enjoyed building these knights quite a bit. I then assembled World War II figures, which were pretty standard, but had some nice detail and went together pretty easily. After that, I moved on to the Space Marines. I started by gluing together the torsos. Then I gave each torso a pair of legs and a pair of weaponized arms. After that, I glued on their heads and their backpacks. After I had thrown those on some bases, that was the assembly of all of the miniatures done. Okay, the idea that I had at this point was to have the Space Marines in the center of the diorama with all the other armies around them ganging up on them. I imagined that the Space Marines would absolutely dominate in a free-for-all, so this felt the most fair. After I had taken the miniatures outside and primed them, I set them aside, and it was time to move on to the terrain. For the base, I used a 12-inch by 24-inch sheet of plywood. I cut some planks of poplar to create the perimeter of the base, and glued and sanded everything. Next, I threw on a sheet of XPS foam. I trimmed it to size by cutting off the unsightly ends, and I glued it to the wooden base using some foam-safe superglue and some CA accelerator. To build up some elevation on the terrain, I decided to use some styrofoam because it's cheap and easy to work with. These are all offcuts from a previous build. I then shaved down the edges of the foam with a hot wire to create some hills, and I tried to vary the terrain and elevation to create a little bit more compelling display for the figures to stand on. I then used the pointed tip of my hot foam knife as well as my hobby knife to shape and sculpt the foam into some rock texture on all of the steeper areas. Once I was happy with the rock surfaces and the texture, it was time to move on to the terrain paste. The terrain paste is made from plaster, paint, and Mod Podge. The paint makes it easier to see where you've applied the paste, and the Mod Podge helps it stick to the foam better, as well as making it less brittle. While it was super thick and chunky, I used it to fill some gaps, and then I watered it down and brushed it over the rest of the surface. This will dry nice and hard and protect it from later steps. Once the paste had dried, it was time to add some texture. I started by spraying the base with a spray-on adhesive, which is nice and tacky and will hold the sand and pebbles and keep them from falling off when I put them on. I started by adding some pebbles to everywhere that pebbles would naturally be, and then I added some sand to everywhere that sand would naturally be. Also covered everything in isopropyl alcohol and watered down glue between each layer, and I left that to dry. Then it was time to paint the armies. I started with these World War II minis, and I gave them a base coat of Army Man green and a bluer green for the pants. I sprayed a light olive green directly from above. I painted the details on, like the boots and the belts and the skin. I tied the paint job together with a light dry brushing and a dusting of some tan with the airbrush. After those were all painted, I snapped them off their painting base, and it was time to move on to the stormtroopers. I was inspired by 52 Miniatures Stormtrooper themed Space Marine and decided to paint these stormtroopers like stormtroopers. I used a variety of colors, including black and white for the armor, black between the armor for their weapons and the soles of their shoes. I then dusted up their feet with some tan, and it was time to move on to the Urukai. These Urukai are the Urukai Scouts from the End of A New Hope that run off with Merry and Pippin. They wear mostly leather and have less armor than their Helm's Deep counterparts. Viggo Mortensen actually broke his toe while kicking one of their helmets in the Two Towers. I dusted them up with the airbrush, and I also painted on a white hand of Saruman onto their shields. I moved on to the knights. Given that all the knights were different, I decided to paint them all differently as well. This one right here got the 350 black-red plus chainmail colorway. The army was a bit shiny after dry brushing it with a metallic silver, so I dulled it down with a bit of dusting from the airbrush. The last army to paint was the Space Marines. Because these are my first Space Marines, I decided to paint them with the colors of my favorite fish, the Centropage boilei, or peppermint angelfish, which is not to be confused with Goobertown Hobby's awesome clownfish soldiers that I saw recently. You may have heard of blood angels, but these are the peppermint angels. And while the peppermint angelfish that they are inspired by is pretty gentle and cute, these bad boys are not gentle nor cute. Once all the minis were painted, it was time to set them aside and finish the base. I took the base outside and I primed it, and I began the painting. Unfortunately, most of the texture I added in that previous terrain step, and much of this painting became unnecessary after I decided to cover most of it up with static grass. I do like the static grass look though. It was a nice change of pace for me. I usually build stuff in desert, arid or semi-arid settings, especially at this scale. So the nice hilly green grass highlands look was a lot of fun. I also like the contrast of this somewhat serene landscape being the setting for this epic crossover battle. I added a few other colors of flocking to add a more natural look to the grass, and I sealed everything with isopropyl alcohol and watered down white glue. Once I had the terrain done, it was time to figure out the placement of the lights. I dry fitted the minis into their positions, and I found the spots that I needed to drill some holes for the wiring. I fixed one filament directly to one of the minis that was getting hit, while the other two were attached to figures that were doing the firing. I glued some rods in place to hold the filaments nice and straight, and I ran the wires down their legs to their feet. I tested all the circuits to make sure that they were good, and I moved on to the base. I marked some holes in the bottom of the base, and then I drilled a hole through the wood, and I used a stiff rod to push through the foam to the surface. Then I glued the wires to the rod, and I pulled everything back through the hole. I connected the minis to the wires, and then I connected all the wires to a battery and a switch that were hidden in the base. Then it was time to put all of the miniatures into their places permanently. After the minis were in place, I glued on some shrubbery that were gifted to me by Diorama Presepe, And the very last thing to do is to paint the sides of the base with black 3.0. After that, I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Huge shout out as always to my patrons. You guys are the best. Have an awesome week, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. I was once again at my local hobby store and I bought this Cassian and K2SO box from Star Wars Legion. I also bought a box with Jyn Erso and a box of Stormtroopers while I was at it. The prompt for my Patreon art challenge this month was favorite movie moments, and because I saw all three of these kits together at the store, decided to recreate something from one of my favorite Star Wars movies. Cassian and K2 came on a sprue together, and they seem to be made from a different plastic than the other Star Wars Legion miniatures that I used in this build. I thought about recreating the moment at the end of the movie where K2SO defends the door, but I've done that before on a larger scale, so this time around I decided to recreate a different shot that included both Jyn and Cassian. I've had this question for a while, but why is it so easy to knock out a stormtrooper with a blunt object? Shouldn't their helmets be able to take impacts from things like a baton? I don't know the answer to that, but if you do, please let me know in the comments. Once all three of my heroes had been assembled, I put together the box of stormtroopers. And speaking of plastic, if any of you are thinking of starting a little plastic bag collection, these Star Wars Legion sets would be a good place to start. They even include a larger plastic bag so you can keep all your little plastic bags in one place. For the base, I'm using a sheet of MDF, and I glued some pieces of 1/4-inch wood around the edge to give it some height. I then put on the little figures to plan the layout. In this shot, K2SO catches a live grenade and he tosses it over his shoulder and takes out a little group of advancing stormtroopers. For the walls of these buildings, I'm using some XPS insulation foam that I cut off camera on my hot wire table. I watched the scene multiple times and I paused it at a few different angles to try and recreate the alleyway that this scene takes place in. I eyeballed everything so it's not exactly perfect, but I think I captured the overall shape and scale pretty well. I used my hot wire table like a scroll saw to cut out this archway. I continued cutting and adding parts to the walls, and I definitely could have done most of this with a sharp knife, but the hot wire table made easy work of those straight lines and right angles. I found some generic sci-fi terrain pieces at the hobby store, and one of them, I think it was a vending machine, I used to make an impression of a door. I also cut some partial arches to imply full arches, just out of frame. I glued all of the foam together with foam safe superglue and CA accelerator. This is kind of a killer combo, definitely a game changer in terms of the speed of working with foam, but it is expensive. After the structures were mostly done, I carved in some battle damage using my X-Acto knife. Probably went a little heavy on the battle damage, but it's a fun process, so it's hard not to go a little bit overboard. I also made some places where the plaster had come off the walls by scoring a line and making an impression along the line, and then cutting some brick lines to complete the look. I then started gluing the wall pieces to the base and adding some greeblies as well. A few are from that generic sci-fi battle pack that I mentioned earlier, and a few others are from the official Star Wars Legion Objective Scatter Terrain box. I made a little awning to go over one of the doors by using a wooden dowel and some fabric, as well as a little piece of plastic that would suspend the fabric away from the door. I used Mod Podge to make sure it was sturdy. I added a few more details, including a bench that sits against this little wall section right here. There's a stormtrooper who is knocked out, sitting on this bench the whole fight sequence. So I made that bench from balsa wood sticks, put that in place, and I also customized one of the extra stormtroopers to be the stormtrooper that was knocked out on the bench. I also customized two of the other stormtroopers to look like they had been smacked in the head with Jyn Erso's stick, and then I topped off the structures with more foam, and I added the last of the greeblies and the details. After that, it was time to coat the thing in a protective layer of paint and Mod Podge. I didn't use any plaster this time because I wanted to retain as much of the detail as possible that I had carved into the foam. Once that was coated thoroughly, I set it aside to dry, and once it was dry, I performed a little bit of movie magic to apply a zenithal highlight. If you're unfamiliar, that means I sprayed it black first and then with a lighter color from above to create some natural looking shading. I also took the figures outside once they were on painting bases and I primed them as well. Like many cities in Star Wars, Jedha City is the color of sand. I painted the base using mostly an airbrush and I tried to lightly add the color over top of the existing shading with the goal to let the values show through. And I think it worked out pretty well. After I painted the walls, I also painted the ground to look a similar sandy hue. I painted the finer details with a brush, including this wall art, the bench, the awning, and the washes over the exposed brick. I then blasted on a few other colors to tie everything together and give it a more unified look. I then stuck down some sand, which I probably should have done earlier, using some watered down glue and isopropyl alcohol. Next, I moved on to the stormtroopers. I primed them all white, so that all I had to do was go back and paint on a few black details. I also went over top with a light dusting of that sandy color to tie them into the setting, and I moved on to our heroes. First up is Jyn Erso. Jyn is the daughter of Galen Erso, the guy best known for doing a real solid for the Star Wars franchise by designing the Death Star with its iconic fatal weakness. Jyn is a rebel at heart and usually likes to fly solo, but does enjoy quality time on the beach with her friends. Next up is
Cassian Andor,
a cold-blooded spy and saboteur for the Rebellion. His show is coming out as I'm making this video, so I don't want to spoil too much of his background, but he will do whatever it takes to complete a mission, and he also enjoys quality time on the beach with his friends. And last but not least is K2SO, or K2 for short. K2 is a KX series security droid reprogrammed from his default Imperial settings to helpful ally of the Rebellion, helping Cassian in his pursuit of sabotaging the Empire. K2 stands at 2.16 meters tall and doesn't enjoy time on the beach with his friends. After all of the painting, it was time to put all the little figures in place. I would usually paint all of the sides with black 3.0, but I wanted to clean up the front just a little more, so I used some styrene cut that out to the shape. I painted that black and I glued it on. I painted the rest of the sides with black 3.0, and before painting, I cleaned up my palette. After I had painted the other 3 sides of the diorama, I called it good. Before moving on to my final shots, here are all of the submissions from my patrons for the monthly art challenge. Excellent work, and a huge thank you to everyone who participated in that last month. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Huge shout out, as always, to my patrons. You guys are the best. Have an awesome week, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. Today's build was inspired by the 6th episode of the 2nd season of The Mandalorian. Boba Fett has been my favorite character in the Star Wars universe for as long as I can remember. So seeing him again on the live screen, kicking butt, it made me feel like a kid again. I had this model kit sitting on my shelf for a long time. I didn't want to do anything with it till he showed up in the 2nd season. I was pretty sure he would, but I didn't know what he was going to look like. So I made some modifications with the Dremel and patched them up with some Milliput. It's always wise to wash your hands after using Milliput. Apparently it can cause some skin irritation. I also customized his pistol. In the episode, he shows up with a brand new pistol that we've never seen before. So I looked at a picture and tried to use some bits from other things I had lying around to recreate it. I painted all of the metal pieces with a silver spray paint, and I began working on his clothing. I also made him a 3D printed belt that works with the holster that comes with the model. In order to create the chipping of the paint on the armor, I used a chipping medium from Vallejo, and I put that on the armor as I saw it in the reference photos. I then painted his torso in a khaki color and all of his limbs in a mix of black 3.0 and Citadel Corvus black. I then airbrushed all of the pieces of armor with their base color. Next up was the chipping process. I reapplied some water to the areas that I wanted to chip, and then used a firm paintbrush to scratch away the paint, revealing the silver underneath. This is my first time ever doing this, and I was really happy with how it turned out. I found that if you use the side of the paintbrush along the edges of the metal, it creates a very convincing look. Once that was all painted, it was time to start putting them back together. I also added some extra details of color on his jetpack and began adding the fabric. I then applied some water decals that came with the kit, and I scratched away at those with some tweezers to make them fit in a little better. I dusted on some clay pigment in places to make them look a little more weathered, and then I painted his belt and his holster. I added some final touches and he was good to go. I couldn't find a stormtrooper for sale near my house, so I found one in my house. I borrowed it from a previous project. The nice thing about that is that it has a foot mount on the base that I can swap out any stormtrooper whenever I want. So I'll just replace this guy. Sorry, bud. I then began drilling a series of holes down through the pieces of armor so that wiring could get from his chest down to his foot and into the base. For the display, I used an 8-inch by 12-inch glass dome, and I used some XPS foam for the base that I cut into little discs and stacked on top of each other. After those layers were glued together, I used the hot wire cutter to give them a consistent edge. I realize a hot wire table would have been far better for this. I'm working on getting one of those, but for now I'll make do with this. I then carved away a little rock for Boba Fett to stand on, glued that to the top, and I sanded down all the edges to make them nice and smooth. I drilled a hole where the wiring will pass through the base. Then I mixed up my plaster with water and Mod Podge. The Mod Podge helps give it a little bit more flexibility. I plugged up the hole to make sure it didn't get filled in, and I applied the plaster to the top with a palette knife. Before the plaster was dry, I randomly scattered some pebbles around. And then I filled in all the rest of the gaps with the plaster. I used my finger to give the surface a little bit more of an inconsistent texture, and then I used a Mod Podge and paint mixture to seal the base. After that was dry, I used some isopropyl alcohol to get the surface ready for my glue and water mixture. And then I covered everything but the rock in some nice fine sand. And the rock I gave a black wash. I created some little bushes by cutting up some scenic long grass and gluing it into little clusters. I let that dry for a minute and I moved back to the base. Applied some scenic glue again and some flocking. Applied some dark blended earth tones as well as some light blended earth tones. Sealed those in place, and then I glued some thicker dark foliage right along the edge of the rock. While the glue was still wet, I wanted to make some footprints, so I used the stormtrooper's feet to do that. And I moved on to the long grass. I used a dark green at the bottom, and I progressively made it lighter as it went towards the top. Then I glued it in place. After I knew exactly how Boba Fett was going to be standing, I used the Milliput to create the boots, and I painted those black off camera. I then pulled the wire up through the leg of the stormtrooper and into his chest, where I soldered it to the LED filament. This was a little challenging because one of the solder joints was inside of the chest of the stormtrooper, so I had to have that done before threading everything through. It was a tight fit, but I got it working. I tested my circuit to make sure everything was working, and it was, so I got everything ready for final assembly. I painted the outside of the base with black 3.0. I wrapped the LED in red cellophane, drilled some anchor holes in the base for the characters, put them in place, and called it good. The 3-volt one that runs right off of a coin battery. I'll put a link below if you're curious about it. Then gave the filament a coat of transparent green. I then moved on to painting Yoda. The color I went with for his skin looks a lot more neon green in the camera than it does in person. I don't know why that happened, but I did go over with some khaki to help bring down the saturation a little bit. The skin looks way more olive green in person. For Yoda's outer robes, I used some khaki colored fabric, and I cut that out into the general shape of a robe. I looked up a robe template online, and lo and behold, when I folded it over, it turned into a robe. I didn't try stitching it. I just used some hot glue. I don't know if that's cheating or not, but I was happy with the result. Glued Yoda in place with a 2-part epoxy. I also painted the wires behind the legs to help hide those. I also realized that I had missed the fake Adidas stripes on his legs, so I went back and painted those off camera. Then I moved on to the base. Decided I wanted to run this off of USB, so I added the correct resistor so I didn't fry the filament, and I painted the base. To help anchor the clone in place, I cut out some styrene rods. I drilled some holes in the bottom of his feet, and I drilled some holes in the base. Then I glued the rods that were in his feet into the base. Last thing to do was to connect my wires. Made sure to have the heat shrink on before doing that, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a great week. I will see you all next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week I built something that I've wanted to build for a while now. It's inspired by memories of playing The Force Unleashed. I haven't played the game in over 10 years now, but I very vividly remember one of the finishing moves you could do on an AT-ST was to jump in the air and cut it in half with your lightsaber. I always wanted to see Luke Skywalker or another Jedi do this in live action, but we haven't seen that yet. So I made a diorama about it. The first thing to do was to cut the ATST in half. I've been thinking about getting a bandsaw for a while now, but this seemed like the perfect excuse. I should have planned that out better before I started cutting it. I had to crawl around on the floor looking for the little turret that flew away. But I found it, and the cut turned out okay. The next step was to clean up all the cut edges, so I used an X-Acto knife and I scraped away all that excess. Once all the pieces were cleaned up, I used some plastic cement and super glue. I put the two halves together and made sure that they were nice and sturdy. As cool as it is, I do realize that cutting an ATST in half in one fell swoop is not very realistic. So we're going to say that Luke Skywalker made multiple passes. He first cut the bottom, then he jumped on the back, and he stuck his lightsaber inside the head of the ATST. Then he did a somersault over the top and slashed down through the front to finish it off. That's far more realistic. I mean, I guess it's still Star Wars, so realistic is relative. Initially, when I had thought about doing this build, I wanted to have the cut lines on the inside of the ATST glowing. I tried a few different things and I couldn't get it to look right. So I ended up just painting it, and I'm content with how it turned out. I may try it again in the future with lights. To build Luke, I went into Hero Forge and used the options that they had available to get as close as possible. The options are good, but they obviously don't have any of the intellectual property from Disney for Star Wars, so you have to think outside the box a little bit. I also went into Shaper 3D to build him a lightsaber. This is way more detailed than it needed to be at this scale, but I figured I might as well have a digital file of Luke's lightsaber on hand for future use. The next step was to build the base for this diorama. I made a makeshift circle cutting jig for the hot wire table, and I cut out some discs and began planning out the layout. Once I had visualized what I wanted it to look like, I cut out some thin pieces of foam to put on either side. These are going to kind of build up the banks of a dry creek. I also cut out some rocks. I printed the Luke Skywalker and I hot glued the terrain in place. Once I had all of that stuck in place, I sanded down the edges to create a nice consistent surface. The next step was to apply a seal to the foam. I did this using a combination of plaster, Mod Podge, paint, and water. It starts off really thin and then thickens up as it dries, making it really nice and workable. I used a palette knife and my finger to create the texture I was looking for. When that was dry, I gave the rocks a wash of black and brown, as well as a dry brush of gray and tan to help bring out those highlights. Then I moved on to the rest of the scenery. For the lightsaber, I'm using one of these 3-volt LED filaments. This one is green. I will put a link to those in the description. Then I primed and painted Luke. Once Luke was painted, I glued the lightsaber in place. I connected it to some wires, which I ran down behind his back and through the base. Then painted the side of the diorama with black 3.0. The last thing to do was to glue Luke and the ATST in place. Applied a little bit more dusting with the airbrush, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Have a great week. I will see you all next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. This week, I'm building a diorama in 1:12 scale featuring this Imperial Stormtrooper from Bondi, as well as a Nexu that I modeled and 3D printed. The Nexu is one of the 3 monsters seen in Attack of the Clones in the arena. It's the cat-like one that goes after Padme. As far as I know, that's the only time we've ever seen it on screen, but they do have a taxidermied head at Galaxy's Edge. If you're ever there, make sure to keep an eye out for it. I haven't come up with a good backstory for this diorama yet, so I would love to hear what you guys think. Leave a comment describing how he got into this situation and who wins the fight, and I will pin my favorite and make it the official backstory for this diorama. I built up the base with some foam that I cut with my hot wire table. This thing is pretty awesome. I needed to cut out some bricks, and this thing made short work of them. I then used the little bricks to create a retaining wall. I wanted it to look like it was a very old building of some kind. And the damage was not caused by conflict or anything like that, but just by the elements and years of neglect. I used an offcut from the back to help build up some of the earth in front of the wall, and then I piled on a few of those bricks. And I also used my finger and pressed on the front to create a more inconsistent surface, make it look a little bit less perfect. I then twisted together some wires to create a little branch or root growing across the wall. I then used a hot glue gun to try and create some little fingers and branches. And I think there's potential here, but the hot glue was a little too hot, so it ended up pooling, and I didn't like the way it looked. Luckily, I covered it all up with moss, so couldn't really tell in the end. I used the foot mount that came with the model and attached that to the base. Then I mixed up some paint, Mod Podge, plaster, and water, and I applied that liberally across all of the dirt areas. When that was dry, I used a Mod Podge and gray paint mix to paint all of the bricks. I then moved over to Forger for the iPad, where I modeled the Nexu using a few reference photos. This did take me quite a while. I am still fairly new to 3D modeling, but I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I decided to only print a portion of the model and mount it on the back instead of having the entire thing, which worked out really well because it was the perfect size for my printer. The print turned out really nicely, so I began removing the supports, and when I popped it off of the printing bed, like a nice little resin fruit gusher, it exploded all over my workstation. Luckily that paper towel was there and I was wearing gloves, so I was able to get that cleaned up in no time. I then removed the rest of the supports and put it in the UV curing machine. I had measured the diorama a little incorrectly the first time, so I added another piece of foam as a spacer, and then I cut out a piece of plywood on the back to hold up the Nexu. Then glued the back piece to the bottom with some wood glue and some brackets, and it was time to move on to the plants. My friend Mark makes a bunch of awesome 1:12 scale dioramas, and I've seen him use these before. Definitely go check out his work. I will link that below. While I was at the hobby store, I also saw some cool stuff, including this moss mat, which I don't know what the purpose of this stuff is originally, but for me, it's going to make the perfect forest floor. It's basically just a bunch of little pieces of moss and grass glued to some mesh that can be easily cut to any shape. And the size of the moss and grass lends itself very nicely to fit into a 1:12 scale model. I'm looking forward to using this stuff more in the future. This was definitely the most fun part of the build for me. I am not used to doing such heavy vegetation, especially in a 1:12 scale diorama, but I had a lot of fun with it. Just kind of went crazy, adding little pieces of grass and plants and real dirt and fake dirt, and using a lot of techniques that I have seen from creators such as Luke Towan and Kathy Millett. This was definitely super fun. And I think the thing that tied it all together was this light flocking that I added, this light colored turf. Really helped tie everything together, make it feel mossy and wet. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one. I did add a little bit of a darker green color to the middle of those plants to help them look a little bit more natural. And then I stuck those in place. Then moved on to figuring out how to mount the Nexu to the back. I used some wooden dowels, which I ran up the model, and those worked out really well. Then it was time to move on to the paint. After that was done, I moved on to weathering the stormtrooper and getting his blaster to light up. I used a pin vise to hollow out the barrel, creating a nice pathway for the wiring. I did break a few LED filaments along the way. They are very fragile. And I'm powering it with a coin battery mounted in an LED candle. These filaments do give off a lot of nice light, but they are pretty fragile. I have pretty much completely switched to the 3-volt filaments. I can only find them on AliExpress though, so if you plan on doing any projects like this of your own using these filaments, make sure to order them pretty far in advance. They take like a month to arrive, which is a first world problem, but definitely something to plan for. After all the wiring was through his leg, I drilled a hole in the base for the wiring to pass through, and I pulled the leads from the battery through that hole, and then I soldered everything together on the other side. I then went over all of the red wires with some black paint to make sure those were hidden, and I used a 2-part epoxy, which I smeared all over the Nexu and the dowels before fixing it in place. And then use some hot glue to create a little bit of a muzzle flash or flare from the blaster bolt. And to finish everything off, I used some black 3.0 to paint the sides of the diorama, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I had a lot of fun with this one. Have a great week. I will see you all next time. How's it going, everyone? This week I'm going to be building something with this little airplane. It's a cool little model kit that I found the other day. Hold on, let me get this. Hello?
Achuta boilai habi titaki. The wajo choy poda ke lido junkie. Really dig all the Star Wars stuff you do. You seem like a cool guy, so please join my pod race. If not, I'll feed you to my Sarlacc or something. Bye.
Alright, that's a change of plans, I guess. Welcome back to Boylai's Hobby Workshop Bashing Stuff Studio. This week, I'm building a custom from-scratch pod racer as part of a collaboration with a few of my favorite YouTubers. I had a lot of fun with this one. Hope you enjoy. I started by cutting these bottles in half. These will make up the main bodies for the engines. Then I went to Hobby Lobby to look for some engine parts. I scouted the aisles looking for anything fun and interesting, and generally round. I found these cool candlesticks, which are made to hold candles in floral arrangements. Thought those looked pretty cool. Also found some tiny funnels, some little measuring cups, some plastic rings from the fabric section, and some little wooden barrels. I had a few other things in my shopping cart that were equally unrelated to each other, and I couldn't help but notice that the cashier was very curious as to what I would be doing with all of this random stuff. But they didn't ask, so I didn't tell, and it was nice to be able to leave the store with my dignity. I hot glued all of the pieces together in a semi-planned out way, and once I had everything together, I had the basic shape for my engines. I knew I wanted to add something to the front of these engines to help bring the visual weight forward, so I cut up some square styrene tubing at a 45-degree angle, a couple of lengths, and I made these large ambiguous rectangles. I don't think the rectangles add anything in terms of performance to this pod racer. I think they are just for looks, and I think it makes it look more intimidating. So we'll just say that. We'll say that these big pieces on the front are just to intimidate the other pod racers. I also added some thinner styrene tubes to the front measuring cup. I will be mounting stuff on these later. It was then time to start adding some of the finer details. I didn't really have a plan for this, just kind of made it up as I went using pieces from my box of leftovers. I did know that I wanted to have two beams running across the middle, so I made sure to drill some holes for that and mark them with styrene. I used some styrene rods to hide some of the seams that I was not happy with, as well as create some little trim pieces. I knew it was going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to run these wires once the plastic was painted and I couldn't see through it, so I made sure to run those through before moving on. And then I added some more little pieces to help decorate where the beams would come out. And of course I broke out the guitar string. I used the guitar string to create some hoses. It's great because it will hold its shape if you bend it, and has that secondary wire that wraps around, which at this scale makes a very convincing hose. To connect the engines to each other and to the cockpit, I found this handle from a lantern. It was just the right hardness to be able to bend, but is still nice and firm and holds everything together really well. In order to fit in with the rest of the people in this collaboration, I made sure to add some bead rivets. I also scored some panel lines directly onto the plastic. They are hard to see right now, but after painting, they become a lot more obvious. To connect the engines to the lantern handle wire, I drilled some holes in the top of the engines, and then I screwed in some little eye hooks. The wire runs through both of these hooks, and it worked out really well. It hangs off the wire, and it's nice and sturdy. Also wanted to have some little flaps around the measuring cups on the front and the back of the engine. So I cut out some little styrene wedges. I bent those to make them a little bit more round so they'd fit in place better, and I hot glued them in place. After all of those were in place, it was time to move on to the cockpit. The cockpit was pretty much made entirely from a mutilated X-Wing model. It was 1:72, and I had these little 1:72 scale astronauts. So I decided to put 2 of them in there as pilots. I know there's probably only supposed to be 1 pilot per pod racer, but they were a little small for the scale I was going for. So we'll just say they're like Oompa Loompa size, and they work better as a team. I don't know, I'm just kind of making it up. I do realize now I should have had handlebars or some steering apparatus. That was an oversight. For the standoffs that hold the engines up, I cut some brass tubing and made some little engine lollipops. Then marked out and drilled holes where the standoffs would go into the base. For the electronics, I used the battery housing from a tea light candle. I glued that under where the cockpit would go so it's nice and hidden. And then I wrapped the positive lead up one side, soldered that in place. I wrapped the negative up the other side. I wanted them to kind of have a dual purpose, not only being a visual feature, but a practical one. I glued the cockpit in place, and it was time to prime. I do realize that priming with a metallic silver spray paint is usually not a good idea, because it does not hold paint very well, and that is the purpose of a primer. But in this case, it was exactly what I was looking for. I don't have to apply a latex layer or chipping medium underneath. The spray paint acts as that altogether, so I'm able to chip off the paint later, which is what I was going for, and I don't have to worry about applying that in-between layer of chipping medium. I also applied a pre-shade, get all of those recessed areas nice and dark. I went over it with a brown, and then I chipped away. Went a little too heavy with the chipping the first time, so I did go back over and touch up some of those spots. You can see right here. I was really happy with how that turned out. Painted my little astronauts in a gray spacesuit and sealed it. Then it was time to move on to the plasma beams. I used these 3-volt filaments that I use in a lot of my projects. I'll link those below if you're curious. And then I soldered them in place in an X formation. I did go back and wrap them around each other to make them look a little bit more interwoven. And once those were both in place, I added a bunch of hot glue to make them look a little bit more plasma-like. The last big thing to do was to create the terrain on the base. I cut up some little pieces of foam to make some little hills, glued those pieces down, and I mixed up some plaster, Mod Podge, and paint, and I smeared that across the entire base. Once that was dry, I applied a layer of sand and I sealed it in place with a glue water mixture. The very last thing to do was to clean up the edges with some black paint, and I called it good. that is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Please do go check out the videos from all of these other talented creators. I had a lot of fun being a part of this collaboration. I hope you enjoyed it. Happy Star Wars Day, everyone. I'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be doing another Star Wars dogfight diorama, this time featuring Slave One and a rogue A-Wing. For short-range aerial dogfights, the Slave One usually uses a hidden pair of rapid-fire blasters. These didn't come with the model, so I repurposed some hydraulics that are for an alternate wing position. I used some styrene and created my own. With that modification complete, it's time to prime, mask, and paint this thing. I will put all of the paints I used for this in the description if you're curious. I didn't do much weathering on the Slave One because I wanted to set the date for the diorama back a little bit further. The idea is that this is happening maybe 15 or so years before the events of the original trilogy, and I thought a newer paint job would help sell that. The inspiration for this diorama comes from the scene in Attack of the Clones where Jango Fett chases down Obi-Wan Kenobi in his starfighter and tries to kill him. The ship that Obi-Wan is piloting in many ways is the predecessor of this ship, so I thought it would be a fun ode to that moment. I added the emblem of the Partisans to imply a little bit of a backstory. This guy was probably out running missions, destroying things, and causing headaches for the Empire, which would have necessitated the involvement of a bounty hunter like Boba Fett. For the base, I used an old picture frame and a very thick canvas board. The other day, I burned my hand pulling a bagel out of a toaster oven, so don't worry about that as you see it in this next portion of the video. I wanted the setting for this diorama to be somewhere out in space where Boba Fett could have realistically set a trap for the A-Wing, like an Imperial outpost or an industrial site. And I was very inspired by the work of an Instagram user who goes by Monster Party Wars. Their work is absolutely incredible. They do kit-bashed ships and other things on the 1:144 scale level, and everything they do is unbelievable. I will put a link to their Instagram in the description of this video, and I would highly recommend you go check that out. You won't be disappointed. After that was all glued in place, it was time to mark and drill all the holes for the wiring. To ensure that I am getting really nice, straight, clean lines and angles, I always straighten out my wire with a drill. It's always sad and a little scary to take a Dremel to your model, but for the sake of the end result, it must be done. I like to use steel wool to imitate sparks and explosions on my dioramas, but that does pose a little bit of a hazard if you let it touch the electricity, so it's always good to be careful and aware of that. In order to achieve the deep space look, I went with black 3.0. I really feel like this helps set the background and the foreground apart and make everything look like it is floating. I was intending to do a full tutorial on how to do the laser LED filaments, but towards the end of this build, got a little bit complicated and I needed to pay a lot of attention to the actual wiring and not to the filming, so unfortunately I didn't get lots of the footage necessary for that tutorial. I will do a dedicated tutorial on this in the future, so stay tuned for that. As for this build, that's about it. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate it. Drop a like and subscribe if you feel like it, and I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be building the Death Star 2 from Bondi. It is at 1 to 2,700,000 scale. I am also going to be showing you an in-depth tutorial on how I work with the LED filaments. I've gotten a lot of requests for this tutorial, so I hope it is informative and that you enjoy this video. I found this acrylic box. It is for a softball, but was the perfect size for this Death Star. I began by drilling a small hole where the laser will come out of the Death Star, and then cut away some plastic to make sure there was a clear path for all of the wiring. After that, I primed it black and got it ready for painting. I'll list all the paints below, but pretty much only used one shade of gray from Vallejo and made it either darker with a black or lighter with white. I then painted some of the individual panels to add some dimension and detail. While that was drying, I moved on to the lighting. You're going to start with a 12-volt LED filament bulb. I would highly discourage using anything high voltage for this. It can be far too dangerous. You will want to understand how a light bulb works. The power comes into the light bulb through the bottom portion here, and then it exits through the threaded portion here. You're going to want to cut open all of this metal to get to the driver. Do it very carefully so you don't ruin anything. Also, do this before you break the glass, otherwise you won't have anything to hold on to that won't cut your fingers. Please do be careful with these sharp metal pieces as well. At the very end, you're going to want to remove the last little bit of metal at the bottom. This will be connected with the neutral, so go ahead and snip that off carefully. After that, you're going to want to disconnect the driver from the two wires that run to the LEDs. Most of the rest of this stuff will come off very easily just by removing the tape. The best way that I've found to break this bulb while keeping it clean and contained is to cover it with a paper towel and then use the wire cutters at the bottom to just snip a hole. Usually the hole is big enough to be able to remove the stem that holds all the LEDs. The next step is to remove all the LEDs from the stem. You can do this by snipping both sides very carefully. They are very fragile. After that's done, dispose of all your broken glass very carefully. At the end of your light bulb farming, you should have harvested one driver and as many LEDs as were in the bulb. Next, you're going to need a USB cord and as much wire as you need for your project. Next, you are going to want to remove the old wires from your driver. This insulated wire right here is where the red wire will go. The other one, which was attached to the threaded portion of the bulb, is where the black wire will go. You're going to do the same thing with the other side. Remove the old wires and then add the red to the positive and black to the negative. After that's done, you should be able to plug in your USB, and your positive and negative leads should be able to power up a filament. I am just going to be using one filament for this project, but you can wire multiple together. They will work as long as they're in parallel, just like is seen in my X-Wing TIE Fighter video. All of the stiff copper wire you see in my videos is enamel coated. I've gotten a few comments from concerned people thinking that I'm just using uninsulated copper wire. Don't worry, I am not running electricity through uninsulated copper wire. I found that the base of this little electric tea candle was the perfect thing to house the driver, and it also came with a nice little switch that I integrated into this build. It's always good to test your circuit as you go. That way you're not getting far along and having to rip the project apart to find a loose connection or something like that. I masked off the ends of the filament and sprayed it with a matte varnish. And then I used a clear green paint for this. I found that the filament itself does not take paint very well, but with the varnish it did just fine. I had left a little extra room on the wire, and then I pulled that back through once it was soldered in place. I also spray painted the underside of the acrylic plate at the bottom. I really like the way that the glossy black looks. These acrylic cases are nice. You can flip over the project and use it as a little stand so you can solder the bottom and not ruin anything. I tried multiple ways to light up the converging lasers at the base of the main laser. Couldn't get any of them to look very good, so I will save that for another time. As for this project, that's it. That is it for this video. Hope that tutorial was helpful. If you make anything using that technique, let me know. I'd love to see what you guys come up with. Thank you for watching. Have a great week. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. To finish off this Mandalorian Season 2 project, decided it would be fitting to include the Mandalorian himself in the cool moment where he takes out one of the Dark Troopers with his spear. They do not have any 1:12 scale Dark Troopers at the moment, so I decided to repurpose a Death Trooper and print some extra parts. It was surprisingly difficult to get a hold of a Mandalorian figure in 1:12 scale, so I ended up customizing this Boba Fett instead. I had to change the jetpack to give him a new helmet and new armor, but he was the perfect scale, so it worked out. On this model, the forearms and the vembraces are the same thing. So in order to attach my new vembraces, I used some milliput to sculpt some new forearms. For Mando's spear, I used a section of sprue that I sanded down to a nice smooth finish. I then shaved down the end to be able to attach the blades. For the spearhead, I used some O2O styrene, cut that into a little wedge, kept getting it down to the shape that I wanted. Then I split that in half and sanded down either side to make sure it was a little bit more blade-like before gluing it to the sprue. Then took one of the closed fists from the Boba Fett model and I drilled a pilot hole. I used the Dremel to make the perfect size hole for him to be able to grip the spear. I also used the Dremel to shave off the unnecessary pockets. I didn't worry about patching those in because they will be covered by armor. For Mando's new armor, I bought a full set from Galactic Armory. I will link that in the description. Once I had printed those, I painted them all with a silver spray paint. For the Dark Trooper helmet, I found a file from Nico Industries, which I bought, and I will link him in the description as well. Once everything was primed, it was time to start airbrushing. For Mando's coveralls, I used a mix of Oxford Blue and Black 3.0. The Black 3.0 has a nice matte finish to it, so it has almost no reflective value, making it look very much like fabric. After I had completed all the airbrushing, it was time to go through with the brush and add some of these smaller details. I also, off camera, went over all of the armor pieces with some Citadel Iron Hand steel. This helped bring the tone of the armor down a little bit, which helped because the silver by itself was just a little too bright. When the painting was done, it was time to put on his armor. I made sure to preserve all the articulation and not get any glue on his joints. To make his cape, I used a piece of an old black t-shirt and I cut out a hole for the jetpack mount. It's interesting because Mando has the same knee rockets as Boba Fett, so my question is, why has he never used them? And if he had them, why did he not use them against Moff Gideon? Leave a comment if you think you know why. Once Mando was done, it was time to move on to customizing the Dark Trooper. I had some leftover K2SO fingers from a previous build, so I swapped those out with the existing fingers, which helped this look a little bit more robotic. I also added some red cellophane behind the eyes of this Dark Trooper helmet, and I'm going to put a light inside so that the eyes glow just like in the show. I added some little wires and rods on the side of the neck to make it also look a little more robotic, and then I drilled a pathway for the wires to go down through the base. I used some Milliput to hold the LED inside the helmet, made sure that was working, got it all soldered up, and it was time to move on to the base. The base on this one is very simple. I just used some 040 styrene that I cut to shape. I put that in an old picture frame, drilled a hole for the wiring, and I painted it glossy black. When Mando stabs the Dark Trooper in the show, a bunch of sparks fly out, so I used some steel wool to mimic that. I glued the figures in place, being careful not to bend anything. And the last thing to do was to add the big boxy shoulders on this Dark Trooper. And the figures were complete. Finished up soldering the electronics to a USB power source, and I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. It is also the end of my Mandalorian Season 2 project. These week-by-week videos have been a lot of work, but they've been a lot of fun as well. I look forward to doing more like it in the future. And if there was a moment that you didn't see me do that you would really like, don't worry, I will be doing more content from the season, just not at this pace. Have a great week, everyone. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boy Lie Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be building a Darth Vader diorama for my friend Sam. I'm also going to be including a tutorial on how to build your very own lightsaber for a 1:12 scale model. It looks absolutely incredible and it's very easy to do, so stick around for that. For the base, I used an old picture frame that I found at the thrift store. I spray painted it black and then combined it with a few other materials to make it look like the floor that you see Darth Vader and Luke fighting on in Cloud City. To allow some of the light to pass through, I use some 1/8 inch opaque acrylic. This allows light to come through and it diffuses it very nicely across, giving it a soft glow. For the bottom layer of this, I could have used a number of different materials, but I had some old canvas board lying around, so decided to use that. I ran a few strips of the LED tape across the bottom. Initially, I was a little concerned that it was too close to the acrylic and that you would be able to see the individual LEDs, but it just happened to be far enough away that that wasn't a problem. After those were all in place, I soldered them so that only the red lights would come on. It's always very satisfying when it works. I then drilled a hole in the back of the frame for the power cord to be able to pass through into the diorama. I drilled a few holes in the acrylic so that the wires coming down from Darth Vader could get through. And I put it all together with this framing staple gun. The lightsabers are made from these 3-volt LED filaments. Someone named Sebastian in one of my videos told me to go look on AliExpress, and I did, and I was very surprised to find these little filaments that run right off of a 3-volt power source. This is going to be how we make our lightsaber. First thing to do is hollow out the inside of the lightsaber. Used a very tiny bit to drill a pilot hole and then followed it up with a perfectly sized one so that the filament would have a nice snug fit. You could stop at this point if you really felt like it, but I would suggest continuing. To add rigidity and structure to the lightsaber, I'll be using the copper wire and a cocktail straw. Make sure you grab one that is nice and clear or opaque. You will have to glue the lightsaber into his hand in order for this to work. Then drill a hole right alongside into the hand. This will allow the copper wire to pass through. The copper wire is nice and straight, helps add strength to the lightsaber. It's also the route the electricity takes. After that, you can cut your straw to the shape of the emitter and start feeding everything through. I added a few bends in the copper wire to help it match the blade shape a little better. Then I cut it to length, scraped off some of the enamel coating, and soldered the end in place. At this point, the lightsaber is essentially done. In a dark room, you can see that it is nice and bright. You could stop here, but I want to get a little bit more brightness out of this so that you can see it more noticeably in a lit room. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. There are probably a few ways to do this. How I did it was with an old USB cable, which has a voltage of 5. This filament, however, would burn out at anything over 4 volts. So, in order to drop down to a manageable voltage, I used 2 diodes in series with a resistance of 0.7 volts each, bringing it down to a very manageable 3.6 volts. This boosted the brightness enough. It was a lot more noticeable, but it didn't burn out. The diodes get a little warm, not too bad, but just in case, I'm going to insulate those to keep them safe. Next thing to do was to hide the wires and run them down his back. I also lit up a few of the buttons on his chest plate with one of these nano LEDs. Luckily, it is the same voltage as the lightsaber, so I wired it all together in parallel. I wrapped the lightsaber in some red cellophane. I also colored the buttons on the chest plate and hid all the wiring behind his cape for attaching him to the base. Instead of just gluing him to the base, I also drilled some holes in his feet, which I ran some wires through and bent to the sides. This made him much more secure. After he was in place, I soldered everything together and called it good. that is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Sam, I hope you enjoy your gift. Have a great week, everyone. I will see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be recreating one of my favorite scenes from the first season of The Mandalorian. If you've not seen the first season of The Mandalorian yet, I would recommend you go watch that before watching this video because I don't want to spoil anything for you. I began by building the base for the diorama out of some scraps that I had from previous builds. Initially, I was going to seal off the back of the diorama, but decided to leave it open so that at the end I could get that shot of IG-11 walking through the lava from the back. I used some artist canvas board for the base, and then cut out some strips of foam that I shaped into the banks of the lava river. After looking at a few pictures later, I realized that the banks should have been a little shallower, but it's okay, I still like the end result. I then began gluing everything in place. I wasn't too concerned about being exact with these lines. All of those will be patched up and filled in with plaster in a minute. Last thing to do before the plaster was to add a few more little bits of foam to help build some visual interest. I mixed up some plaster of Paris and Mod Podge for this, and I covered the entire diorama, making sure to fill in all of the cracks and gaps. And for the lava effect, I patted down the plaster into little peaks, and then I smoothed it out. I then gave it a nice little sanding to make sure to get rid of the texture that I did not want. And then I gave it a coat of paint and Mod Podge. This will help seal it all in and protect the foam for when I spray paint it. Gave that some time to dry, and then I primed it. I bit the bullet and I went ahead and bought myself a 3D resin printer. Figured this would expand some of my crafting horizons. I went with the Anycubic Photon Mono. I am pretty impressed with the quality of the prints that it puts out. I didn't do a test print, to be honest, because I was trying to get this video out this week. So I had no time to mess around. I just went right into it. While the 3D printer was doing its thing, I went back to the base and started painting it. The planet that this scene takes place on is volcanic, so there's a lot of black and gray, which contrasts very nicely with the lava river. For the lava, I took a bright red and I painted it all along the side of the river, and then highlighted some of the cracks in the middle. I then followed it up with a bright orange and painted that in the center of all the red portions. This helps create a very nice lava effect. I then followed it up with the airbrush and sprayed that along the bank to create a glowing effect. After about 2 hours, I had a bunch of little stormtroopers printed. I was pretty impressed with the quality of this printer. Probably shouldn't have started with something this small as a first print, but for a first go, I would say it's pretty good. IG-11 didn't turn out as well, both of his legs kind of folded up in the air, but I wasn't too concerned about that because those are both going to be under the lava anyways. I then began painting all the stormtroopers. This took quite a while just because of how many there were and because of their size, but in the end, I'm pretty happy with how they turned out. I'm just not going to look too closely at any of their faces. After I had completed all these stormtroopers, it was time to paint IG-11. After everyone was painted, I dipped their feet in super glue and stuck them to the base. Finished it off with IG-11 and called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I will see you all next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be building a little book nook, or what I'm going to call a nano nook, putting it inside this baseball display case. I had a leftover model from my last build. I decided to incorporate that and make it the centerpiece of this build. This is Vader's TIE Advanced. It is the ship you see him flying in A New Hope during the attack on the first Death Star. Masked off everywhere that needed to stay black. And I gave the rest of it a nice coat of Battleship Gray. Then used a glossy black to touch up the windshield and dry brushed on some details. I will include all of the paints that I used in the description, so you don't have to worry about those as they fly by. These Bondi models come with a nice little display stand. Some of them come with an extension arm, as you can see here. I repurposed those to be the arms that hold the ship in place from the ceiling of the hangar. Found these awesome little nano LEDs online. I used them in my K2SO build to light up his eyes, and figured they'd be the perfect thing to add to this build. Nice and bright and very tiny. I then began designing the back wall. It's nothing too crazy. Just used a couple of reference photos and got a general idea of what the inside back wall of an Imperial hangar looks like. A while ago, I put together a Millennium Falcon model, and I had a leftover ramp, which I repurposed for this build. I've seen various pictures showing how pilots get into their TIE fighters, but never one specifically for Vader. So I decided there was a little bit of room for creative interpretation, and I made him a fancier walkway down to the ladder. Once that was done, I glued it in place and added a few extra details for visual interest. I then primed the whole thing with some black spray paint, cut out some stencils for markings on the floor. Then mixed up a nice medium gray color, which I airbrushed on every vertical surface. Once that was done, I peeled off my mask and I applied a gloss varnish to the floor to give that nice reflective Imperial floor look. With all of the painting done, it was time for final assembly. Put all of my electronics back in place and included this little silhouette in the observation room. And then connected everything to an old USB power cord, sealed it up, and called it good. I am going to be giving this away to one of my subscribers. All you have to do to enter into that is leave a comment, make sure you're subscribed, and if you want some bonus points, share it somewhere. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you next time. How's it going, everyone? Today I'm going to be building a bookshelf diorama featuring this Bondi 1:12 scale stormtrooper and some realistic lighting effects. Decided to go with the E11, that's the classic stormtrooper blaster, and I think it fits the vibe of a stormtrooper the best. Tried using some water decals for the details on this guy, but some of them didn't work out, so I went back and painted those myself. I like to integrate the base that the model comes with into the base of the diorama. There's a nice little spot for the foot to hold on to, so you can take the stormtrooper out and put him back as you need to. Hobby Lobby sells these metal sheets with different patterns. This is a great one because it looks just like the Imperial walls. Decided to light it up with some LED tape. Please don't judge my soldering. I am still fairly new to it. In order to make the realistic laser effects, I use these LED bulbs. More specifically, I use the filaments inside the bulbs. These filaments require very high voltage, which makes this very dangerous, so please don't try this at home. Use the proper protection to get these out of the glass. And I saved the driver that comes in the base of the light bulb because I will be using that to run the power through. Discarded everything safely and wiped it all down with a wet washcloth. I rewired the driver to a lamp making kit. I insulated everything and I made sure it was all secure inside of a junction box to be as safe as possible. In order to make the lasers red, I took a straw and wrapped it in red cellophane. I don't think the LEDs get hot enough to melt this, but it is a possibility, so I don't run this thing for too long at a time. I finished up the details on the back wall, glued it in place, and drilled my holes for the lasers. The same wire that is passing the electricity to the LEDs is the wire that keeps it suspended off the wall. Thought that was cool to be able to kill two birds with one stone, or as Peter likes to say, feed two birds with one scone. Wrapped up the rest of the soldering. There it is. I had a lot of fun with this project. I will certainly create more in the future like it. If you like this video, drop a like, subscribe. There's more good things soon to come. Thanks for watching. Have a great day. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be building the refinery from episode 7 of the second season of The Mandalorian. I built the model for the refinery on my iPad in Shaper 3D. This took a little longer than I had anticipated. Initially I was going to include the seismic charge exploding up in the air, taking out the TIE fighters. But I ran out of time this week, so I didn't get to include that. I will revisit the seismic charge. I would love to make one of those, or see if I could make it look convincing. But I'll save that for another video. I cut out all of the pieces of land that sit around the refinery out of some foam. This piece was not cut properly, so I shaped that again with the foam cutter. It's kind of a cool refinery. It sits on this hydro dam. It must be where it gets its power from to do its refining. And I cut out a little retaining wall around the outside. This will help hold in the resin for when I pour that in a minute. Mixed up some Mod Podge and light brown, which I used to cover all of the land areas. Did the same thing with some black paint and applied that to all of the water areas. Then I painted the refinery itself. After the paint was dry, it was time to move on to the resin. I mixed in different amounts of blue, green, and black till I found the color I was looking for. I then poured the resin into the water areas. I did make sure to seal up all of the sides really well with some hot glue. I probably should have put it on a disposable surface just in case. The resin tends to find any crack and get out of it. But I sealed it up pretty good, so no leakage. After that had cured, I used some gloss Mod Podge to create the texture on the surface of the water. I also used some polyester fiber fill that I pulled into little strands to create the water pouring out of the chutes beneath the refinery. Lastly, I added Mod Podge in kind of a concentric circle pattern away from the waterfall. And I painted on some white to add a little bit more of that whitewater turbulent look. After that was all dry, it was time to move on to the trees. I used some scenic glue, which is basically just really thick white glue. And I have some wargaming scale shrubs, which worked perfectly as full-sized trees in this scale. I also used some branches from some other tree sets that I got. Added a few different other colors to help make it look a little bit more natural. At the end, I added a little bit more fiber fill at the bottom of the waterfall to create some mist. I then printed and painted a Slave 1 and 2 TIE fighters that I built in Shaper 3D also. Then painted the outside of the whole diorama with black 3.0. and I added some really tiny wires to suspend the ships from. The last thing to do is to create the little explosion of rhydonium. I used an LED from a tea light candle, as well as some cotton, which I formed into a little smoke cloud, and I airbrushed it black. Also airbrushed the inside orange to help give it a little bit more of a fiery color. Put everything in place, and called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you have a great week. I will see you next time. Hey everyone, how's it going? Today I'm going to be building another book nook. If you don't know what a book nook is, it's basically a little diorama that's made to go on your bookshelf. This one is going to be depicting that scene from the end of Rogue One where Vader ignites his lightsaber. I know that scene sticks out as a favorite for most people from that movie, so I decided it would be the perfect thing to put into a book nook. Started with the 1:12 scale Vader Bondi model. These figures are always super fun to put together. They're highly detailed, and they come with lots of options for like hand gestures and weapon options. And in this case, 2 different capes came with a rubber and hard plastic. I ended up going with the hard plastic one. It made the wiring for his lightsaber a little easier. I detailed him with a combination of water transfer decals and my own paints. I'll list all the paints in the description, but it really didn't matter because when you put him in the dark hallway and turn on the lightsaber, it kind of washes out all the other colors, just like it does in the movie. I made this little section of hallway on an 8 by 8 inch square. I made it 8 inches tall. Because of the size, I had to change some of the dimensions so the hallway isn't as wide as is seen in the movie. But I still think it looks good and natural with the size of the model. I did also afterwards realize that the bottom of these arches is also rounded back towards the center of the room. So that was an unfortunate thing to miss. But maybe next time I build one of these, I'll fix that. I used styrene for all of this. Styrene is a awesome material. I know I've mentioned that in past videos, but it is really incredible. You can build almost anything with it. Comes in lots of different thicknesses, snaps if you score it, and yeah, it's awesome. I originally tried to light the plastic lightsaber that came with the model, but that did not work, no matter how I tried. So I came up with my own method. I've never seen anybody use this method before to light up anything in a model, so I'm pretty happy about it. I'm not going to include that portion in this video, but if you want to see how I'll do that, I will make a dedicated video for that process in the future. So subscribe and stay tuned if you want to see that. Finished up the hallway. Called it good. I did add the sound effects afterwards. Those are not included in the model, but the light and everything else is as you would see it. There is my Vader book nook. Hope you enjoyed. Thanks for watching. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boylai Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be building a snow globe inspired diorama featuring the giant spider and the Razor Crest from the second episode of the second season of The Mandalorian. I cut out some circles of pink XPS foam and I used some drywall filler and frosted them like a cake. I carved a hole in the bottom of the wooden base that came with the glass dome. This will be to house the battery, which will power the lights. After the drywall filler was all dry, I sanded it down and gave it a nice coat of glue and paint to protect it from the primer. To build the spider, I used an app called Forger. It runs on the iPad. It's a 3D sculpting app that basically works like physical clay, only digital. Before 2 weeks ago, I had never sculpted anything in digital. It was really fun to see how intuitive this software was and how so much of sculpting with clay translates over to this digital format. It does organic things a lot better than mechanical, so for this spider it was perfect. For the Razor Crest, I used a file that I found on Thingiverse made by Fine Engineer. He also goes by Rick Tamarov on Instagram. I got his permission before using this, and I will link everything in the description. For the engines of the Razor Crest, I used two warm flickering tea light candles. I will also be using one of these as the power source. Right about now, the print was finishing up, so I pulled those off the printer. It turned out really nicely, and I rinsed and cured them. I printed the spider upside down so it would have a little bit more support for the legs. And once I had clipped off all of the supports, I cleaned up all the connection points, and I was really happy with how everything turned out. I used a pin vise to drill a pilot hole, and then I used the Dremel to widen the hole enough to fit the LEDs in. switched to a smaller bit on the Dremel and carved a channel for the wiring. I positioned the ship on the base and began carving a spot for it, as well as adding some large chunks of ice that fell down from the roof when the Razor Crest fell through. I tested my circuit to make sure it was working, and I soldered the LEDs together in parallel and added them to the ship. I added a few more little details before it was time to paint. When the spider was primed black, it looked just like a Black Widow, which was pretty scary. So I quickly added the colors to it to make it look a lot less scary. After the spider, I moved on to the ship. I painted the whole thing with a metallic silver spray paint, but this was pretty slippery, so I added a matte varnish before adding the other colors. Once the matte varnish was on there, the other colors stuck really nicely. I painted on all the little details, like the pinstripes and the windows, and the rest of the ship was just different washes. If you're curious about those, I will list them all in the description. I wanted to have some nice contrast on the base, so I dry brushed it very lightly with some gray and white. And then I added some fake snow after I applied a spray-on adhesive. To finish it up, I added a few more little details, including some little baby spiders that I printed off camera. Once those were in place, I called it good. That is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you have a great week. I will see you all next time.
Good morning. Good morning, sleepy peeps. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are we doing? How'd everybody sleep? Oh. Hello. Good morning, Tiani. Good morning, Paps. Hello. What's up, Silver? That sweet chin music. What's up? Booyah. Hello, Trev. Good morning, Kels. Batbeard Foxy. What's up? Cubone, Brandon, Docking Mule. What's going on, everybody? Day 14. Day 14, guys. Day 14. The last day. No, day 15 is the last day. How's the double zeros looking? It's looking nice. We're almost there. We're almost there. Tiani. We are almost there. Oh. Alright, guys, I gotta go, I gotta go pee. Oh, shoot, I actually don't have coffee. I have no more cold brew left. Shoot. Shoot, man. Frick. Basically only a full 24-hour stream to go. Shoot, dang. Maybe I'll take you guys to go get coffee again. I don't know. I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Boy Lie Hobby Time. Today I'm going to be making a diorama from the 5th episode of the 2nd season of The Mandalorian. I started by measuring out the base and planning out the layout for the little platform that runs over the pond. Also going to have these little lights integrated. There's the lanterns on the water. So I used some little styrene tubes for those. And I'm going to be repurposing this battery box that I got from Pixie Lights in my last build. I used styrene for the platforms at either end and for the walkway across the middle. For the base, I cut out a piece of foam core. I peeled the paper off so it'd be easier to work with. But this will be the border of the pond. I tapered off the inside edge of the foam to give it more of a natural slope down to the water. I cut out each of the posts for the lanterns from the styrene tube, and I sanded the ends to make them all flat. I pre-drilled all the holes for the wiring, and I hot glued all of the posts in place. The hot glue will help keep the epoxy from leaking out when I pour that later. I added some foam rocks and decided on the placement for my trees. How they came wasn't perfect, but after a little reshaping, I got them to look how I wanted them to. For the building that sits at the end of the courtyard, I used some pink XPS foam and rounded it off with a hot wire cutter. And then I gave it a nice sanding to make sure it had a nice smooth finish. I marked off the placement of the door and then I carefully cut that out. I also included a little slot just behind the front edge in order to be able to slide in a piece of styrene. Then use some other thinner bits of styrene to make the design on the door. cut out some strips of wood, which I made the door frame with. I also cut out a bunch of little strips that will be the panels that line the front of the building. Once that was in place, I mixed up some Mod Podge and paint to protect the foam from the spray-on primer. I used Shaper 3D for the iPad to design some little water vaporators that sit in the pond. At least I think that's what these are. It's a very dry planet and she has a pond full of water, so I would imagine that that is what she uses these for. There is a cool app out there called Hero Forge. You can design your own heroes for tabletop war games, and they will either send you a physical model or you can download the digital file. I did that for both of the base models, for Ahsoka and the Magistrate, and then I added everything else to make them look the part.
Alright guys, you're coming with me. You're coming with me. You're coming with me. I'm going to get coffee. Hello?
Hello?
Whoa.
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 Oh.
Wow.
Wow. All right. You guys ready? Wow, that's loud. All right, you guys ready now? Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Is it? Cricket, cricket, cricket. Cricket, cricket, cricket. I gotta edit the stream info. All right, guys, hold on. Just chatting. I don't think it worked.
Go down and do it.
Oh, no. It actually did work. It says just chatting, guys, or what?
Worked? Okay. Hey, Bear.
Love that people just know that about us now.
They know a very secretive thing about us.
Hey, Bear.
They know the very, very private thing that we say, hey, Bear. I'm going to do a new order. I'm going to do pickup location here. I'm going to do ASAP. I'm going to do, vanilla New Orleans style.
Oh, yeah.
Get the bottle?
Or get me one at least. I don't know.
No, I can get the bottle.
I mean, we're going to like it.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to try it. It's cheaper just to get the bottle.
Yeah, let's get it. Let's freaking get it. Vanilla New Orleans style, brand spanking new. Hot off the press. Give me a traditional, no milk, no sweetener. That's one. Give me a traditional. Give me a bottle. That. Please have the everything croissant. Says they have it. Let's see. Hey, you get a free coffee. You got a free coffee, guys. All right, guys. All right, I'll be back. Okay. Here we go. Out into the real world. It's beautiful out. Wow. Wow, it's beautiful out. Ay, ay, ay. Starbucks? No. No, no, no. We're going to Rook, baby. Rook is a local New Jersey roaster. That's my favorite coffee. It's my favorite coffee. My favorite what, boys? I'm very excited to try the New Orleans, the vanilla one. I ain't never had it. We'll try that in the afternoon. First, it's black coffee. Vibe, 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 vibe in the chat if you're feeling it on day 13. Wait, what day is it? I think it's day 13. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Do, 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 do. Oh. What's everybody having for breakfast this morning? Let's hear your breakfasts in the chat. The breakfasts is. Live from a beautiful 70-degree New Jersey. And sunny. I'm not going to read the chat until I'm fully stopped, okay? Sorry. I'm not breaking any rules. Never seen that New Jersey plate. What the hell is that? Oatmeal, Peepo cheer. Have a brownie and baklava. Oh, nice. Cliff Bar and a banana bagel. Nice. That's right, Ash. We're up and at 'em, baby. We got to go get some coffee. Oh, you're making breakfast for dinner. Nice. Actually, I turn go straight here. I don't know why I want to turn there. Breakfast or dinner's nice. Rook has an everything croissant, which has like cream cheese in it, so I bought that. I hope they have it. I've bought it before on the app, and I get there and they say they don't have it. So I'm not getting my hopes up because it is delicious. How's the audio with the music? I never did the music when we went out IRL. This guy's going so slow, holy moly. All the leaves still on the trees, boys. It ain't fall yet. You kind of see some leaves falling right now, actually. Do, 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 do. I mean, man, it's 40, you know? 40, it's 40 miles an hour here, man, please. Going straight up 30. We got coffee to get to. The new Bronco is clean, man. I wasn't sure about it when it first dropped, but I do like it. I do be liking it. Here we go, guys. Coming up on a stop here. Man, that's so sad. Seeing a woman hanging a missing dog sign. That's so sad, actually. Frick. Little Marty Robbins action. The hell is that? Oh, nice, Samurai. Heck yeah. One of our oak trees already dropped all its leaves. Really? All of them? Sounds good. Coffee for breakfast, all I need. Let's go. I just overheard a woman in her yard go, "You watched the game last night? You watched the game last night?" What game was even on last night? Oh, I guess maybe the Yankees. Better than a nice morning drive, you know? Really get the juices flowing. The back way to the coffee spot, so it's really scenic, very nice, but there's no lights really or stop signs, so I have to neglect chat the whole time, so I apologize. We're almost there. I Fix It, wasn't that the company in Wreck-It Ralph? What's up, Dagum? Good morning. What's up, Spaceman GT? Dagum, literally, Waldo is talking to you as if you were just there automatically. I was like, bro, I don't even think he's here, man. Did you see that one shot I made when I was crouched under the tree? I feel like I didn't get enough love for that shot. I feel like that was a pretty clutch shot in a rough situation. Guys, I got 2 bottles of coffee and food. I don't think I could bring in the phone, to be honest. I don't think I could bring in the phone. Big honkers. Couple of honkers in Jersey for sure. Good morning, Beef Zerky. Hello. Yeah, I don't think I have enough hands for this. I think I'm just gonna leave you guys in here. I'm I'll leave you in here. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That first sip feeling. That first sip feeling, you know what it is, baby. Oh. Yeah. Speaking of lemon, New Orleans, make sure I need to grab.
Bitch, you better be joking.
It's my quarterback.
It got robotic? Oh no. Nah, he's having a stroke. Oh no.
Broncos country?
Yes,
Let's
sir.
ride.
Yes, sir.
Broncos country?
Yes,
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
Broncos country? Let's ride.
Is it better or no? Hello? Is it better? Do I Hello? Is that better? That's crazy. Kias and Hyundais, because you could basically start them with a screwdriver. Oh, Lord. Nervous, maybe? This kid's zooming on an electric scooter on a freaking highway. Rocky Raccoon. Is it better now? I drove away from the specific spot. They still jamming us? Guys, you're in a jug handle. Are you so excited? You're in a freaking jug handle right now. I'm down there and you didn't restart, so that was fun. I actually did restart. I thought it much better audio. Okay, it should be okay. I did restart the call. Well, I guess that's good to know that if I restart the call, it stays full screen. Vibe. Should have got donuts.
So close to more,
Should
man.
have got freaking donuts, man.
Hey everyone, this is Wolves at my door.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Why is everybody so horny, man? It's 11:30 in the morning, dude. I'm sore from disc golf. I'm straight up sore.
It's time for a sour hour.
Oh yeah. A lot of honkers. Mm-hmm. A lot of freaking honkers, guys. What's on the schedule today? Don't we have to do... We have to do the Wolves hockey jersey. We have to do karaoke. There's one other thing I can't remember. I don't know. I don't think we're going to go to get to the Lego store. That would take... It would take a long time. The Lego store's like... I don't know. 30, 35 minutes away. So it would be a whole lot of this. I don't know if we're going to be able to get there. I would just see if I could order online. But we're going to put together the Lego after the subathon. We're going to put together the Lego after the subathon. We're going to do Minecraft bingo after the subathon. And we could rate some setups today. We'll rate some more setups. I don't think I'm going to be able to get through all the setups. There's like a lot of setups. Yeah, I can't remember what that last thing was today. And right now the timer says it's going to end in like what, 21 hours or something. It's going to be early in the morning tomorrow. I know it's probably loud with the window open, guys, but it's so freaking hot without it. The air's so nice. Oh, paint the face, right. All right, guys, what are we going to paint our face today? What are we going to paint our face today? We got to get some options in the chat, and then someone's got to run a poll. Should I just paint it as Krungo? This lost dog sign is everywhere. Holy crow. It's like in a 2-mile stretch, and it's just every 20 feet. Poor Woody, man. Poor Woody. Today Thursday? What's today? Wednesday? No, it's Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Devils open the season tomorrow night. A jack-o'-lantern? That could be funny. Did I decide on a Lego set? We did decide on the Lego set. The Lego set we're going to be buying is the brand new UCS Razor Crest Lego set. And then we're going to be buying a BD1 as well. I've decided... What are you doing? What is this? What is this? What are you doing? Bro, what? I've never seen that. The man started to turn into the parking lot and literally has stopped midway through it. So he's halfway out into the street and halfway in the parking lot. I've never seen that. That was interesting. There was literally no one in front of it. They just wanted to turn halfway in and then just stop. So his whole back half was hanging out. I tried to look to see if something was wrong with his car, but it didn't seem like it. Yeah, I decided against the Millennium Falcon and like the Imperial Star Destroyer, like all that stuff. All the ones that are like insanely big and are really hard to display, I decided against. I was really debating the AT-AT because I think that's badass and it also displays pretty well because it literally has legs to stand on. But yeah, the Millennium Falcon just too awkward to display, and same with the Star Destroyer. Do, 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 do. Oh, yeah, Docking Mule? Ooh, that's exciting. When We Were Young Music Festival. Oh, I think I remember them announcing that. They announced that like a couple months ago, didn't they? What's up, Mirror Bear? Hello. We're doing a coffee run. We grabbed the coffee. Docking Mule. I want the new Razor Crest, but it's so damn big. Yeah, but at least it has legs to stand on, you know? At least it has legs to stand on. The other sets, it's like Millennium Falcon, you literally need to buy like a display stand for it. Skirt, skirt, skirt. All right, guys, we're home. We did it. Coffee run success. I can't wait to eat this everything croissant stuffed with cream cheese. When you guys get something out, do you guys eat it in the car or do you wait till you get back home to eat it? Like, I'm going to be honest, like if I wasn't on stream, I'd probably have eaten the everything croissant while driving back. I just have zero willpower when it comes to that stuff. Like, I'd probably enjoy it more if I just waited till I got back and ate it, but I always wait, a bit of both. That's tough. I got a Lego Yoda set for my birthday. I'm waiting till I move my apartment and have a real table to start it. That's fair. That is fair. Oh, that's awesome. The fact that Blink is playing it, that means it's probably going to be the real Blink lineup, right? With Tom in it. Unless they're just doing the real Blink lineup for the tour they announced. I don't know if the When We Were Young festival's in that. In the car, I don't want it to get cold. Yeah, true. All right, let's go in. I don't got enough hands. Kate, open the door. Nice. Hello? Hello? Thanks for opening the door. Nice out there.
It's so nice. A beautiful day.
It's a beaut out there. Are you excited to try the vanilla New Orleans? It's gonna be good. I like the colors of the bottle, the blue and the red. This looks sick.
I wonder if I should transport this to a smaller pan. think I will.
Yeah, we've been doing a number on the sticky toffee pudding, guys. We don't need to tell them that?
Yeah, they don't need to know about the number we've done on it.
We've done a number on it.
You really don't need to know about the number that we've done.
The sticky toffee pudding is so good that we made.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about it.
What is New Orleans style? It's a method to make coffee where they use roasted chicory with the coffee beans to give it like a almost like a naturally chocolatey undertone. It's nice. It's subtle. It was a way they actually used to make coffee in New Orleans to save money on coffee, so they would make the supply last longer by using chicory. But yeah, it's really good. Have you ever seen New Orleans style like cold brew or any sort of coffee while at a coffee shop? I suggest giving it a try because it's really good. We actually bought some roasted chicory to make it ourselves. And I've made it a couple times, and it's really good to make at home as well.
Yeah, Alton Brown has a good recipe.
Alton Brown has a great recipe on New Orleans cold brew. Man's whole life's on camera. Yeah, that's what the subathon is, baby. That's what the subathon is. All right, I guess I'm gonna. Do you need help? You sure?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go down and eat this croissant. Do you want a bite of the croissant?
I would.
Take it.
Did you use milk or anything? Looks like a little bit was used.
Oh,
For the pudding or anything?
no, I don't
It
think
does
so.
look like a little bit was.
It does. Nope.
No, it wasn't. Okay, that's just how it was. No, it's open.
Now it's open. Now it's open. Perfect.
Okay. Oh wow.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Good.
Enjoy it.
Guys, check it out. Everything. Croissant. Little package with some cream cheese in there. Cheese.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
All right, I'm going to go downstairs and eat this.
I got you that drink right there.
You got me it?
Yeah, it was in the fridge.
The Mountain Dew flaming hot. I don't know how to do this. Do this. I'll do this. I'll do this. And I'll do this. I don't know, guys. We might drop something. Might drop you. I don't know. Maybe drop the croissant. Just don't drop the croissant. Hey, Bear.
All right, guys, we made it back, baby. We made it back. Oh, I guess I should have just left the phone up there for Kate. That was silly.
just gotta do this one more time, guys. After this, one more time. Moving furniture. Knocked over the webcam. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Okay. Knocked over all them. I don't know who Nate Bargatze is, Batbeard. Just wait till a whale comes in and drops 1K gift subs. Aren't you that whale, Jeff Bezos? From what I read in the news, you're the whale. Oh. True, Chrissy, true. Dancing in the moonlight. This is gonna get seeds everywhere, dude. Speaking of Zach, wow, he has 6 hours left. Wowee. When is Llama supposed to get? I have no idea. I don't know. Thursday? I'm not sure. Oh. Do you feel scammed by buying a baked good that is 90% hollow? No, because it's so delicious. It's so delicious. It's also like a cheap, you know, it's a coffee store like baked treat. It's not like a bakery or something. A croissant with seeds? Yeah, it's like an everything bagel croissant thing. Stuffed with cream cheese. He is, Nick. He is. He is. I remember that. I remember Kate saying that Llama's going to work here. Work from here or something. I do remember that. I'm sorry because the food tastes great. I'm sorry. Well, we'll still be streaming, you know? Just not every waking minute of every waking day. My OBS says we've been live for 263 hours. That's actually unhinged. That is actually unhinged. All right, guys, let's get some suggestions in the chat for what I should paint my face. I'm going to take down some suggestions, and then we're going to do a poll, okay? I saw Jack-o'-lantern.
Jack-o'-lantern. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. What's skull candy? Is that like Night of the Living Dead? Grogu. That would be so cursed, man. I don't think I've ever done anything that long. No. Don't you dare. Don't you dare, Ryan. Don't you dare, bat chest. I don't... Gru? I don't know. Gru? I don't know how I would do Gru. Good morning, though, Ryan. Good morning. Grogu's your Disney Plus avatar? Let's go. My daughter goes, that's Grogu. This is so cute. I can't wait for freaking Mandalorian Season 3. Don't bat chest. Don't bat chest. Don't bat chest. Don't bat chest. Okay? I can't wait. Genuinely. Genuinely, it makes me happy, okay? Don't bat chest. Oh, a minion. A minion. A minion is good. Any other suggestions, or is these 5 it? The one eye I don't think would translate. I think I would have to do the goggles. Darth Maul. Can you paint your face like Mando's helmet? I don't know. I just feel like Morbius isn't even like I don't want to, you know, disrespect our boy Morb like this, but he doesn't have like he doesn't have like an iconic look. He's just like scary zombie guy. Like if I were to paint it, like it wouldn't be recognizable. It'd be like, oh, cool. Like you painted like kind of a skull on you, I guess. He doesn't have the sauce. What's this list for? Right here. BWO 100 Minecraft skin. I could do a Juggalo, but I don't know. I also don't know if I could pull off a Shy Guy, because the Shy Guy is just like a white face mask with like big black eyes, right? I guess I could. An Oni? An Oni tea, honey? I just feel like it probably would look like a devil or Satan, which is fine, I guess. Joker. We'll probably do 2 rounds. We'll do 2 rounds of either 4 or 5. Jack Skellington. Mr. Mittens. How was the WWE gimmick Royal Rumble? It was amazing. It was fantastic. T Honey did win. It's a truly blessed time when both mittens are here. Oh, one of them doesn't like it. Oh, okay. Never mind. Inside Out Jay. You're overestimating my art skills. I don't think that would look very good, Frost Ops. You know? All right, I think what? This is 5 and 5. We could have 2 rounds of 5 and 5. Well, it's to make it look somewhat recognizable of something that's something, you know? It's not necessarily supposed to look good. I think it'd be funnier if the whatever we're painting our face, I think it would be funnier if like everybody knew what it was, but then it was poorly drawn. Some people don't know Grogu's Baby Yoda. What is the word? What is it? Night, day of the, what's the, why can't I think of like a skull, like a candy skull is a sugar skull, yeah. But what is it? Night of the Living Dead or Day of the Dead? Day of the Dead. Could be good, dadgum. Could be good. Under eye red and orange stripes. The wolves on my door face paint. The wolves on my door face paint, the red and orange under the eyes. I mean, we could just put it up here. I mean, this is nothing interesting. This is literally red and orange stripes under my eyes. This is to pay homage to my old stream. When I first started, that was like a thing I did. When we did 24-hour streams, I painted red and orange stripes under my eyes as like war paint. But it wouldn't be very interesting to like do, but you know, still could be cool. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we do 2 rounds of 5. Top 2 in each go on to the final. All right. All right, let's get a poll, guys. Man, it's so good. I'm so sad it's over. Face paint round 1. All right, guys. Round 1, here we go. Round 1, here we go. In the chat, 1 for Jack-o'-lantern, 2 for Sugar Skull, 3 for Red and Orange Stripes, 4 for Grogu, 5 for Minion. Put your vote in the chat. All you have to do is type the number. That's all you have to do. Associated with this graph over here. I'm not going to commit to anything, Karans, but I would definitely consider doing it again next September. I would definitely consider it. I was kind of talking yesterday. I don't think I would really even change much. Like, I feel like, yeah, it went really well and it was fun and not too long. So, yeah, I'm debating doing it next September as well. But I'm not going to commit to it just yet. All right, guys, just remember, top 2 move on. Top 2 move on. Get your votes in. I'm going to call it here in 30 seconds. You don't need to do anything to vote except put the number in the chat. That's literally it. You don't have to sign in anywhere. You don't have to do anything. Just type the number in the chat. Put your vote in there. Top 2 move on. Beto ball. Thanks, Ronnie. I'm glad you've been having fun. It's definitely not off the table. It's on the table. Very much so. All right. I am going to call the vote there. And it's going to be Minions and Red and Orange Stripes. Minions and Red and Orange Stripes move on. And then the next set of 5 is going to be Face Paint round 2. Darth Maul, Joker. Oh, no, wait, hold on. ICP, Juggalo, Joker, Oni, which is a demon, and Jack Skellington. All right, top 2 move on, guys. Top 2 move on to fight off against the Minion and the Red and Orange Stripes. There you go. 1 for Darth Maul, 2 for ICP, 3 for Joker, 4 for Oni, 5 for Jack Skellington. Get your vote in. Put the number in the chat. Riot. Oh. I kind of want to do the Wolves jersey as like the fake brand's colors. Like the true black, the red, the yellow, the purple, the blue. Like, I love this colorway. I feel like that could be really cool. I gotta find the old W. This is going to be an adventure finding this old W. I already know it. I already freaking know it, man. I don't even know where to look. All right, guys, this vote is about to be called. The top two are moving on. Make sure 15 seconds. If you want to put your vote in, do it now or forever hold your peace. All you have to do is type the number in the chat. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Joker and Darth Maul move on. Joker and Darth Maul move on. Guys, I have a pretty... I mean, it's not an organized file system, but, like... It's just, there's a lot, man, you know? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Wait a minute, I might have found it. I found it. I'm goated. We're goated. I found it, baby. No worries. I'm the Joker, baby. How many terabytes? I don't know about terabytes, but probably close to a terabyte of just art stuff. So Joker, okay, here it is. Face paint final round. We have red and orange stripes. Okay. We have a minion. Okay. We have Darth Maul and we have the Joker. This is it. Whatever wins here, I'm painting my face today. Face paint final round. Here we go. 1 through 4 in the chat. 1 for the red and orange stripes. A shout out to the old stream. 2 for a minion. 3 for Darth Maul. 4 for the Joker. This is the last call, guys. Get your vote in. The final round. Do 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 do. I've been working on a new Wolves script. This is what we got so far for the new Wolves script. I think it's pretty sick. Do 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 do. Get your vote in, guys. Get your vote in. Yeah, RP Dids. That was when we did the other Wolf script. So I wanted a kind of a newer Wolf script. Hell yeah, daggum. All right, guys, make sure you get your vote in, guys. Vote it in. Vote it in. One through 4 in the chat. If the vote is tied in 15 seconds, I won't be painting my face anything. Make sure you put your vote in. Do 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 do. A lot of nostalgia in here. All right, is the vote tied? Why do you guys just keep tying the vote? Why? All right, we're gonna redo them. Since you guys can't make up your mind, we're gonna redo the vote with those two: Darth Maul and red and orange stripes. Face paint final for real this time. Krungo. Just to clarify, the red and orange stripes is a red line, orange line. And that's it. I'm totally okay with doing that, believe me. And I understand why you guys want it. I want it too, for the nostalgia purposes. Darth Maul would be a little bit more of a project. Could be funnier. Could be just more annoying. Could take me a long time. I don't know. There's a good case to be made for both, but guess what? You guys get the final say. Here you go. I'm not swinging the vote one way or the other. I want to do both of them just the same. I think they're both going to be great. I like the throwback too, yeah. Don't listen to the people in chat. Don't let them bully you. If you want to vote for one, you vote for one. Just a little heads up, guys. I'm not going to keep it on for like, 6+ hours probably. I'm going to wash it off relatively quickly because last time when we painted our face, it definitely gave me some irritation and my face got red for like a day and a half. So I'm not going to leave it on my face that long. I don't want to stare at Darth Maul all day, you Star Wars weirdos. Well, guess what, baby? Guess what, baby? Bingo! Darth Maul it is, Krungo. This should be interesting. This should be interesting. Darth Maul face paint. Holy moly. No kit? What do you mean no kit? I'm gonna do this shit freehand, man. I got face paint right over here. Okay, let's go. Please get a mirror this time. I'll get a mirror this time. I'm doing it all myself, guys. I'm doing it all myself. It's, Evil.
I hate myself. Sue, can I just ask you to do
Sue. I'm trying to get a good reference picture.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You gotta shave? I was actually just thinking this. I actually don't have to shave. I'm actually shook with how much Darth Maul's face paint works with a beard. His face paint is a beard. He literally has black right here going down, and then it goes up, and then it goes down again. And then there's a little black right here. He has a face-painted beard. I'm just realizing this. That's kind of messing me up. Do it off cam for greater effect. I don't know if that's going to be super entertaining. I feel like doing it live is the way, no? What do you guys think? We haven't bought the Lego set yet, no. How you going to do the horns? Just paint them on. Hey, Sail Cat. Guys, we've been in on I'm only sleeping this whole time. No, that can't be right. No, I updated it. No, we're good. Sail Cat, thanks so much for the 93 months, dude. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I'm just trying to think. Do I do mainly red and then I do black on top? Is that going to work with my face paint? I don't think it will. I think it'll blend together. I think I have to do the black first and then color in the red. I think the face paint I have would just blend together if I did it on top of it. I'm definitely going to sleep, guys. I'm going to sleep at my normal time. I'm not going to be staying up for 20 hours. We literally have company coming over in 2 days. We've done so well with keeping ourselves somewhat healthy in a decent sleep schedule. I'd feel really sad if I ruined it now. Do you have any bugles? Bugles for the horns? All right, guys. Yeah, I don't know do I want to step by step? I think it'll at least be somewhat entertaining, I think, if I try to just do it from a picture. If I do step by step, I don't know. We just got to do it live. We're doing Darth Maul, yeah. Bareback. I think it's right here. Okay. here's the color palette. There it is. I'm going to wash out this brush. This is still good to go. I'll be right back. right. Hello, guys. Hello. I did not go to Home Depot. Don't believe the lies you were reading. It took me forever to clean this brush out, and I don't honestly, it does feel like there's still some pink in there. I don't know why this is so difficult to clean out. I mean, it seems fine. It's not no colors are coming out. Can always make the outlines on your face with a Sharpie. What? Are you okay? A Sharpie? What? No, I don't know. I guess we got to start with the black. Guys, I'm not writing a Sharpie. I should just tattoo it at that point. I should just straight up tattoo it. Honestly, this red isn't as vibrant as it needs to be, unfortunately. I don't really want to mix colors, though. It's going to have to do. It's going to have to do. I don't want to mix colors. How does it look on cam? The red? Oh, it looks fine. It's right there. Whew. All right, guys. I think I'm going to start with the black first. Honestly, a good place to start is to follow my beard line. And then we're going to go up to my eye with a line. And then we're going to do the eye black. Okay. I feel like painting my face with this song on is like some, it's like some, feels like a serial killer in a movie or something. All right, we're going to put the hair back so it doesn't get in the way. Yeah, right? Okay. All right, we're going to start with the black here. I'm going to start nice and easy. We're going to trace the beard because this just in, Darth Maul has a painted on beard. I guess I do have to kind of take off the headphones. Although I don't really want to paint where the headphones are going to be. So this is actually probably a better idea. It's probably a better idea to keep the headphones on. Okay, wow, we need way more black. Okay.
Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country,
let's ride.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Why is this so difficult? I'm gonna look like a guy from Jersey Shore who dyes his beard.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Not shit. Maybe good. Just gotta get it in there. It looks like I'm dyeing my beard. This looks kind of sick, though. Look at this beard line. I think I'm just going to do this every day. Oh, no! Panic, panic, panic. Okay, it's all good. It's all good, baby. I accidentally dipped into the purple. I gotta get rid of this plate, man. This plate's not doing anything for anyone. I just can't get enough black on the brush, it seems. I think it's struggling with the hair. All right. I think that's good enough. Someone said dish soap to wash it out. That's a good idea. I'm going to have to wash out the black.
Are you trying to cosplay as me? You need thicker eyebrows.
True. Very true. We have to go up here. Llama, when do you get here? Thanks so much for the 99 months. You land at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. tomorrow? Dude, this thing needs to stop moving, man. $10 a.m. today? Well, it could be 10 a.m. Friday. I don't know. I don't freaking know. All right. I hope Kate has no idea I'm doing this. I hope she has no idea I'm doing this. Are you sleeping in this face paint? I'm not, no. The last time we did face paint was on the subathon here, and I did Mermaid Man, and it created a rash on my face. So I'm probably not going to leave this on for super long. It's a good start. Is that like makeup remover or something, Rosio? How we doing? Doing all right? Do you want to get revenge on? Do you want to get revenge on her for the treadmill scare? Yeah, he didn't listen to me. I told him micellar water. Micellar water. Lots of people use it as makeup remover face wash. I understand. I don't know if she has that. I could ask her. I honestly think dish soap would probably work. Evil. Micellar water. Micellar water. Sing it to me, Ringo. Holy shit! Crying Ryan, jeez Louise, dude. 33 gifties. Wolf's gift in the chat. If you got gifted a sub, make sure you thank Crying Ryan in the chat. So that's going to get us to like Thursday at like noon or something, right? No, Thursday at 10 a.m. I needed to get to 50. Thank you so much, Crying Ryan. Thursday, 10:30. There you go. All right, guys. So this is where we gotta do good. We gotta do good now. I'm gonna do a like soft line here. I think the one line goes like this, goes from the nose down to here, up, and then connects to this straight line that connects to the eye. We'll do the straight line first. Okay. That's good. That's good. We're going to do the same thing over here. Okay. Then we got to create the big eye black. We got to do one more line that goes like this and then like this. That one. You should have started with the red. Really? I think you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Here's the thing. If I started with the red, I wouldn't have been able to go... I wouldn't have been able to do black on top of it. So I would have had to leave like negative lines. That would have been, I feel like, more difficult. All right, so the eye black is like this. And then it comes down again. And then it goes up again. Okay, this is good. This is good. He does have the line going straight off his head. If Kate gets off if Kate gets off her work call, we could ask her if she has micellar water. Can we get a chat bot to remind me every 4.5 seconds to not touch my face? Just ask for makeup remover? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks, Batbeard. Dish soap would be harsh for your skin. True. What's up, ya boy Elf? How's the first day of the job? Okay. Hey, Maddie. It is the last day. Yes. Sort of. Not really, actually. Tomorrow's the last day. All right. Let's try this line. This line is gonna probably be the most difficult. I think that was pretty good. I think that was pretty good. An hour get lost at Home Depot? No. Guys, we stayed live the whole entire time, guys. We didn't lose any time. I know there was some stuff that happened with the elapsed timer. But that's also kind of semantics. Just take when we started at Thursday at noon. We started Thursday at noon, right? So just it's freaking on Thursday at noon. It'll be 2 weeks. Beautiful. Right, Rosio? I like the vibe it's creating. Yeah, I don't think the beat up thing will be late at night. It's also not going to be on the subathon. We can't squeeze it in time, but serial killer vibes for sure. Doing the other side. Good bonging in the chat. Good bonging. Dude, I'm going to rub my face so many times after I'm done with this.
So close to morbing. I'm gonna morb.
How are we looking? How are we feeling? I'm not going to get that close to my eye just because I don't really trust myself, but I think we're pretty close. Evil. Yes, sir. I look like a local.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I look like a freaking local theater Cats performer. Holy shit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I lick my lips, it's all over. Now go buy the Lego Star Wars kit like this. Beautiful. I like turtles. All right. You're eating a Cheesecake Factory banana cream cheesecake? Oh my gosh. That sounds fantastic. All right. Okay. Hardest part for sure. Hardest part for sure. Hey.
Did you want this?
What is it, mycelium?
What?
Do you have mycelium?
Why are you calling it mycelium?
Is that what it is?
No.
What is this?
It's just...
Oh, mycelium. Thank you.
Move it for a second. This.
Thank you.
And this.
Thank you.
Do you need anything else?
No, does it look good?
Yeah, you look sick.
I look sick? Why are you scratching your head as if you don't mean it?
You look really sick.
I look
I
sick.
feel like, yeah. What are you gonna do with the eyebrows?
What do you mean?
Oh, those are your eyebrows?
These are my eyebrows.
Okay. Yeah, it looks sick.
What do you mean?
No, it's sick.
I feel like the more you say sick, the
It's so
less I
sick.
think you think it's sick.
No, it's sick.
Okay, we got mycelium.
Okay. Goodbye. Hey, bear. Hey, bear. Hey, bear.
Hey, bear. Mycelium. Trying to make the line a little better. It's sick, like so sick. Kate doesn't like it, guys. Each night I ask the stars up above. All right. All right, the hardest lines in this are coming up. The hardest lines in this are coming up. Do you guys want a picture of Darth Maul on the screen? You just ask and I'll do it for you. We already got the real life Maul on the screen. True. What's up, M? Hello? We're transforming into Darth Maul. Okay, horn one there. Horn one there. Hello, Emily. Gamers be thinking they made this music for Fallout. I already have an itch on my nose. I have an itch on my nose. Not good. Okay. It's where the other horn goes. All right. Okay. How are we looking, guys? We looking good? I don't know how I'm gonna do the red, man. It would always be the opposite. If I did red first, people at the end of me doing the red would have said you should have done the black first. No matter what, it would have been reverse. Either way, it's gonna suck. If I did the red first, I would have had to done a negative of this. The only thing I could have done is outline them in black, outlined it in black, then did the red, then filled in the black. But that's also a lot of effort. This way, because the black is the detail, the red is the face. So the detail matters most. And now if we could just somehow get the red in there, we can't do that. I wish I could have done that. This face paint is not the kind of face paint I think you're thinking it is. It's not like paint. It's like, I have no idea. But if I did that, it would have smeared the red all over it. The black would have smeared the red and it would have all mixed. All right. I think we're in a pretty good spot. The only spot I don't really love is the eyebrows, so I feel like maybe we could try to fix these real quick before we go to the red, because once we go to the red, I'm not dipping it back in the black. Okay, I think that's a little better. Yes. 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 It doesn't dry? Not really. Which makes it very easy to wash out, which is nice. But yeah, no, it doesn't dry. It's not like paint. It's I'm sure there's a artistic scientific name for this type of face paint. But it does not dry. Believe me, I definitely know that for sure because 7 hours after I did the Mermaid Man face paint, every time I touched it, it smeared. I don't think we have face powder. I don't think we have any translucent powder on hand. Oh, you def do? Dude, my beard looks sick, man. My beard looks nice and full, man. Day 14 officially? We're past noon. All right, guys. I think it's time for the red. Do you think if I use this mycelium, it'll wash out the stuff in this brush? Or should I go do hot water and stuff? I don't know how to set it. I don't know. How do I do it? Kate's going to have to do it for me. I have no idea what that means. Please don't. I'm not going to do anything. Hands are up. Hands are up. Peepo, hands up. Darth Maul's light-skinned cousin, Darth Paul. How much under his nose does he do? What a weird job I have, guys. Job Omega lol. I don't recommend setting anything until all the paint is done. I need a minute. I'm trying to buy Trinity of Terror tickets. Oh, God. Guys, we're going back. Trinity of Terror 3. We've gone to Trinity of Terror 1. We've gone to Trinity of Terror 2. Now we're going to Trinity of Terror 3. Kate is freaking obsessed. She's obsessed, guys. She's obsessed with Ice 9 Kills. She needs help.
Hey, what?
The Michael Jordan gif. Get yourself some help.
What are you talking about?
You're doing good.
Why am I doing good?
Motionless in White?
Yeah, we're going.
We're going?
Yeah, I bought the tickets.
Trinity of Terror 3?
Yeah, if somebody else would rather go with me, I can sell them and buy floor tickets for us. But I bought seat tickets for you and I, because I know you like sitting.
You should have just bought floor.
Well, they were also way more expensive.
Oh.
For some reason.
Like more expensive?
Yeah. What was I gonna say?
Wait, what are you doing?
I would rather go on the floor. I would rather stand.
I understand.
And
you want to go
as
like
close as I can.
You want to do this?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what is this? This needs to be like washed. I need to go wash this. You're using this again?
Yeah.
For a different color?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go wash this. This is not doing anything. You're doing another color, right? You're doing red?
People said dish soap would get it out.
Yeah, for sure. I just gotta like actually wash it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do red.
But yeah, we're not setting anything until you're fully done.
Okay.
I wouldn't do.
All right, we're gonna set when I'm fully done, guys.
Okay. Do you mean to take these?
Sure. Yeah, if you could leave the
then
clean boys.
Do you want me to bring down any more?
Maybe a couple more cotton Q-tips.
Okay. Wait, Jake, would you actually go on the floor with me? Because maybe I could resell those and then, or just return them.
I would go on if you would have more fun on the floor. I'd go on the floor.
Then you're standing for 3 whole
That's
shows.
fine. That's
Really?
fine. Yeah.
But the seats I got are pretty good.
Then keep the seats.
It's only it's the first section, row D.
Oh.
So it's like, you just have the floor in front of you.
Yeah.
And maybe like the sound stuff. So it is like it's much closer than the last time we went.
Then it might be good. What venue?
Hulu Theater.
Oh, okay.
New York City.
If it's a theater, we're gonna have probably good seats either way. All right. No rashes this time? Wait, does setting face paint have anything to do with if it's gonna rash or not? An Ice 9 Kills addiction's perfectly fine. Well, it's a Trinity. Sounds like you have to go to the third one. True. Yeah, we're full committing to red now, guys. The black is done. The black is done. The only thing I'm thinking is that the horn is going to go here. And in reality, the black should come up on the sides of it. And I'm just going to paint on like a white horn or something. We'll probably just do white for the horn. So we're probably going to have to wash it again anyway. I remember Headbangers Ball for sure. Your fleshy eyes? I'm not getting any closer to my eyes. The one really annoying thing is being able to see the black paint on my nose. I don't know. I don't think I should get any closer to my eyes. This is dangerous. Hell yeah, sweet roll. Ring of fire. Plus, if we can make it look a little cursed. She tried, Kels. I'm pretty sure she came down with mycelium. I don't know. I mean, as long as she rinses out all the dish soap, what does it matter? The dish soap's just there to get out the juice, right? Oh, yeah, no, we're not removing from my face with dish soap. I'm using micellar cleansing water. All in one. Removes makeup, cleanses, soothes, no rinse, no harsh rubbing, face, lips, eyes, all skin types, even sensitive. Garnier Skin Active, no oil, no alcohol, no fragrance. Dermatologist tested for safety, 13.15 fluid ounces, 400 milliliters. People talk. 9 out of 10 dentists recommend. Oh, for not rashing. Yes. Yeah. Won't I have to use a lot of micellar water to remove this whole thing? Silver, I don't know if I could do that. I don't think I'd ever live that picture down with a Darth Maul painted face and a red lightsaber. I'm literally so calm. Mom, I want to go to Galaxy's Edge to see Darth Maul. No, son, we have Darth Maul at home. Are we starting the Fallen Order 100% today? It would be pretty appropriate. Exactly, Sweet Roll. Yeah. That's true. I can't do it because I don't have the double-sided lightsaber. What a banger. Guys, I have to pee. I'll be right back. Make sure Kate's doing all right. All right. Guys, every time I wipe this, Kate did her best. I did my best. There's still a little black coming out. Do you think I should put a little bit of micellar water in here, just a squirt or two, and go like this with the brush? Or is that bad? There's still a little bit of black. Like, it's not much. It's like kind of good, but... And just so everybody's aware, this brush is trash. Kate does not care about the longevity of this brush. It doesn't matter. I actually don't want the red a little darker. I want it a little lighter, if anything. I have mentioned to B-dubs that we were close to the bingo. We hit the bingo. If we could set something up next week, that'd be perfect. Are you using metal on your non-stick brush? Maybe do the white horns first. Man, then we have to freaking wash it out again. I think my camera's struggling to figure out what my face is. All right, I'm going to do the red, guys. I'm going to do the red. I'm just going to do it. We got to freaking just do it. We're going to be here all freaking day, man. We got a hockey jersey to design. This is going to be quite interesting. Trying to get red in between these black lines and keeping it somewhat not messy is going to be very interesting. This brush is not precise. It's going to be very, very interesting. Here's the thing, guys. I might leave a little bit of skin right now because if I get black in the brush right now, it's going to taint the red for the rest of the paint. I am going to try to not get super close, and then at the end, I'll try to get as close as I can with the red. Pompous, whatever color I started with, at this point of the face paint, the other color would have sounded like a better idea. I assure you. This is not actual face paint. It's more like, it's like a cream. It's like a cream, so it would all blend together if I did red face and then with the black paint over it. It would have blended. It's stage paint. There you go. Stage paint. Stage paint, not face paint. Whew. Should be in the art category. True. Updated.